Chapter 19 of the Wide, Wide World. This recording is in the public domain. By Bridget. The Wide, Wide World by Susan Warner. Chapter 19 Showing that in certain circumstances white is black. The clouds hung thick and low. The wind was less than it had been. They took the path Mrs. Vawse had spoken of. It was broader and easier than the other, winding more gently down the mountain. It was sometimes, indeed, travelled by horses, though far too steep for any kind of carriage. Alice and Ellen ran along without giving much heed to anything but their footing down, down, running and bounding, hand in hand, till want of breath obliged them to slacken their pace. "Do you think it will snow soon?" asked Ellen. "I think it will snow; how soon I cannot tell. Have you had a pleasant afternoon?" "Oh, very! I always have when I go there. Now, Ellen, there is an example of contentment for you. If ever a woman loved husband and children and friends, Mrs. Vawse loved hers. I know this from those who knew her long ago. And now, look at her. Of them all she has none left but the orphan daughter of her youngest son, and you know a little what sort of child that is." "She must be a very bad girl," said Ellen. "You can't think what stories she told me about her grandmother." "Poor Nancy!" said Alice. "Mrs. Vawse has no money nor property of any kind, except what is in her house; but there is not a more independent woman breathing. She does all sorts of things to support herself. Now, for instance, Ellen, if anybody is sick within 10 miles around, the family are too happy to get Mrs. Vawse for a nurse. She is an admirable one. Then she goes out tailoring at farmers' houses; she brings home wool, and returns it spun into yarn; she brings home yarn, and knits it up into stockings and socks all sorts of odd jobs. I have seen her picking hops; she isn't above doing anything, and yet she never forgets her own dignity. I think, wherever she goes and whatever she is about, she is at all times one of the most truly ladylike persons I have ever seen; and everybody respects her; everybody likes to gain her good will. She is known all over the country, and all the country are her friends." "They pay her for doing these things, don't they?" "Certainly; not often in money; more commonly in various kinds of matters that she wants flour, and sugar, and Indian meal, and pork, and ham, and vegetables, and wool anything; it is but a little of each that she wants. She has friends that would not permit her to earn another sixpence if they could help it; but she likes better to live as she does. And she is always as you saw her to day, cheerful and happy as a little girl." Ellen was turning over Alice's last words, and thinking that little girls were not always the cheerfullest and happiest creatures in the world, when Alice suddenly exclaimed, "It is snowing! Come, Ellen, we must make haste now," and set off at a quickened pace. Quick as they might, they had gone not 100 yards when the whole air was filled with the falling flakes, and the wind, which had lulled for a little, now rose with greater violence, and swept round the mountain furiously. The storm had come in good earnest, and promised to be no trifling one. Alice and Ellen ran on, holding each other's hands and strengthening themselves against the blast; but their journey became every moment more difficult. The air was dark with the thick falling snow; the wind seemed to blow in every direction by turns, but chiefly against them, blinding their eyes with the snow, and making it necessary to use no small effort to keep on their way. Ellen hardly knew where she went, but allowed herself to be pulled along by Alice, or, as well, pulled her along; it was hard to say which hurried most. In the midst of this dashing on down the hill, Alice all at once came to a sudden stop. "Where's the Captain?" said she. "I don't know," said Ellen. "I haven't thought of him since we left Mrs. Vawse's." Alice turned her back to the wind, and looked up the road they had come. There was nothing but wind and snow there. How furiously it blew! Alice called, "Pussy!" "Shall we walk up the road a little way, or shall we stand and wait for him here?" said Ellen, trembling, half from exertion, and half from a vague fear of she knew not what. Alice called again. No answer, but a wild gust of wind and snow that drove past. "I can't go on and leave him," said Alice; "he might perish in the storm." And she began to walk slowly back, calling at intervals, "Pussy! Kitty! Pussy!" and listening for an answer that came not. Ellen was very unwilling to tarry, and nowise inclined to prolong their journey by going backwards. She thought the storm grew darker and wilder every moment. "Perhaps Captain stayed up at Mrs. Vawse's," she said, "and didn't follow us down." "No," said Alice, "I am sure he did. Hark! wasn't that he?" "I don't hear anything," said Ellen, after a pause of anxious listening. Alice went a few steps further. "I hear him," she said "I hear him, poor kitty!" and she set off at a quick pace up the hill. Ellen followed, but presently a burst of wind and snow brought them both to a stand. Alice faltered a little at this, in doubt whether to go up or down; but then, to their great joy, Captain's far off cry was heard, and both Alice and Ellen strained their voices to cheer and direct him. In a few minutes he came in sight, trotting hurriedly along through the snow, and on reaching his mistress he sat down immediately on the ground, without offering any caress a sure sign that he was tired. Alice stooped down and took him up in her arms. "Poor kitty," she said, "you've done your part for to day, I think. I'll do the rest. Ellen, dear, it's of no use to tire ourselves out at once; we will go moderately. Keep hold of my cloak, my child; it takes both my arms to hold this big cat. Now, never mind the snow; we can bear being blown about a little. Are you very tired?" "No," said Ellen, "not very. I am a little tired, but I don't care for that, if we can only get home safe." "There's no difficulty about that, I hope." "Nay, there may be some difficulty, but we shall get there, I think, in good safety, after a while. I wish we were there now, for your sake, my child." "Oh, never mind me," said Ellen, gratefully. "I am sorry for you, Miss Alice; you have the hardest time of it, with that heavy load to carry. I wish I could help you." "Thank you, my dear, but nobody could do that. I doubt if Captain would lie in any arms but mine." "Let me carry the basket, then," said Ellen. "Do, Miss Alice." "No, my dear, it hangs very well on my arm. Take it gently; Mrs. Van Brunt's isn't very far off; we shall feel the wind less when we turn." But the road seemed long. The storm did not increase in violence truly there was no need of that; but the looked for turning was not soon found, and the gathering darkness warned them that day was drawing to a close. As they neared the bottom of the hill, Ellen made a pause. "There's a path that turns off from this, and makes a shorter cut to Mrs. Van Brunt's; but it must be above here. I must have missed it, though I have been on the watch constantly." She looked up and down. It would have been a sharp eye indeed that had detected any slight opening in the woods on either side of the path, which the driving snow storm blended into one continuous wall of trees. They could be seen stretching darkly before and behind them; but more than that, where they stood near together, and were scattered apart, was all confusion, through the fast falling shower of flakes. "Shall we go back and look for the path?" said Ellen. "I am afraid we shouldn't find it if we did," said Alice. "We should only lose our time, and we have none to lose. I think we had better go straight forward." "Is it much further this way than the other path we have missed?" "A good deal all of a half mile. I am sorry; but courage, my child; we shall know better than to go out in snowy weather next time on long expeditions, at least." They had to shout to make each other hear, so drove the snow and wind through the trees, and into their very faces and ears. They plodded on. It was plodding. The snow lay thick enough now to make their footing uneasy, and grow deeper every moment. Their shoes were full, their feet and ankles were wet, and their steps began to drag heavily over the ground. Ellen clung as close to Alice's cloak as their hurried travelling would permit. Sometimes one of Alice's hands was loosened for a moment to be passed round Ellen's shoulders, and a word of courage or comfort in the clear, calm tone cheered her to renewed exertion. The night fell fast; it was very darkling by the time they reached the bottom of the hill, and the road did not yet allow them to turn their faces towards Mrs. Van Brunt's. A wearisome piece of the way this was, leading them from the place they wished to reach. They could not go fast, either; they were too weary, and the walking too heavy. Captain had the best of it. Snug and quiet he lay wrapped in Alice's cloak, and fast asleep, little wotting how tired his mistress's arms were. The path at length brought them to the long desired turning, but it was by this time so dark that the fences on each side of the road showed but dimly. They had not spoken for a while. As they turned the corner, a sigh of mingled weariness and satisfaction escaped from Ellen's lips. It reached Alice's ear. "What's the matter, love?" said the sweet voice. No trace of weariness was allowed to come into it. "I am so glad we have got here at last," said Ellen, looking up with another sigh, and removing her hand for an instant from its grasp on the cloak to Alice's arm. "My poor child, I wish I could carry you too. Can you hold a little longer?" "Oh, yes, dear Miss Alice, I can hold on." But Ellen's voice was not so well guarded; it was like her steps, a little unsteady. She presently spoke again. "Miss Alice, are you afraid?" I'm afraid of your getting sick, my child, and a little afraid of it for myself of nothing else. What is there to be afraid of?" "It is very dark," said Ellen, "and the storm is so thick. Do you think you can find the way?" "I know it perfectly. It is nothing but to keep straight on, and the fences would prevent us from getting out of the road. It is hard walking, I know, but we shall get there by and by. Bear up as well as you can, dear. I'm sorry I can give you no help but words. Don't you think a nice bright fire will look comfortable after all this?" "Oh dear, yes!" answered Ellen, rather sadly. "Are you afraid, Ellen?" "No, Miss Alice, not much. I don't like its being so dark. I can't see where I'm going." "The darkness makes our way longer and more tedious. It will do us no other harm, love. I wish I had a hand to give you, but this great cat must have both of mine. The darkness and the light are both alike to our Father. We are in his hand. We are safe enough, dear Ellen." Ellen's hand left the cloak again for an instant to press Alice's arm in answer; her voice failed at the minute. Then, clinging anew as close to her side as she could get, they toiled patiently on. The wind had somewhat lessened of its violence, and besides, it blew not now in their faces, but against their backs, helping them on. Still the snow continued to fall very fast, and already lay thick upon the ground. Every half hour increased the heaviness and painfulness of their march, and darkness gathered till the very fences could no longer be seen. It was pitch dark. To hold the middle of the road was impossible; their only way was to keep along by one of the fences, and, for fear of hurting themselves against some outstanding post or stone, it was necessary to travel quite gently. They were indeed in no condition to travel otherwise, if light had not been wanting. Slowly and patiently, with painful care groping their way, they pushed on through the snow and the thick night. Alice could feel the earnestness of Ellen's grasp upon her clothes, and her clothes pressing up to her, made their progress still slower and more difficult than it would otherwise have been. "Miss Alice," said Ellen. "What, my child?" "I wish you would speak to me once in a while." Alice freed one of her hands, and took Ellen's. "I have been so busy picking my way along, I have neglected you, haven't I?" "Oh, no, Maam; but I like to hear the sound of your voice sometimes; it makes me feel better." "This is an odd kind of travelling, isn't it?" said Alice, cheerfully; "in the dark, and feeling our way along. This will be quite an adventure to talk about, won't it?" "Quite," said Ellen. "It is easier going this way, don't you find it so? The wind helps us forward." "It helps me too much," said Ellen. "I wish it wouldn't be quite so very kind. Why, Miss Alice, I have enough to do to hold myself together sometimes. It almost makes me run, though I am so very tired." "Well, it is better than having it in our faces, at any rate. Tired you are, I know, and must be. We shall want to rest all day to morrow, shan't we?" "Oh, I don't know," said Ellen, sighing. "I shall be glad when we begin. How long do you think it'll be, Miss Alice, before we get to Mrs. Van Brunt's?" "My dear child, I cannot tell you. I have not the least notion whereabouts we are. I can see no waymarks, and I cannot judge at all of the rate at which we have come." "But what if we should have passed it in this darkness?" said Ellen. "No, I don't think that," said Alice, though a cold doubt struck her mind at Ellen's words. "I think we shall see the glimmer of Mrs. Van Brunt's friendly candle by and by." But more uneasily and more keenly now she strove to see that glimmer through the darkness; strove till the darkness seemed to press painfully upon her eyeballs, and she almost doubted her being able to see any light if light there were; it was all blank thick darkness still. She began to question anxiously with herself which side of the house was Mrs. Van Brunt's ordinary sitting room; whether she should see the light of it from before or after passing the house; and now her glance was directed often behind her, that they might be sure in any case of not missing their desired haven. In vain she looked forward or back; it was all one; no cheering glimmer of lamp or candle greeted her straining eyes. Hurriedly now, from time to time, the comforting words were spoken to Ellen; for to pursue the long stretch of way that led onward from Mr. Van Brunt's to Miss Fortune's would be a very serious matter. Alice wanted comfort herself. "Shall we get there soon, do you think, Miss Alice?" said poor Ellen, whose wearied feet carried her painfully over the deepening snow. The tone of voice went to Alice's heart. "I don't know, my darling. I hope so," she answered; but it was spoken rather patiently than cheerfully. "Fear nothing, dear Ellen. Remember who has the care of us. Darkness and light are both alike to him. Nothing will do us any real harm." "How tired you must be, dear Miss Alice, carrying pussy!" Ellen said with a sigh. For the first time Alice echoed the sigh, but almost immediately Ellen exclaimed in a totally different tone, "There's a light! But it isn't a candle; it is moving about. What is it, Miss Alice?" They stopped and looked. A light there certainly was, dimly seen, moving at some little distance from the fence on the opposite side of the road. All of a sudden it disappeared. "What is it?" whispered Ellen, fearfully. "I don't know, my love, yet. Wait." They waited several minutes. "What could it be?" said Ellen. "It was certainly a light. I saw it as plainly as ever I saw anything. What can it have done with itself? There it is again, going the other way." Alice waited no longer, but screamed out, "Who's there?" But the light paid no attention to her cry; it travelled on. "Hallo!" called Alice again, as loud as she could. "Hallo!" answered a rough, deep voice. The light suddenly stopped. "That's he! that's he!" exclaimed Ellen, in an ecstasy, and almost dancing. "I know it! It's Mr. Van Brunt! it's Mr. Van Brunt! Oh, Miss Alice!" Struggling between crying and laughing, Ellen could not stand it, but gave way to a good fit of crying. Alice felt the infection, but controlled herself. Though her eyes watered as her heart sent up its grateful tribute, as well as she could, she answered the "Hallo." The light was seen advancing towards them. Presently it glimmered faintly behind the fence, showing a bit of the dark rails covered with snow, and they could dimly see the figure of a man getting over them. He crossed the road to where they stood. It was Mr. Van Brunt. "I am very glad to see you, Mr. Van Brunt," said Alice's sweet voice, but it trembled a little. "Oh, Mr. Van Brunt!" sobbed Ellen. That gentleman, at first dumb with astonishment, lifted his lantern to survey them, and to assure his eyes that his ears had not been mistaken. "Miss Alice! how in the name of wonder! And my poor little lamb! But what on earth Ma'am, you must be half dead. Come this way just come back a little bit. Why, where were you going, Ma'am?" "To your house, Mr. Van Brunt. I have been looking for it with no little anxiety, I assure you." "Looking for it! But how on earth? You wouldn't see the biggest house ever was built half a yard off such a plaguy night as this. But I thought I should see the light from the windows, Mr. Van Brunt." "The light from the windows! The storm rattled so agin the windows, that mother made me pull the great shutters to. I won't have 'em shut again of a stormy night, that's a fact. You'd a gone far enough afore you had seen the light through them shutters." "Then we had passed the house already, hadn't we?" "Indeed you had, Ma'am. I guess you saw my light, hadn't you?" "Yes, and glad enough we were to see it, too." "I suppose so. It happened so to night. Now that is a queer thing. I minded that I hadn't untied my horse; he's a trick of being untied at night, and won't sleep well if he ain't; and mother wanted me to let him alone 'cause of the awful storm. But I couldn't go to my bed in peace till I had seen him to his'n; so that's how my lantern came to be going to the barn in such an awk'ard night as this." They had reached the little gate, and Mr. Van Brunt with some difficulty pulled it open. The snow lay thick upon the neat brick walk which Ellen had trod the first time with wet feet and dripping garments. A few steps further, and they came to the same door that had opened then so hospitably to receive her. As the faint light of the lantern was thrown upon the old latch and door posts, Ellen felt at home, and a sense of comfort sank down into her heart which she had not known for some time. CHAPTR XX. Chapter XX. Of the wide, wide world. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World, by Susan Warner. Chapter XX. Head sick and heart sick. Mr. Van Brunt flung open the door, and the two wet and weary travellers stepped after him into the same cheerful, comfortable looking kitchen that had received Ellen once before. Just the same, tidy, clean swept up, a good fire, and the same old red backed chairs standing round on the hearth in most cosy fashion. It seemed to Ellen a perfect storehouse of comfort; the very walls had a kind face for her. There were no other faces, however; the chairs were all empty. Mr. Van Brunt put Alice in one, and Ellen in another, and shouted, "Mother, here!" muttering that she had taken herself off with a light somewhere. Not very far, for in half a minute, answering the call, Mrs. Van Brunt and the light came hurriedly in. "What's the matter, 'Brahm? Who's this? Why, 'tain't Miss Alice! My gracious me! and all wet! Oh, dear, dear, poor lamb! Why, Miss Alice, dear, where have you been? And if that ain't my little Ellen! Oh, dear, what a fix you are in! Well, darling, I'm glad to see you again, almost any way." She crossed over to kiss Ellen as she said this, but surprise was not more quickly alive than kindness and hospitality. She fell to work immediately to remove Alice's wet things, and to do whatever their joint prudence and experience might suggest to ward off any ill effects from the fatigue and exposure the wanderers had suffered. And while she was thus employed, Mr. Van Brunt busied himself with Ellen, who was really in no condition to help herself. It was curious to see him carefully taking off Ellen's wet hood not the blue one and knocking it gently to get rid of the snow, evidently thinking that ladies' things must have delicate handling. He tried the cloak next, but boggled sadly at the fastening of that, and at last was fain to call in help. "Here, Nancy, where are you? Step here and see if you can undo this here thing, whatever you call it. I believe my fingers are too big for it." It was Ellen's former acquaintance who came forward in obedience to this call. Ellen had not seen before that she was in the room. Nancy grinned a mischievous smile of recognition as she stooped to Ellen's throat and undid the fastening of the cloak, and then shortly enough bade her get up that she might take it off. Ellen obeyed, but was very glad to sit down again. While Nancy went to the door to shake the cloak, Mr. Van Brunt was gently pulling off Ellen's wet gloves, and on Nancy's return he directed her to take off the shoes, which were filled with snow. Nancy sat down on the floor before Ellen to obey this order, and, tired and exhausted as she was, Ellen felt the different manner in which her hands and feet were waited upon. "How did you get into this scrape?" said Nancy. "This was none of my doings, anyhow. It'll never be dry weather, Ellen, where you are. I won't put on my Sunday go to meeting clothes when I go a walking with you. You had ought to ha' been a duck or a goose, or something like that. What's that for, Mr. Van Brunt?" This last query, pretty sharply spoken, was in answer to a light touch of that gentleman's hand upon Miss Nancy's ear, which came rather as a surprise. He deigned no reply. "You're a fine gentleman," said Nancy, tartly. "Have you done what I gave you to do?" said Mr. Van Brunt, coolly. "Yes, there," said Nancy, holding up Ellen's bare feet on one hand, while the fingers of the other, secretly applied in ticklish fashion to the soles of them, caused Ellen suddenly to start and scream. "Get up!" said Mr. Van Brunt. Nancy didn't think best to disobey. "Mother, han't you got nothing you want Nancy to do?" "Sally," said Mrs. Van Brunt, "you and Nancy go and fetch here a couple of pails of hot water, right away." "Go, and mind what you are about," said Mr. Van Brunt; "and after that keep out of this room, and don't whisper again till I give you leave. Now, Miss Ellen, dear, how do you feel?" Ellen said in words that she felt nicely, but the eyes and the smile said a great deal more. Ellen's heart was running over. "Oh, she'll feel nicely directly, I'll be bound," said Mrs. Van Brunt. "Wait till she get her feet soaked, and then" "I do feel nicely now," said Ellen. And Alice smiled in answer to their inquiries, and said if she only knew her father was easy, there would be nothing wanting to her happiness. The bathing of their feet was a great refreshment, and their kind hostess had got ready a plentiful supply of hot herb tea, with which both Alice and Ellen were well dosed. While they sat sipping this, toasting their feet before the fire, Mrs. Van Brunt and the girls meanwhile preparing their room, Mr. Van Brunt suddenly entered. He was cloaked and hatted, and had a riding whip in his hand. "Is there any word you'd like to get home, Miss Alice? I'm going to ride a good piece that way, and I can stop as good as not." "To night, Mr. Van Brunt!" exclaimed Alice, in astonishment. Mr. Van Brunt's silence seemed to say that to night was the time, and no other. "But the storm is too bad," urged Alice. "Pray don't go till to morrow." "Pray don't, Mr. Van Brunt," said Ellen. "Can't help it; I've got business; must go. What shall I say, Ma'am?" "I should be very glad," said Alice, "to have my father know where I am. Are you going very near the Nose?" "Very near." "Then I shall be greatly obliged if you will be so kind as to stop and relieve my father's anxiety. But how can you go in such weather, and so dark as it is?" "Never fear," said Mr. Van Brunt; "we'll be back in half an hour, if 'Brahm and me don't come across a snowdrift a leetle too deep. Good night, Ma'am;" and out he went. "Back in a half hour," said Alice, musing. "Why, he said he had been to untie his horse for the night. He must be going on our account, I am sure, Ellen." "On your account!" said Ellen, smiling. "Oh, I knew that all the time, Miss Alice. I don't think he'll stop to relieve Aunt Fortune's anxiety." Alice sprang to call him back, but Mrs. Van Brunt assured her it was too late, and that she need not be uneasy, for her son "didn't mind the storm no more than a weather board. 'Brahm and 'Brahm could go anywhere in any sort of a time. He was a going without speaking to you, but I told him he had better, for maybe you wanted to send some word particular. And your room's ready now, dear, and you'd better go to bed, and sleep as long as you can." They went, thankfully. "Isn't this a pleasant room?" said Ellen, who saw everything in rose colour; "and a nice bed! But I feel as if I could sleep on the floor to night. Isn't it almost worth while to have such a time, Miss Alice, for the sake of the pleasure afterwards?" "I don't know, Ellen," said Alice, smiling; "I won't say that, though it is worth paying a price for, to find out how much kindness there is in some people's hearts. As to sleeping on the floor, I must say I never felt less inclined to it." "Well, I am tired enough too," said Ellen, as they laid themselves down. "2 nights with you in a week! Oh, those weeks before I saw you, Miss Alice!" One earnest kiss for good night, and Ellen's sigh of pleasure on touching the pillow was scarcely breathed when sleep, deep and sound, fell upon her eyelids. It was very late next morning when they awoke, having slept rather heavily than well. They crawled out of bed, feeling stiff and sore in every limb, each confessing to more evil effects from their adventure than she had been aware of the evening before. All the rubbing and bathing and drinking that Mrs. Van Brunt had administered had been too little to undo what wet and cold and fatigue had done; but Mrs. Van Brunt had set her breakfast table with everything her house could furnish that was nice; a bountifully spread board it was. Mr. Humphreys was there too, and no bad feelings of 2 of the party could prevent that from being a most cheerful and pleasant meal. Even Mr. Humphreys and Mr. Van Brunt, 2 persons not usually given to many words, came out wonderfully on this occasion; gratitude and pleasure in the one, and generous feeling on the part of the other, untied their tongues; and Ellen looked from one to the other in some amazement to see how agreeable they could be. Kindness and hospitality always kept Mrs. Van Brunt in full flow, and Alice, whenever she felt, exerted herself and supplied what was wanting everywhere, like the transparent glazing which painters used to spread over the dead colour of their pictures. Unknown, it was she gave life and harmony to the whole; and Ellen, in her enjoyment of everything and everybody, forgot or despised aches and pains, and even whispered to Alice that coffee was making her well again. But happy breakfasts must come to an end, and so did this, prolonged though it was. Immediately after, the party, whom circumstances had gathered for the first and probably the last time, scattered again; but the meeting had left pleasant effects on all minds. Mrs. Van Brunt was in general delight that she had entertained so many people she thought a great deal of, and particularly glad of the chance of showing her kind feelings towards 2 of the number. Mr. Humphreys remarked upon that very sensible, good hearted man, Mr. Van Brunt, towards whom he felt himself under great obligation. Mr. Van Brunt said, the minister weren't such a grum man as people called him; and moreover said, it was a good thing to have an education, and he had a notion to read more. As for Alice and Ellen, they went away full of kind feeling for every one, and much love to each other. This was true of them before, but their late troubles had drawn them closer together, and given them fresh occasion to value their friends. Mr. Humphreys had brought the little 1-horse sleigh for his daughter, and soon after breakfast Ellen saw it drive off with her. Mr. Van Brunt then harnessed his own and carried Ellen home. Ill though she felt, the poor child made an effort, and spent part of the morning in finishing the long letter to her mother, which had been on the stocks since Monday. The effort became painful towards the last, and the aching limbs and trembling hand of which she complained were the first beginnings of a serious fit of illness. She went to bed that same afternoon, and did not leave it again for 2 weeks. Cold had taken violent hold of her system, fever set in and ran high, and half the time little Ellen's wits were roving in delirium. Nothing, however, could be too much for Miss Fortune's energies. She was as much at home in a sick room as in a well one; she flew about with increased agility, was upstairs and downstairs 20 times in the course of a day, and kept all straight everywhere. Ellen's room was always the picture of neatness; the wood fire was taken care of. Miss Fortune seemed to know by instinct when it wanted a fresh supply, and to be on the spot by magic to give it. Ellen's medicines were dealt out in proper time; her gruels and drinks perfectly well made and arranged, with appetizing nicety, on a little table by the bedside, where she could reach them herself; and Miss Fortune was generally at hand when she was wanted. But, in spite of all this, there was something missing in that sick room; there was a great want; and whenever the delirium was upon her, Ellen made no secret of it. She was never violent, but she moaned, sometimes impatiently, and sometimes plaintively, for her mother. It was a vexation to Miss Fortune to hear her. The name of her mother was all the time on her lips; if by chance her aunt's name came in, it was spoken in a way that generally sent her bouncing out of the room. "Mamma," poor Ellen would say, "just lay your hand on my forehead, will you? It's so hot! oh, do, Mamma! Where are you? Do put your hand on my forehead, won't you? Oh, do speak to me! Why don't you, Mamma? Oh, why don't she come to me?" Once, when Ellen was uneasily calling in this fashion for her mother's hand, Miss Fortune softly laid her own upon the child's brow; but the quick sudden jerk of the head from under it told her how well Ellen knew the one from the other; and little as she cared for Ellen, it was wormwood to her. Miss Fortune was not without offers of help during this sick time. Mrs. Van Brunt, and afterwards Mrs. Vawse, asked leave to come and nurse Ellen; but Miss Fortune declared it was more plague than profit to her, and she couldn't be bothered with having strangers about. Mrs. Van Brunt she suffered, much against her will, to come for a day or two; at the end of that, Miss Fortune found means to get rid of her civilly. Mrs. Vawse she would not allow to stay an hour. The old lady got leave, however, to go up to the sick room for a few minutes. Ellen, who was then in a high fever, informed her that her mother was downstairs, and her aunt Fortune would not let her come up; she pleaded with tears that she might come, and entreated Mrs. Vawse to take her aunt away, and send her mother. Mrs. Vawse tried to soothe her. Miss Fortune grew impatient. "What on earth's the use," said she, "of talking to a child that's out of her head? She can't hear reason; that's the way she gets into whenever the fever's on her. I have the pleasure of hearing that sort of thing all the time. Come away, Mrs. Vawse, and leave her. She can't be better any way than alone; and I am in the room every other thing. She's just as well quiet. Nobody knows," said Miss Fortune, on her way downstairs "nobody knows the blessings of taking care of other people's children that han't tried it. I've tried it, to my heart's content." Mrs. Vawse sighed, but departed in silence. It was not when the fever was on her and the delirium high that Ellen most felt the want she then so pitifully made known. There were other times. When her head was aching, and weary and weak she lay still there. Oh, how she longed then for the dear wonted face, the old quiet smile that carried so much of comfort and assurance with it, the voice that was like heaven's music, the touch of that loved hand to which she had clung for so many years; she could scarcely bear to think of it, sometimes. In the still, wakeful hours of night, when the only sound to be heard was the heavy breathing of her aunt asleep on the floor by her side; and in the long, solitary day, when the only variety to be looked for was Miss Fortune's flitting in and out, and there came to be a sameness about that, Ellen mourned her loss bitterly. Many and many were the silent tears that rolled down and wet her pillow; many a long drawn sigh came from the very bottom of Ellen's heart. She was too weak and subdued now for violent weeping. She wondered sadly why Alice did not come to see her. It was another great grief added to the former. She never chose, however, to mention her name to her aunt. She kept her wonder and her sorrow to herself, all the harder to bear for that. After 2 weeks Ellen began to mend, and then she became exceedingly weary of being alone and shut up to her room. It was a pleasure to have her Bible and hymn book lying upon the bed, and a great comfort when she was able to look at a few words; but that was not very often, and she longed to see somebody, and hear something beside her aunt's dry questions and answers. One afternoon Ellen was sitting, alone as usual, bolstered up in bed. Her little hymn book was clasped in her hand. Though not equal to reading, she felt the touch of it a solace to her. Half dozing, half waking, she had been perfectly quiet for some time, when the sudden and not very gentle opening of the room door caused her to start and open her eyes. They opened wider than usual, for, instead of her aunt Fortune, it was the figure of Miss Nancy Vawse that presented itself. She came in briskly, and, shutting the door behind her, advanced to the bedside. "Well," she said, "there you are! Why, you look smart enough. I've come to see you." "Have you?" said Ellen, uneasily. "Miss Fortune's gone out, and she told me to come and take care of you; so I'm a going to spend the afternoon." "Are you?" said Ellen, again. "Yes; ain't you glad? I knew you must be lonely, so I thought I'd come." There was a mischievous twinkle in Nancy's eyes. Ellen for once in her life wished for her aunt's presence. "What are you doing?" "Nothing," said Ellen. "Nothing, indeed! It's a fine thing to lie there and do nothing. You won't get well in a hurry, I guess, will you? You look as well as I do this minute. Oh, I always knew you was a sham." "You are very much mistaken," said Ellen, indignantly. "I have been very sick, and I am not at all well yet." "Fiddle-dee-dee! It's very nice to think so. I guess you're lazy. How soft and good those pillows do look, to be sure! Come, Ellen, try getting up a little. I believe you hurt yourself with sleeping. It'll do you good to be out of bed a while. Come, get up." She pulled Ellen's arm as she spoke. "Stop, Nancy! Let me alone!" cried Ellen, struggling with all her force. "I mustn't I can't I mustn't get up. What do you mean? I am not able to sit up at all. Let me go." She succeeded in freeing herself from Nancy's grasp. "Well, you're an obstinate piece," said the other. "Have your own way. But mind, I'm left in charge of you. Is it time for you to take your physic?" "I'm not taking any," said Ellen. "What are you taking?" "Nothing but gruel and little things." "Gruel and little things. Little things means something good, I s'pose. Well, is it time for you to take your gruel or one of the little things?" "No, I don't want any." "Oh, that's nothing. People never know what's good for them. I'm your nurse now, and I'm going to give it to you when I think you want it. Let me feel your pulse. Yes, your pulse says gruel is wanting. I shall put some down to warm right away." "I shan't take it," said Ellen. "That's a likely story; you'd better not say so. I rather s'pose you will if I give it to you. Look here, Ellen, you'd better mind how you behave. You're going to do just what I tell you. I know how to manage you. If you make any fuss I shall just tickle you finely," said Nancy, as she prepared a bed of coals, and set the cup of gruel on it to get hot. "I'll do it in no time at all, my young lady, so you'd better mind." Poor Ellen involuntarily curled up her feet under the bed clothes, so as to get them as far as possible out of harm's way. She judged the best thing was to keep quiet if she could, so she said nothing. Nancy was in great glee, with something of the same spirit of mischief that a cat shows when she has captured a mouse at the end of her paws. While the gruel was heating, she spun round the room in quest of amusement, and her sudden jerks and flings from one place and thing to another had so much of lawlessness, that Ellen was in perpetual terror as to what she might take it into her head to do next. "Where does that door lead to?" "I believe that one leads to the garret," said Ellen. "You believe so? Why don't you say it does at once?" "I haven't been up to see." "You haven't? You expect me to believe that, I s'pose. I'm not quite such a gull as you take me for. What's up there?" "I don't know, of course." "Of course! I declare I don't know what you are up to exactly; but if you won't tell me, I'll find out for myself pretty quick, that's one thing." She flung open the door and ran up, and Ellen heard her feet trampling overhead from one end of the house to the other, and sounds, too, of pushing and pulling things over the floor. It was plain Nancy was rummaging. "Well," said Ellen, as she turned uneasily upon her bed, "it's no affair of mine. I can't help it, whatever she does. But oh, won't Aunt Fortune be angry!" Nancy presently came down with her frock gathered up into a bag before her. "What do you think I have got here?" said she. "I s'pose you didn't know there was a basket of fine hickory nuts up there in the corner. Was it you or Miss Fortune that hid them away so nicely? I s'pose she thought nobody would ever think of looking behind that great blue chest and under the feather bed; but it takes me. Miss Fortune was afraid of your stealing 'em, I guess, Ellen." "She needn't have been," said Ellen, indignantly. "No, I s'pose you wouldn't take 'em if you saw 'em; you wouldn't eat 'em if they were cracked for you, would you?" She flung some on Ellen's bed as she spoke. Nancy had seated herself on the floor, and using for a hammer a piece of old iron she had brought down with her from the garret, she was cracking the nuts on the clean white hearth. "Indeed I wouldn't," said Ellen, throwing them back; "and you oughtn't to crack them there, Nancy; you'll make a dreadful mess." "What, do you think I care?" said the other scornfully. She leisurely cracked and ate as many as she pleased of the nuts, bestowing the rest in the bosom of her frock. Ellen watched fearfully for her next move. If she should open the little door and get among her books and boxes! Nancy's first care, however, was the cup of gruel. It was found too hot for any mortal lips to bear, so it was set on one side to cool. Then taking up her rambling examination of the room, she went from window to window. "What fine big windows! One might get in here easy enough. I declare, Ellen, some night I'll set the ladder up against here, and the first thing you'll see will be me coming in. You'll have me to sleep with before you think." "I'll fasten my windows," said Ellen. "No, you won't. You'll do it a night or two, maybe, but then you'll forget it. I shall find them open when I come." "Oh, I'll come." "But I could call Aunt Fortune," said Ellen. "No, you couldn't, 'cause if you spoke a word I'd tickle you to death, that's what I'd do. I know how to fix you off; and if you did call her, I'd just whap out of the window and run off with my ladder, and then you'd get a fine combing for disturbing the house. What's in this trunk?" "Only my clothes and things," said Ellen. "Oh, goody! that's fine. Now I'll have a look at 'em. That's just what I wanted, only I didn't know it. Where's the key? Oh, here it is, sticking in. That's good." "Oh, please don't!" said Ellen, raising herself on her elbow. "They're all in nice order, and you'll get them all in confusion. Oh, do let them alone!" "You'd best be quiet, or I'll come and see you," said Nancy. "I'm just going to look at everything in it, and if I find anything out of sorts, you'll get it. What's this? Ruffles? I declare, ain't you fine! I'll see how they look on me. What a plague, you haven't a glass in the room! Never mind, I'm used to dressing without a glass." "Oh, I wish you wouldn't," said Ellen, who was worried to the last degree at seeing her nicely done up ruffles round Nancy's neck; "they're so nice, and you'll muss them all up." "Don't cry about it," said Nancy, coolly. "I ain't a going to eat 'em. My goodness, what a fine hood! Ain't that pretty?" The nice blue hood was turning about in Nancy's fingers, and well looked at inside and out. Ellen was in distress for fear it would go on Nancy's head, as well as the ruffles round her neck, but it didn't. She flung it at length on one side, and went on pulling out one thing after another, strewing them very carelessly about the floor. "What's here? A pair of dirty stockings, as I'm alive! Ain't you ashamed to put dirty stockings in your trunk?" "They are no such thing," said Ellen, who in her vexation was in danger of forgetting her fear. "I've worn them but once." "They've no business in here, anyhow," said Nancy, rolling them up in a hard ball, and giving them a sudden fling at Ellen. They just missed her face, and struck the wall beyond. Ellen seized them to throw back, but her weakness warned her that she was not able, and a moment reminded her of the folly of doing anything to rouse Nancy, who, for the present, was pretty quiet. Ellen lay upon her pillow and looked on, ready to cry with vexation. All her nicely stowed piles of white clothes were ruthlessly hurled out and tumbled about; her capes tried on; her summer dresses unfolded, displayed, criticised. Nancy decided one was too short, another very ugly, a third horribly ill made; and when she had done with each, it was cast out of her way, on one side or the other, as the case may be. The floor was littered with clothes in various states of disarrangement and confusion. The bottom of the trunk was reached at last, and then Nancy suddenly recollected her gruel, and sprang to it. But it had grown cold again. "This won't do," said Nancy, as she put it on the coals again; "it must be just right; it'll warm soon; and then, Miss Ellen, you're a going to take it, whether or no. I hope you won't give me the pleasure of pouring it down." Meanwhile, she opened the little door of Ellen's study closet, and went in there, though Ellen begged her not. She pulled the door to, and stayed some time perfectly quiet. Not able to see or hear what she was doing, and fretted beyond measure that her work box and writing desk should be at Nancy's mercy, or even feel the touch of her fingers, Ellen could at last stand it no longer, but threw herself out of the bed, weak as she was, and went to see what was going on. Nancy was seated quietly on the floor, examining, with much interest, the contents of the work box, trying on the thimble, cutting bits of thread with the scissors, and marking the ends of the spools, with whatever like pieces of mischief her restless spirit could devise. But when Ellen opened the door, she put the box from her and started up. "My goodness me!" said she, "this'll never do. What are you out here for? You'll catch your death with those dear little bare feet, and we shall have the mischief to pay." As she said this, she caught up Ellen in her arms as if she had been a baby, and carried her back to the bed, where she laid her with 2 or 3 little shakes, and then proceeded to spread up the clothes and tuck her in all round. She then ran for the gruel. Ellen was in great question whether to give way to tears or vexation, but with some difficulty determined upon vexation as the best plan. Nancy prepared the gruel to her liking, and brought it to the bedside, but to get it swallowed was another matter. Nancy was resolved Ellen should take it. Ellen had less strength, but quite as much obstinacy as her enemy, and she was equally resolved not to drink a drop. Between laughing on Nancy's part, and very serious anger on Ellen's, a struggle ensued. Nancy tried to force it down, but Ellen's shut teeth were as firm as a vice, and the end was that 2/3 were bestowed on the sheet. Ellen burst into tears. Nancy laughed. "Well, I do think," said she, "you are one of the hardest customers I ever came across. I shouldn't want to have the managing of you when you get a little bigger. Oh, the way Miss Fortune will look when she comes in here will be a caution. Oh, what fun!" Nancy shouted and clapped her hands. "Come, stop crying," said she. "What a baby you are! What are you crying for? Come, stop! I'll make you laugh if you don't." 2 or 3 little applications of Nancy's fingers made her words good, but laughing was mixed with crying, and Ellen writhed in hysterics. Just then came a little knock at the door. Ellen did not hear it, but it quieted Nancy. She stood still a moment, and then, as the knock was repeated, she called out boldly, "Come in!" Ellen raised her head, to see who there might be, and great was the surprise of both, and the joy of one, as the tall form and broad shoulders of Mr. Van Brunt presented themselves. "Oh, Mr. Van Brunt!" sobbed Ellen, "I am so glad to see you! Won't you please send Nancy away?" "What are you doing here?" said the astonished Dutchman. "Look and see, Mr. Van Brunt," said Nancy, with a smile of mischief's own curling. "You won't be long finding out, I guess. Take yourself off, and don't let me hear of you being caught here again." "I'll go when I'm ready, thank you," said Nancy; "and as to the rest, I haven't been caught the first time, yet. I don't know what you mean." She sprang as she finished her sentence, for Mr. Van Brunt made a sudden movement to catch her then and there. He was foiled, and then began a running chase round the room, in the course of which Nancy dodged, pushed, and sprang, with a power of squeezing by impassibles and overleaping impossibilities, that, to say the least of it, was remarkable. The room was too small for her, and she was caught at last. "I vow," said Mr. Van Brunt, as he pinioned her hands, "I should like to see you play blind man's buff for once, if I warn't the blind man." "How'd you see me if you was?" said Nancy, scornfully. "Now, Miss Ellen," said Mr. Van Brunt, as he brought her to Ellen's bedside, "here she is safe; what shall I do with her?" "If you will only send her away, and not let her come back, Mr. Van Brunt," said Ellen, "I'll be so much obliged to you." "Let me go," said Nancy. "I declare you're a real mean Dutchman, Mr. Van Brunt." He took both her hands in one, and laid the other lightly over her ears. "I'll let you go," said he. "Now don't you be caught here again, if you know what is good for yourself." He saw Miss Nancy out of the door, and then came back to Ellen, who was crying heartily again from nervous vexation. "She's gone," said he. "What has that wicked thing been doing, Miss Ellen? What's the matter with you?" "Oh, Mr. Van Brunt," said Ellen, "you can't think how she has worried me. She has been here this great while; just look at all my things on the floor, and that isn't the half." Mr. Van Brunt gave a long whistle as his eyes surveyed the tokens of Miss Nancy's mischief making, over and through which both she and himself had been chasing at full speed, making the state of matters rather worse than it was before. "I do say," said he, slowly, "that is too bad. I'd fix them up again for you, Miss Ellen, if I knew how; but my hands are almost as clumsy as my feet, and I see the marks of them there. It's too bad, I declare; I didn't know what I was going on." "Never mind, Mr. Van Brunt," said Ellen; "I don't mind what you have done a bit. I am so glad to see you." She put out her little hand to him as she spoke. He took it in his own silently; but, though he said and showed nothing of it, Ellen's look and tone of affection thrilled his heart with pleasure. "How do you do?" he said, kindly. "I'm a great deal better," said Ellen. "Sit down, won't you, Mr. Van Brunt? I want to see you a little." Horses wouldn't have drawn him away after that. He sat down. "Ain't you going to be up again some of these days?" said he. "Oh, yes, I hope so," said Ellen, sighing. "I am very tired of lying here." He looked round the room, got up and mended the fire, then came and sat down again. "I was up yesterday for a minute," said Ellen, "but the chair tired me so, I was glad to get back to bed again." It was no wonder; harder and straighter backed chairs never were invented. Probably Mr. Van Brunt thought so. "Wouldn't you like to have a rocking cheer?" said he, suddenly, as if a bright thought had struck him. "Oh, yes, how much I should!" said Ellen, with another long drawn breath; "but there isn't such a thing in the house, that ever I saw." "Ay, but there is in other houses, though," said Mr. Van Brunt, with as near an approach to a smile as his lips commonly made. "We'll see." Ellen smiled more broadly. "But don't you give yourself any trouble for me," said she. "Trouble, indeed!" said Mr. Van Brunt. "I don't know anything about that. How came that wicked thing up here to plague you?" "She said Aunt Fortune left her to take care of me." "That's one of her lies. Your aunt's gone out, I know; but she's a trifle wiser than to do such a thing as that. She has plagued you badly, han't she?" He might have thought so. The colour which excitement brought into Ellen's face had faded away, and she had settled herself back against her pillow with an expression of weakness and weariness that the strong man saw and felt. "What is there I can do for you?" said he, with a gentleness that seemed almost strange from such lips. "If you would," said Ellen, faintly, "if you could be so kind as to read me a hymn, I should be so glad. I've had nobody to read to me." Her hand put the little book towards him as she said so. Mr. Van Brunt would vastly rather any one had asked him to plough an acre; he was to the full as much confounded as poor Ellen had once been at a request of his. He hesitated and looked towards Ellen, wishing for an excuse. But the pale little face that lay there against the pillow, the drooping eyelids, the meek, helpless look of the little child, put all excuses out of his head; and though he would have chosen to do almost anything else, he took the book, and asked her "Where?" She said "Anywhere," and he took the first he saw. "Poor, weak, and worthless though I am, I have a rich, almighty Friend; Jesus the Saviour is his name; He freely loves, and without end." "Oh," said Ellen, with a sigh of pleasure, and folding her hands on her breast, "how lovely that is!" He stopped and looked at her a moment, and then went on with increased gravity. "He ransomed me from hell with blood, And by his power my foes controlled. He found me wandering far from God, And brought me to his chosen fold." "Fold?" said Ellen, opening her eyes; "what is that?" "It's where sheep are penned, ain't it?" said Mr. Van Brunt, after a pause. "Oh, yes," said Ellen, "that's it, I remember. That's like what he said 'I am the good shepherd,' and 'the Lord is my shepherd.' I know now. Go on, please." He finished the hymn with no more interruption. Looking again towards Ellen, he was surprised to see several large tears finding their way down her cheeks from under the wet eyelash; but she quickly wiped them away. "What do you read them things for," said he, "if they make you feel bad?" "Feel bad?" said Ellen. "Oh, they don't; they make me happy. I love them dearly. I never read that one before. You can't think how much I am obliged to you for reading it to me. Will you let me see where it is?" He gave it to her. "Yes, there's his mark," said Ellen, with sparkling eyes. "Now, Mr. Van Brunt, would you be so very good as to read it once more?" He obeyed; it was easier this time. She listened as before, with closed eyes, but the colour came and went, once or twice. "Thank you very much," she said, when he had done. "Are you going?" "I must; I have some things to look after." She held his hand still. "Mr. Van Brunt, don't you love hymns?" "I don't know much about 'em, Miss Ellen." "Mr. Van Brunt, are you one of that fold?" "What fold?" "The fold of Christ's people." "I'm afeard not, Miss Ellen," said he, soberly, after a minute's pause. "Because," said Ellen, bursting into tears, "I wish you were, very much." She carried the great brown hand to her lips before she let it go. He went out without saying a word; but when he got out he stopped and looked at a little tear she had left on the back of it, and he looked till one of his own fell there to keep it company. CHAPTer 20. Chapter 21 of the Wide, Wide World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World, by Susan Warner. Chapter 21. Footsteps of Angels. The next day, about the middle of the afternoon, a light step crossed the shed, and the great door opening gently, in walked Miss Alice Humphreys. The room was all redd up, and Miss Fortune and her mother sat there at work, one picking over white beans at the table, the other in her usual seat by the fire, and at her usual employment, which was knitting. Alice came forward and asked the old lady how she did. "Pretty well oh, pretty well," she answered, with the look of bland good humour her face almost always wore; "and glad to see you, dear. Take a chair." Alice did so, quite aware that the other person in the room was not glad to see her. "And how goes the world with you, Miss Fortune?" "Humph! it's a queer kind of world, I think," answered that lady, dryly, sweeping some of the picked beans into her pan. "I get almost sick of it, sometimes." "Why, what's the matter?" said Alice, pleasantly. "May I ask? Has anything happened to trouble you?" "Oh, no," said the other, somewhat impatiently; "nothing that's any matter to any one but myself. It's no use speaking about it." "Ah, Fortune would never take the world easy," said the old woman, shaking her head from side to side; "never would. I never could get her to." "Now, do hush, mother, will you?" said the daughter, turning round upon her with startling sharpness of look and tone. "Take the world easy! You always did. I'm glad I ain't like you." "I don't think it's a bad way, after all," said Alice. "What's the use of taking it hard, Miss Fortune?" "The way one goes on," said that lady, picking away at her beans very fast, and not answering Alice's question. "I'm tired of it. Toil, toil, and drive, drive, from morning to night; and what's the end of it all?" "Not much," said Alice, gravely, "if our toiling looks no further than this world. When we go we shall carry nothing away with us. I should think it would be very wearisome to toil only for what we cannot keep, nor stay long to enjoy." "It's a pity you weren't a minister, Miss Alice," said Miss Fortune, dryly. "Oh, no, Miss Fortune," said Alice, smiling; "the family would be overstocked. My father is one, and my brother will be another; a third would be too much. You must be so good as to let me preach without taking orders." "Well, I wish every minister was as good a one as you'd make," said Miss Fortune, her hard face giving way a little; "at any rate, nobody'd mind anything you'd say, Miss Alice." "That would be unlucky, in one sense," said Alice; "but I believe I know what you mean. But, Miss Fortune, no one would dream the world went very hard with you. I don't know anybody, I think, lives in more independent comfort and plenty, and has more things to her mind. I never come to the house that I am not struck with the fine look of the farm and all that belongs to it." "Yes," said the old lady, nodding her head 2 or 3 times, "Mr. Van Brunt is a good farmer very good there's no doubt about that." "I wonder what he'd do," said Miss Fortune, quickly and sharply as before, "if there warn't a head to manage for him. Oh, the farm's well enough, Miss Alice 'tain't that; every one knows where his own shoe pinches. I wish you'd let me into the secret, then, Miss Fortune. I'm a cobbler by profession." Miss Fortune's ill humour was giving way, but something disagreeable seemed again to cross her mind. Her brow darkened. "I say it's a poor kind of world, and I'm sick of it. One may slave, and slave one's life out for other people, and what thanks do you get? I'm sick of it. There's a little body upstairs, or I'm much mistaken, who will give you very sincere thanks for every kindness shown her." Miss Fortune tossed her head, and brushing the refuse beans into her lap, she pushed back her chair with a jerk, to go to the fire with them. "Much you know about her, Miss Alice. Thanks, indeed! I haven't seen the sign of such a thing since she's been here, for all I have worked and worked, and had plague enough with her, I am sure. Deliver me from other people's children, say I." "After all, Miss Fortune," said Alice, soberly, "it is not what we do for people that makes them love us; or, at least, everything depends on the way things are done. A look of love, a word of kindness, goes further towards winning the heart than years of service, or benefactions mountains high, without them." "Does she say I am unkind to her?" said Miss Fortune. "Pardon me," said Alice, "words on her part are unnecessary. It is easy to see from your own that there is no love lost between you, and I am very sorry it is so." "Love, indeed!" said Miss Fortune, with great indignation; "there never was any to lose, I can assure you. She plagues the very life out of me. Why, she hadn't been here 3 days before she went off with that girl Nancy Vawse, that I had told her never to go near, and was gone all night that's the time she got in the brook; and if you'd seen her face when I was scolding her about it, it was like 7 thunderclouds. Much you know about it. I dare say she's very sweet to you that's the way she is to everybody besides me; they all think she's too good to live, and it just makes me mad." "She told me herself," said Alice, "of her behaving ill another time, about her mother's letter." "Yes, that was another time. I wish you'd seen her. I believe she saw and felt her fault in that case. Didn't she ask your pardon? She said she would." "Yes," said Miss Fortune, dryly, "after a fashion." "Has she had her letter yet?" "No." "How is she to day?" "Oh, she's well enough; she's sitting up. You can go up and see her." "I will directly," said Alice. "But now, Miss Fortune, I am going to ask a favour of you. Will you do me a great pleasure?" "Certainly, Miss Alice, if I can." "If you think Ellen has been sufficiently punished for her ill behaviour, if you do not think it right to withhold her letter still, will you let me have the pleasure of giving it to her? I should take it as a great favour to myself." Miss Fortune made no kind of reply to this, but stalked out of the room, and in a few minutes stalked in again with the letter, which she gave to Alice, only saying shortly, "It came to me in a letter from her father." "You are willing she should have it?" said Alice. "Oh, yes; do what you like with it." Alice now went softly upstairs. She found Ellen's door a little ajar, and looking in, could see Ellen seated in a rocking chair between the door and the fire, in her double gown, and with her hymn book in her hand. It happened that Ellen had spent a good part of that afternoon in crying for her lost letter, and the face that she turned to the door, on hearing some slight noise outside, was very white and thin indeed; and though it was placid, too, her eye searched the crack of the door with a keen wistfulness that went to Alice's heart. But as the door was gently pushed open, and the eye caught the figure that stood behind it, the sudden and entire change of expression took away all her powers of speech. Ellen's face became radiant; she rose from her chair, and as Alice came silently in, and kneeling down to be near her, took her in her arms. Ellen put both hers round Alice's neck, and laid her face there. One was too happy, and the other too touched, to say a word. "My poor child!" was Alice's first expression. "No, I ain't," said Ellen, tightening the squeeze of her arms round Alice's neck; "I'm not poor at all now." Alice presently rose, sat down in the rocking chair, and took Ellen in her lap. Ellen rested her head on her bosom, as she had been wont to do of old time on her mother's. "I am too happy," she murmured; but she was weeping, and the current of tears seemed to gather force as it flowed. What was little Ellen thinking of just then? Oh, those times gone by, when she had sat just so, her head pillowed on another as gentle breast, kind arms wrapped round her, just as now, The same little, old double gown, the same weak, helpless feeling, the same committing herself to the strength and care of another; how much the same, and oh, how much not the same! And Ellen knew both. Blessing as she did the breast on which she leaned, and the arms whose pressure she felt, they yet reminded her sadly of those most loved and so very far away; and it was an odd mixture of relief and regret, joy and sorrow, gratified and ungratified affection, that opened the sluices of her eyes. Tears poured. "What is the matter, my love?" said Alice, softly. "I don't know," whispered Ellen. "Are you so glad to see me, or so sorry, or what is it?" "Oh, glad and sorry both, I think," said Ellen, with a long breath and sitting up. "Have you wanted me so much, my poor child?" "I cannot tell you how much," said Ellen, her words cut short. "And didn't you know that I have been sick too? What did you think had become of me? Why, Mrs. Vawse was with me a whole week, and this is the very first day I have been able to go out. It is so fine to day, I was permitted to ride Sharpdown." "Was that it?" said Ellen. "I did wonder, Miss Alice I did wonder very much why you did not come to see me; but I never liked to ask Miss Fortune, because " "Because what?" "I don't know as I ought to say what I was going to. I had a feeling she would be glad about what I was sorry about." "Don't know that you ought to say," said Alice. "Remember you are to study English with me." Ellen smiled a glad smile. "And you have had a weary 2 weeks of it, haven't you, dear?" "Oh," said Ellen, with another long drawn sigh, "how weary! Part of that time, to be sure, I was out of my head; but I have got so tired lying here all alone. Aunt Fortune coming in and out was just as good as nobody." "Poor child!" said Alice; "you have had a worse time than I." "I used to lie and watch that crack in the door at the foot of my bed," said Ellen, "and I got so tired of it I hated to see it; but when I opened my eyes I couldn't help looking at it, and watching all the little ins and outs of the crack, till I was as sick of it as I could be; and that button, too, that fastens a door, and the little round mark the button has made, and thinking how far the button went round; and then, if I looked towards the windows, I would go right to counting the panes, first up and down, and then across, and I didn't want to count them, but I couldn't help it; and watching to see through which pane the sky looked brightest. Oh, I got so sick of it all! There was only the fire that I didn't get tired of looking at; I always liked to lie and look at that, except when it hurt my eyes. And oh, how I wanted to see you, Miss Alice! You can't think how sad I felt that you didn't come to see me. I couldn't think what could be the matter. I should have been with you, dear, and not have left you, if I had not been tied at home myself." "So I thought, and that made it seem so strange. But oh, don't you think," said Ellen, her face suddenly brightening "don't you think Mr. Van Brunt came up to see me last night? Wasn't it good of him? He even sat down and read to me only think of that! And isn't he kind? He asked if I would like a rocking chair, and of course I said yes, for these other chairs are dreadful; they break my back, and there wasn't such a thing as a rocking chair in Aunt Fortune's house; she hates 'em, she says; and this morning the first thing I knew, in walked Mr. Van Brunt with this nice rocking chair. Just get up and see how nice it is; you see the back is cushioned, and the elbows, as well as the seat. It's queer looking, ain't it? but it's very comfortable. Wasn't it good of him?" "It was very kind, I think. But do you know, Ellen, I am going to have a quarrel with you." "What about?" said Ellen. "I don't believe it's anything very bad, for you look pretty good humoured, considering." "Nothing very bad," said Alice, "but still enough to quarrel about. You have twice said 'ain't' since I have been here." "Oh," said Ellen, laughing, "is that all?" "Yes," said Alice, "and my English ears don't like it at all." "Then they shan't hear it," said Ellen, kissing her. "I don't know what makes me say it I never used to. But I've got more to tell you I've had more visitors. Who do you think came to see me? You'd never guess Nancy Vawse! Mr. Van Brunt came in the very nick of time, when I was almost worried to death with her. Only think of her coming up here, unknown to everybody! And she stayed an age; and how she did go on! She cracked nuts on the hearth; she got every stitch of my clothes out of my trunk, and scattered them over the floor; she tried to make me drink gruel, till, between us, we spilled a great parcel on the bed; and she had begun to tickle me when Mr. Van Brunt came. Oh, wasn't I glad to see him! And when Aunt Fortune came up and saw it all, she was as angry as she could be, and she scolded and scolded, till at last I told her it was none of my doing I couldn't help it at all, and she needn't talk so to me about it; and then she said it was my fault, the whole of it; that if I hadn't scraped acquaintance with Nancy when she had forbidden me all this would never have happened." "There is some truth in that, isn't there, Ellen?" "Perhaps so; but I think it might have all happened whether or no; and at any rate, it is a little hard to talk so to me about it now, when it's all over and can't be helped." Oh, I have been so tired to day, Miss Alice. Aunt Fortune has been in such a bad humour." "What put her in a bad humour?" "Why, all this about Nancy in the first place; and then I know she didn't like Mr. Van Brunt's bringing the rocking chair for me. She couldn't say much, but I could see by her face. And then Mrs. Van Brunt's coming I don't think she liked that. Oh, Mrs. Van Brunt came to see me this morning, and brought me a custard. How many people are kind to me everywhere I go!" "I hope, dear Ellen, you don't forget whose kindness sends them all." "I don't, Miss Alice. I always think of that now; and it seems you can't think how pleasant to me sometimes." "Then I hope you can bear unkindness from one poor woman, who after all isn't as happy as you are, without feeling any ill will towards her in return." "I don't think I feel ill will towards her," said Ellen. "I always try as hard as I can not to; but I can't like her, Miss Alice, and I do get out of patience. It's very easy to put me out of patience, I think; it takes almost nothing sometimes. But remember, 'Charity suffereth long, and is kind.' " "And I try all the while, dear Miss Alice, to keep down my bad feelings," said Ellen, her eyes watering as she spoke. "I try and pray to get rid of them, and I hope I shall by and by. I believe I am very bad." Alice drew her closer. "I have felt very sad part of to day," said Ellen, presently "Aunt Fortune, and my being so lonely, and my poor letter, altogether; but part of the time I felt a great deal better. I was learning that lovely hymn. Do you know it, Miss Alice? 'Poor, weak, and worthless though I am,' Alice went on, 'I have a rich, almighty Friend; Jesus the Saviour is his name; He freely loves, and without end.' Oh, dear Ellen, whoever can say that, has no right to be unhappy; no matter what happens, we have enough to be glad of. And then I was thinking of those words in the Psalms 'Blessed is the man' stop, I'll find it I don't know exactly how it goes 'Blessed is he whose transgression is forgiven, whose sin is covered.' Oh, yes, indeed," said Alice. "It is a shame that any trifles should worry much those whose sins are forgiven them, and who are the children of the great King. Poor Miss Fortune never knew the sweetness of those words. We ought to be sorry for her and pray for her, Ellen, and never, never, even in thought, return evil for evil. It is not like Christ to do so." "I will not, if I can help it," said Ellen. "You can help it, but there is only one way. Now, Ellen, dear, I have 3 pieces of news for you, that I think you will like. One concerns you, another myself, and the third concerns both you and myself. Which will you have first?" "3 pieces of good news!" said Ellen, with opening eyes. "I think I'll have my part first." Directing Ellen's eyes to her pocket, Alice slowly made the corner of the letter show itself. Ellen's colour came and went quick as it was drawn forth; but when it was fairly out and she knew it again, she flung herself upon it with a desperate eagerness Alice had not looked for. She was startled at the half frantic way in which the child clasped and kissed it, weeping bitterly at the same time. Her transport was almost hysterical. She had opened the letter, but she was not able to read a word; and quitting Alice's arms, she threw herself upon the bed, sobbing in a mixture of joy and sorrow that seemed to take away her reason. Alice looked on surprised a moment, but only a moment, and turned away. When Ellen was able to begin her letter, the reading of it served to throw her back into fresh fits of tears. Many a word of Mrs. Montgomery's went so to her little daughter's heart that its very inmost chords of love and tenderness were wrung. It is true, the letter was short and very simple, but it came from her mother's heart; it was written by her mother's hand, and the very old remembered handwriting had mighty power to move her. She was so wrapped up in her own feelings, that through it all she never noticed that Alice was not near her, that Alice did not speak to comfort her. When the letter had been read time after time, and wept over again and again, and Ellen at last was folding it up for the present, she bethought herself of her friend, and turned to look after her. Alice was sitting by the window, her face hid in her hands; and as Ellen drew near, she was surprised to see that her tears were flowing and her breast heaving. Ellen came quite close, and softly laid her hand on Alice's shoulder, but it drew no attention. "Miss Alice," said Ellen, almost fearfully, "dear Miss Alice!" and her own eyes filled fast again. "What is the matter? Won't you tell me? Oh, don't do so! please don't!" "I will not," said Alice, lifting her head. "I am sorry I have troubled you, dear. I am sorry I could not help it." She kissed Ellen, who stood anxious and sorrowful by her side, and brushed away her tears; but Ellen saw she had been shedding a great many. "What is the matter, dear Miss Alice? What has happened to trouble you? Won't you tell me?" Ellen was almost crying herself. Alice came back to the rocking chair, and took Ellen in her arms again; but she did not answer her. Leaning her face against Ellen's forehead, she remained silent. Ellen ventured to ask no more questions, but lifting her hand once or twice caressingly to Alice's face, she was distressed to find her cheek wet still. Alice spoke at last. "It isn't fair not to tell you what is the matter, dear Ellen, since I have let you see me sorrowing. It is nothing new, nor anything I would have otherwise if I could. It is only that I have had a mother once, and have lost her, and you brought back the old times so strongly, that I cannot command myself." Ellen felt a hot tear drop upon her forehead, and again ventured to speak her sympathy only by silently stroking Alice's cheek. "It is all past now," said Alice; "it is all well. I would not have her back again. I shall go to her, I hope, by and by." "Oh, no, you must stay with me," said Ellen, clasping both arms around her. There was a long silence, during which they remained locked in each other's arms. "Ellen, dear," said Alice, at length, "we are both motherless for the present, at least both of us almost alone. I think God has brought us together to be a comfort to each other. We will be sisters while he permits us to be so. Don't call me Miss Alice any more; you shall be my little sister, and I will be your elder sister, and my home shall be your home as well." Ellen's arms were drawn very close round her companion at this, but she said nothing, and her face was laid in Alice's bosom. There was another very long pause. Then Alice spoke in a livelier tone. "Come, Ellen, look up. You and I have forgotten ourselves. It isn't good for sick people to get down in the dumps. Look up and let me see these pale cheeks. Don't you want something to eat?" "I don't know," said Ellen, faintly. "What would you say to a cup of chicken broth?" "Oh, I should like it very much," said Ellen, with new energy. "Margery made me some particularly nice, as she always does, and I took it into my head a little might not come amiss to you, so I resolved to stand the chance of Sharp's jolting it all over me, and I rode down with a little pail of it on my arm. Let me rake open these coals, and you shall have some directly." "And did you come without being spattered?" said Ellen. "Not a drop. Is this what you use to warm things in?" "Never mind, it has had gruel in it. I'll set the tin pail on the fire; it won't hurt it." "I am so much obliged to you," said Ellen, "for do you know I have got quite tired of gruel, and panada I can't bear." "Then I am very glad I brought it." While it was warming, Alice washed Ellen's gruel cup and spoon, and presently she had the satisfaction of seeing Ellen eating the broth with that keen enjoyment none know but those that have been sick and are getting well. She smiled to see her gaining strength almost in the very act of swallowing. "Ellen," said she, presently, "I have been considering your dressing table; it looks rather doleful. I'll make you a present of some dimity, and when you come down to see me you shall make a cover for it, that will reach down to the floor and hide those long legs." "That wouldn't do at all," said Ellen; "Aunt Fortune would go off into all sorts of fits." "What about?" "Why, the washing, Miss Alice; to have such a great thing to wash every now and then. You can't think what a fuss she makes if I have more than just so many white clothes in the wash every week." "That's too bad," said Alice. "Suppose you bring it up to me it wouldn't be often and I'll have it washed for you, if you care enough about it to take the trouble." "Oh, indeed I do," said Alice. "I should like it very much; and I'll get Mr. Van Brunt to no, I can't; Aunt Fortune won't let me. I was going to say I would get him to saw off the legs and make it lower for me, and then my dressing box would stand so nicely on the top. Maybe I can yet. Oh, I never showed you my boxes and things." Ellen brought them all out, and displayed their beauties. In the course of going over the writing desk, she came to the secret drawer, and a little money in it. "Oh, that puts me in mind," she said. "Miss Alice, this money is to be spent for some poor child. Now, I've been thinking Nancy has behaved so to me, I should like to give her something, to show her that I don't feel unkindly about it. What do you think will be a good thing?" "I don't know, Ellen. I'll take the matter into consideration." "Do you think a Bible would do?" "Perhaps that would do as well as anything. I'll think about it." "I should like to do it very much," said Ellen, "for she has vexed me wonderfully." "Well, Ellen, would you like to hear my other pieces of news, or have you no curiosity?" "Oh, yes, indeed," said Ellen; "I had forgotten it entirely." "What is it, Miss Alice?" "You know I told you one concerns only myself, but it is great news to me. I learnt this morning that my brother will come to spend the holidays with me. It is many months since I have seen him." "Does he live far away?" said Ellen. "Yes, he has gone far away to pursue his studies, and cannot come home often. The other piece of news is, that I intend, if you have no objection, to ask Miss Fortune's leave to have you spend the holidays with me too." "Oh, delightful!" said Ellen, starting up, and clapping her hands, and then throwing them round her adopted sister's neck. "Dear Alice, how good you are!" "Then I suppose I may reckon upon your consent," said Alice, "and I'll speak to Miss Fortune without delay." "Oh, thank you, dear Miss Alice! How glad I am! I shall be happy all the time from now till then thinking of it. You aren't going?" "I must." "Ah, don't go yet. Sit down again; you know you're my sister. Don't you want to read Mamma's letter?" "If you please, Ellen, I should like it very much." She sat down, and Ellen gave her the letter, and stood by while she read it, watching her with glistening eyes; and though, as she saw Alice's fill, her own overflowed again, she hung over her still to the last, going over every line this time with a new pleasure. New York, Saturday, November 22nd, 18 . My dear Ellen, I meant to have written to you before, but have been scarcely able to do so. I did make one or two efforts which came to nothing. I was obliged to give it up before finishing anything that could be called a letter. To day I feel much stronger than I have at any time since your departure. I have missed you, my dear child, very much. There is not an hour in the day, nor a half hour, that the want of you does not come home to my heart, and I think I have missed you in my very dreams. This separation is a very hard thing to bear, but the hand that has arranged it does nothing amiss. We must trust Him, my daughter, that all will be well. I feel it is well, though sometimes the thought of your dear little face is almost too much for me. I will thank God I have had such a blessing so long, and I now commit my treasure to Him. It is an unspeakable comfort to me to do this, for nothing committed to His care is ever forgotten or neglected. Oh, my daughter, never forget to pray, never slight it. It is almost my only refuge, now I have lost you, and it bears me up. How often, through years gone by, when heartsick and faint, I have fallen on my knees, and presently there have been, as it were, drops of cool water sprinkled upon my spirit's fever. Learn to love prayer, dear Ellen, and then you will have a cure for all the sorrows of life. And keep this letter, that if you are ever like to forget it, your mother's testimony may come to mind again. My tea, that used to be so pleasant, has become a sad meal to me. I drink it mechanically, and set down my cup remembering only that the dear little hand which used to minister to my wants is near me no more. My child, my child! Words are poor to express the heart's yearnings. My spirit is near you all the time. Your old gentleman has paid me several visits. The day after you went came some beautiful pigeons. I sent word back that you were no longer here to enjoy his gifts, and the next day he came to see me. He has shown himself very kind. And all this, dear Ellen, had for its immediate cause your proper and ladylike behaviour in the store. That thought has been sweeter to me than all the old gentleman's birds and fruit. I am sorry to inform you that, though I have seen him so many times, I am still perfectly ignorant of his name. We set sail Monday in the England. Your father has secured a nice stateroom for me, and I have a store of comforts laid up for the voyage; so next week you may imagine me out on the broad ocean, with nothing but sky and clouds and water to be seen around me, and probably much too sick to look at those. Never mind that; the sickness is good for me. I will write you as soon as I can again, and send by the first conveyance. And now, my dear baby, my precious child, farewell. May the blessings of God be with you. Your affectionate mother, E. Montgomery. "You ought to be a good child, Ellen," said Alice, as she dashed away some tears. "Thank you for letting me see this. It has been a great pleasure to me." "And now," said Ellen, "you feel as if you knew Mamma a little." "Enough to honour and respect her very much. Now good bye, my love. I must be at home before it is late. I will see you again before Christmas comes." CHAPTer 22 of the Wide, Wide World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World, by Susan Warner. Chapter 22. Shows how Mr. Van Brunt could be sharp upon some things. To Ellen's sorrow, she was pronounced next morning well enough to come down stairs, her aunt averring that it was no use to keep a fire burning up there for nothing. She must get up and dress in the cold again, and winter had fairly set in now. The 19th of December rose clear and keen. Ellen looked sighingly at the heap of ashes and the dead brands in the fireplace, where the bright little fire had blazed so cheerfully the evening before. But regrets did not help the matter, and shivering she began to dress as fast as she could. Since her illness, a basin and pitcher had been brought into her room, so the washing at the spout was ended for the present. and though the basin had no place but a chair, and the pitcher must stand on the floor, Ellen thought herself too happy. But how cold it was! The wind swept past her windows, giving wintry shakes to the panes of glass, and through many an opening in the wooden framework of the house it came in and saluted Ellen's bare arms and neck. She hurried to finish her dressing, and wrapping her double gown over all, went down to the kitchen. It was another climate there. A great fire was burning, that it quite cheered Ellen's heart to look at, and the air seemed to be full of coffee and buckwheat cakes. Ellen almost thought she should get enough breakfast by the sense of smell. "Ah, here you are," said Miss Fortune. "What have you got that thing on for?" "It was so cold upstairs," said Ellen, drawing up her shoulders. The warmth had not gotten inside her wrapper yet. "Well, 'tain't cold here. You'd better pull it off right away. I've no notion of people's making themselves tender. You'll be warm enough directly. Breakfast'll warm you." Ellen felt almost inclined to quarrel with the breakfast that was offered in exchange for her comfortable wrapper. She pulled it off, however, and sat down without saying anything. Mr. Van Brunt put some cakes on her plate. "If breakfast's a goin' to warm you," said he, "make haste and get something down, or drink a cup of coffee. You're as blue as skim milk." "Am I?" said Ellen, laughing. "I feel blue, but I can't eat such a pile of cakes as that, Mr. Van Brunt." As a general thing, the meals at Miss Fortune's were silent solemnities, an occasional consultation, or a few questions and remarks about farm affairs, being all that ever passed. The breakfast this morning was a singular exception to the common rule. "I'm in a regular quandary," said the mistress of the house when the meal was about half over. Mr. Van Brunt looked up for an instant and asked, "What about?" "Why, how am I ever going to do to get those apples and sausage meat done? If I go to doing 'em myself, I shall about get through by spring." "Why don't you make a bee?" said Mr. Van Brunt. "Ain't enough of either on 'em to make it worth while. I ain't a going to have all the bother of a bee without something to show for't." "Turn 'em both into one," suggested her counsellor, going on with his breakfast. "Both?" "Yes. Let 'em pare apples in one room and cut pork in t'other." "But I wonder who ever heard of such a thing before," said Miss Fortune, pausing with her cup of coffee half way to her lips. Presently, however, it was carried to her mouth, drunk off, and set down with an air of determination. "I don't care," said she, "if it never was heard of. I'll do it for once, anyhow. I'm not one of them to care what folks say. I'll have it so. But I won't have 'em to tea, mind you. I'd rather throw apples and all into the fire at once. I'll have but one plague of setting tables, and that. I won't have 'em to tea. I'll make it up to 'em in the supper, though." "I'll take care to publish that," said Mr. Van Brunt. "Don't you go and do such a thing," said Miss Fortune, earnestly. "I shall have the whole country on my hands. I won't have but just as many on 'em as'll do what I want done; that'll be as much as I can stand under. Don't you whisper a word of it to a living creature. I'll go round and ask 'em myself to come Monday evening." "Monday evening! Then I suppose you'd like to have up the sleigh this afternoon. Who's a coming?" "I don't know; I han't asked 'em yet." "They'll every soul come that's asked, that you may depend. There ain't one on 'em that would miss of it for a dollar." Miss Fortune bridled a little at the implied tribute to her housekeeping. "If I was some folks, I wouldn't let people know I was in such a mighty hurry to get a good supper," she observed, rather scornfully. "Humph!" said Mr. Van Brunt. "I think a good supper ain't a bad thing, and I've no objection to folks knowing it." "Pshaw! I didn't mean you," said Miss Fortune. "I was thinking of those Lawsons and other folks." "If you're a going to ask them to your bee, you ain't of my mind." "Well, I am, though," replied Miss Fortune. "There's a good many hands of 'em. They can turn off a good lot of work in an evening, and they always take care to get me to their bees. I may as well get something out of them in return, if I can." "They'll reckon on getting as much as they can get o' you, if they come; there's no sort of doubt in my mind. It's my belief Mimy Lawson will kill herself some of these days upon green corn. She was at home to tea one day last summer, and declare I thought" What Mr. Van Brunt thought he left his hearers to guess. "Well, let them kill themselves if they like," said Miss Fortune. "I am sure I am willing. There'll be enough. I ain't a going to mince matters when once I begin. Now let me see. There's 5 of the Lawsons to begin with. I suppose they'll all come. Bill Huff and Jany, that's 7. "That Bill Huff is as good natured a fellow as ever broke ground," remarked Mr. Van Brunt. "Ain't better people in the town than them Huffs are." "They're well enough," said Miss Fortune. 7. And the Hitchcocks, there's 3 of them; that'll make 10. "Dennison's ain't far from there," said Mr. Van Brunt. "Dan Dennison's a fine hand at a'most anything, in doors or out." That's more than you can say for a sister. Cilly Dennison gives herself so many airs, it's altogether too much for plain country folks. I should like to know what she thinks herself. It's almost too much for my stomach to see her flourishing that watch and chain." "What's the use of troubling yourself about other people's notions?" said Mr. Van Brunt. "If folks want to take the road, let them have it. That's my way. I'm satisfied, provided they don't run me over." "'Tain't my way, then, I'd have you to know," said Miss Fortune. "I despise it. And 'tain't your way neither, Van Brunt. What did you give Tom Larkins a cowhiding for?" "'Cause he deserved it, if ever a man did," said Mr. Van Brunt, quite rousing up. "He was treating that little brother of his'n in a way a boy shouldn't be treated, and I am glad I did it. I gave him notice to quit before I laid a finger on him. He weren't doing nothing to me." "And how much good do you suppose it did?" said Miss Fortune, rather scornfully. "It did just the good I wanted to do. He has seen fit to let little Billy alone ever since." "Well, I guess I'll let the Dennisons come," said Miss Fortune. "That makes 12, and you and your mother are 14. I suppose that man Marshchalk will come dangling along after the Hitchcocks." "To be sure he will; and his aunt, Miss Janet, will come with him, most likely." "Well, there's no help for it," said Miss Fortune. "That makes 16. Will you ask Miss Alice?" "Not I. She's another of your proud set. I don't want to see anybody that thinks she's going to do me a great favour by coming." Ellen's lips opened, but wisdom came in time to stop the words that were on her tongue. It did not, however, prevent the quick little turn of her head, which showed what she thought, and the pale cheeks were for a moment bright enough. "She is, and I don't care who hears it," repeated Miss Fortune. "I suppose she'd look as sober as a judge, too, if she saw cider on the table. They say she won't touch a drop ever, and thinks it's wicked; and if that ain't setting one's self up for better than other folks, I don't know what is." "I saw her paring apples at the Huffs', though," said Mr. Van Brunt, "and as pleasant as anybody; but she didn't stay to supper." "I'd ask Mrs. Vawse if I could get word to her," said Miss Fortune, "but I can never travel up that mountain. If I get a sight of Nancy, I'll tell her." "There she is, then," said Mr. Van Brunt, looking towards the little window that opened into the shed. And there, indeed, was the face of Miss Nancy, pressed flat against the glass, peering into the room. Miss Fortune beckoned to her. "That is the most impudent, shameless, outrageous piece of what were you doing at the window?" she asked as Nancy came in. "Looking at you, Miss Fortune," said Nancy coolly. "What have you been talking about this great while? If there had only been a pane of glass broken, I needn't have asked." "Hold your tongue," said Miss Fortune, "and listen to me." "I'll listen, Ma'am," said Nancy, "but it's no use to hold my tongue. I do try sometimes, but I could never keep it long. Have you done?" "I don't know, Ma'am," said Nancy, shaking her head; "it's just as it happens." "You tell your granny I'm going to have a bee here next Monday evening, and ask her if she'll come to it." Nancy nodded. "If it's good weather," she added conditionally. "Stop, Nancy," said Miss Fortune. "Here," for Nancy was shutting the door behind her, "and sure as you come here Monday night with your grandma, you'll go out of the house quicker than you come in; see if you don't." With another gracious nod and smile, Nancy departed. "Well," said Mr. Van Brunt, rising, "I'll despatch this business down stairs, and then I'll bring up the sleigh. The pickle's ready, I s'pose?" "No, it ain't," said Miss Fortune. "I couldn't make it yesterday, but it's all in the kettle; and I told Sam to make a fire downstairs, so you could put it on when you go down. The kits are all ready, and the salt, and everything else." Mr. Van Brunt went down the stairs that led to the lower kitchen, and Miss Fortune, to make up for lost time, set about her morning's work with even an uncommon measure of activity. Ellen, in consideration of her being still weak, was not required to do anything. She sat and looked on, keeping out of the way of her bustling aunt as far as it was possible. But Miss Fortune's gyrations were of that character that no one could tell 5 minutes beforehand what she might consider "in the way." Ellen wished for her quiet room again. Mr. Van Brunt's voice sounded downstairs in tones of business. What could he be about? It must be very uncommon business that kept him in the house. Ellen grew restless with the desire to go and see, and to change her aunt's company for his. And no sooner was Miss Fortune fairly shut up in the buttery at some secret work, than Ellen gently opened the door at the head of the lower stairs, and looked down. Mr. Van Brunt was standing at the bottom, and looked up. "May I come down there, Mr. Van Brunt?" said Ellen softly. "Come down here? To be sure you may. You may always come straight where I am, without asking any questions." Ellen went down, but before she reached the lowest step she stopped with almost a start, and stood fixed with such a horrified face that neither Mr. Van Brunt nor Sam Larkens, who was there, could help laughing. "What's the matter?" said the former. "They're all dead enough, Miss Ellen; you needn't be scared." 3 enormous hogs, which had been killed the day before, greeted Ellen's eyes. They lay in different parts of the room, with each a cob in his mouth. A fourth lay stretched upon his back on the kitchen table, which was drawn out into the middle of the floor. Ellen stood fast on the stair. "Have they been killed?" was her first astonished exclamation, to which Sam responded with another burst. "Be quiet, Sam Larkens," said Mr. Van Brunt. "Yes, Miss Ellen, they've been killed, sure enough." "Are these the same pigs I used to see you feeding with corn, Mr. Van Brunt?" "The identical same ones," replied that gentleman, as, laying hold of the head of the one on the table, and applying his long sharp knife with the other hand, he, while he was speaking, severed it neatly and quickly away from the trunk; "and very fine porkers they are. I ain't ashamed of 'em." "And what's going to be done with them now?" said Ellen. "I am just going to cut them up and lay them down. You never see nothing of the kind before, did you?" "No," said Ellen. "What do you mean by laying them down, Mr. Van Brunt?" "Why, laying 'em down in salt for pork and hams. You want to see the whole operation, don't you? Well, here's a seat for you. You'd better fetch that painted coat of yourn and wrap round you, for it ain't quite so warm here as upstairs, but it's getting warmer. Sam, you just shut that door to, and throw on another log." Sam built up as large a fire as could be made under a very large kettle that hung in the chimney. When Ellen came down in her wrapper, she was established close in the chimney corner; and when Mr. Van Brunt, not thinking her quite safe from the keen currents of air that would find their way into the room, despatched Sam for an old buffalo robe that lay in the shed. This he himself with great care wrapped around her, feet and chair and all, and secured it in various places with old forks. He declared then she looked for all the world like an Indian, except her face; and in high good humour both, he went to cutting up the pork, and Ellen from out of her buffalo robe watched him. It was beautifully done; even Ellen could see that, although she could not have known if it had been done ill. The knife, guided by strength and skill, seemed to go with the greatest ease and certainty just where he wished it; the hams were beautifully trimmed out, the pieces fashioned clean, no ragged cutting, and his quick going knife disposed of carcass after carcass with admirable neatness and celerity. Sam, meanwhile, arranged the pieces in different parcels at his direction, and minded the kettle, in which a great boiling and scumming was going on. Ellen was too amused for a while to ask any questions. When the cutting up was all done, the hams and shoulders were put in a cask by themselves, and Mr. Van Brunt began to pack down the other pieces in the kits, strewing them with an abundance of salt. "What's the use of putting all that salt with the pork, Mr. Van Brunt?" said Ellen. "It wouldn't keep good without that; it would spoil very quick. Will the salt make it keep?" "All the year round, as sweet as a nut." "I wonder what is the reason of that," said Ellen. "Will salt make everything keep good?" "Everything in the world, if it only has enough of it, and is kept dry and cool." "Are you going to do the hams in the same way?" "No, they're to go in that pickle over the fire." "And this kettle, what is in it?" said Ellen. "You must ask Miss Fortune about that. Sugar and saltpetre and molasses, and I don't know what all." "And will this make the hams so different from the rest of the pork?" "No, they've got to be smoked after they have laid in that for a while." "Smoked!" said Ellen. "How?" "Why, han't you been in the smoke house? The hams has to be taken out of the pickle and hung up there, and then we make a little fire of oak chips, and keep it burning night and day." "And how long must they stay in the smoke?" "Oh, 3 or 4 weeks or so." "And then they are done?" "Then they are done." "How very curious!" said Ellen. "Then it's the smoke that gives them that nice taste. I never knew smoke was good for anything before." "Ellen," said the voice of Miss Fortune, from the top of the stairs, "come right up here this minute; you'll catch your death." Ellen's countenance fell. "There's no sort of fear of that, Ma'am," said Mr. Van Brunt, quietly; "and Miss Ellen is fastened up, so she can't get loose, and I can't let her out just now." The upper door was shut again pretty sharply, but that was the only audible expression of opinion with which Miss Fortune favoured them. "I guess my leather curtains keep off the wind, don't they?" said Mr. Van Brunt. "Yes, indeed they do," said Ellen. "I don't feel a breath. I am as warm as a toast too warm, almost. How nicely you have fixed me up, Mr. Van Brunt." "I thought that 'ere old buffalo had done its work," he said; "but I'll never say anything is good for nothing again. Have you found out where the apples are yet?" "No," said Ellen. "Han't Miss Fortune showed you? Well, it's time you'd know. Sam, take that little basket and go fill it at the bin. I guess you know where they be, for I believe you put 'em there." Sam went into the cellar, and presently returned with a basket nicely filled. He handed it to Ellen. "Are all these for me?" she said in surprise. "Every one on 'em," said Mr. Van Brunt. "But I don't like to," said Ellen. "What will Aunt Fortune say?" "She won't say a word," said Mr. Van Brunt; "and don't you say a word neither. But whenever you want apples, just go to the bin and take 'em. I give you leave. It's right at the end of the far cellar, at the left hand corner; there are bins and all sorts of apples in 'em. You've got a pretty variety there, han't you?" "Oh, all sorts," said Ellen; "and what beauties! and I love apples very much red, and yellow, and speckled, and green. What a great monster! That's a swar. That ain't as good as most of the others; those are seek no furthers." "Seek no further!" said Ellen; "what a funny name! It ought to be a mighty good apple. I shall seek no further, at any rate. What is this?" "That's as good an apple as you've got in the basket. That's a real Orson pippin, a very fine kind. I'll fetch you some up from home some day, though, that are better than the best of these." The pork was all packed, the kettle was lifted off the fire, and Mr. Van Brunt was wiping his hands from the salt. "And now I suppose I must go," said Ellen, with a little sigh. "Why, I must go," said he; "so I suppose I may as well let you out of your tent first." "I have had such a nice time," said Ellen; "I had got so tired of doing nothing upstairs. I am very much obliged to you, Mr. Van Brunt. But," said she, stopping as she had taken up her basket to go, "aren't you going to put the hams in the pickle?" "No," said he, laughing; "it must wait to get cold first. But you'll make a capital farmer's wife, there's no mistake." Ellen blushed, and ran upstairs with her apples. To bestow them safely in her closet was her first care; the rest of the morning was spent in increasing weariness and listlessness. She had brought down her little hymn book, thinking to amuse herself with learning a hymn; but it would not do; eyes and head both refused their part of the work; and when at last Mr. Van Brunt came in to a late dinner, he found Ellen seated flat on the hearth before the fire, her right arm curled round the hard wooden bottom of one of the chairs, and her head pillowed upon that, fast asleep. "Bless my soul!" said Mr. Van Brunt, "what's become of that 'ere rocking cheer?" "It's upstairs, I suppose; you can fetch it if you've a mind to," answered Miss Fortune, dryly enough. He did so immediately, and Ellen barely waked up to feel herself lifted from the floor, and placed in the friendly rocking chair, Mr. Van Brunt remarking, at the same time, that it might be well enough to let folks lie on the floor and sleep on cheers, but cushions weren't a bit too soft for sick ones. Among the cushions Ellen went to sleep again, with a much better prospect of rest, and either sleeping or dozing, passed away the time for a good while. CHAPTer XXIII. Chapter 23 of the Wide, Wide World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World, by Susan Warner. Chapter 23. How Misfortune went out, and Pleasure came in. She was thoroughly roused at last by the slamming of the house door after her aunt. She and Mr. Van Brunt had gone forth on their sleighing expedition, and Ellen waked to find herself quite alone. She could not have doubted that her aunt was away, even if she had not caught a glimpse of her bonnet going out of the shed door, the stillness was so uncommon. No such quiet could be with Miss Fortune anywhere about the premises. The old grandmother must have been abed and asleep too, for a cricket under the hearth, and the wood fire in the chimney, had it all to themselves, and made the only sounds that were heard; the first singing out every now and then in a very contented and cheerful style, and the latter giving occasional little snaps and sparks that just served to make one take notice how very quickly and steadily it was burning. Miss Fortune had left the room put up in the last extreme of neatness. Not a speck of dust could be supposed to lie on the shining painted floor; the back of every chair was in its place against the wall; the very hearthstones shone, and the heads of the large iron nails in the floor were polished to steel. Ellen sat a while listening to the soothing chirrup of the cricket, and the pleasant crackling of the flames. It was a fine, cold, winter's day. The two little windows at the far end of the kitchen looked out upon an expanse of snow, and the large lilac bush that grew close by the wall, moved lightly by the wind, drew its icy fingers over the panes of glass. Wintry it was without, but that made the warmth and comfort within seem all the more. Ellen would have enjoyed it very much if she had had any one to talk to; as it was, she felt rather lonely and sad. She had begun to learn a hymn, but it had set her off upon a long train of thought, and with her head resting on her hand, her fingers pressed into her cheek, the other hand with the hymn book lying listlessly in her lap, and eyes staring into the fire, She was sitting the very picture of meditation when the door opened, and Alice Humphreys came in. Ellen started up. "Oh, I'm so glad to see you! I'm all alone." "Left alone, are you?" said Alice, as Ellen's warm lips were pressed again and again to her cold cheeks. "Yes, Aunt Fortune's gone out. Come and sit down here in the rocking chair. How cold you are! Oh, do you know she is going to have a great bee here Monday evening? What is a bee?" Alice smiled. "Why," said she, "when people here in the country have so much of any kind of work to do that their own hands are not enough for it, they send and call on their neighbours to help them that's a bee. A large party in the course of a long evening can do a great deal." "But why do they call it a bee?" "I don't know, unless they mean to be like a hive of bees for the time as busy as a bee, you know." "Then they ought to call it a hive, and not a bee, I should think. Aunt Fortune is going to ask 16 people. I wish you were coming." "How do you know but I am?" "Oh, I know you aren't. Aunt Fortune isn't going to ask you." "You are sure of that, are you?" "Yes, I wish I wasn't. Oh, how she vexed me this morning by something she said." "You mustn't get vexed so easily, my child. Don't let every little untoward thing roughen your temper." "But I couldn't help it, dear Miss Alice; it was about you. I don't know whether I ought to tell you, but I don't think you'll mind it, and I know it isn't true. She said she didn't want you to come because you were one of the proud set." "And what did you say?" "Nothing. I had it just on the end of my tongue to say, 'It's no such thing,' but I didn't say it." "I am glad you were so wise. Dear Ellen, that is nothing to be vexed about. If it were true, indeed, you might be sorry. I trust Miss Fortune is mistaken. I shall try and find some way to make her change her mind. I am glad you told me." "I am so glad you are come, dear Alice," said Ellen again. "I wish I could have you always." And the long, very close pressure of two arms about her friend said as much. There was a long pause. The cheek of Alice rested on Ellen's head, which nestled against her. Both were busily thinking, but neither spoke; and the cricket chirped, and the flames crackled, without being listened to. "Miss Alice," said Ellen, after a long time, "I wish you would talk over a hymn with me." "How do you mean, my dear?" said Alice, rousing herself. "I mean, read it over and explain it. Mamma used to do it sometimes. I have been thinking a great deal about her to day, and I think I'm very different from what I ought to be. I wish you would talk to me, and make me better, Miss Alice." Alice pressed an earnest kiss upon the tearful little face that was uplifted to her, and presently said, "I'm afraid I shall be a poor substitute for your mother, Ellen. What hymn shall we take?" "Any one this one if you like. Mamma likes it very much. I was looking it over to day. 'A charge to keep I have, a God to glorify, a never dying soul to save, and fit it for the sky.'" Alice read the first line, and paused. "There now," said Ellen, "what is a charge?" "Don't you know that?" "I think I do, but I wish you would tell me." "Try to tell me first." "Isn't it something that is given to one to do? I don't know exactly." "It is something given one in trust to be done, or taken care of. I remember very well once, when I was about your age, my mother had occasion to go out for half an hour, and she left me in charge of my little baby sister. She gave me a charge, not to let anything disturb her while she was away, and to keep her asleep if I could; and I remember how I kept my charge too. I was not to take her out of the cradle, but I sat beside her the whole time. I would not suffer a fly to light on her little fair cheek; I scarcely took my eyes from her. I made John keep pussy at a distance, and whenever one of the little round dimpled arms was thrown out upon the coverlet, I carefully drew something over it again." "Is she dead?" said Ellen timidly, her eyes watering in sympathy with Alice's. "She is dead, my dear; she died before we left England." "I understand what a charge is," said Ellen, after a little; "but what is this charge the hymn speaks of? What charge have I to keep?" "The hymn goes on to tell you. The next line gives you part of it 'A God to glorify.'" "To glorify?" said Ellen, doubtfully. "Yes, that is to honour; to give him all the honour that belongs to him." "But can I honour him?" "Most certainly; either honour or dishonour; you cannot help doing one." "I?" said Ellen again. "Must not your behaviour speak either well or ill for the mother who has brought you up?" "Yes, I know that." "Very well. When a child of God lives as he ought to do, people cannot help having high and noble thoughts of that glorious One whom he serves, and of that perfect law he obeys. Little as they may love the ways of religion in their own secret hearts, they cannot help confessing that there is a God, and that they ought to serve him." But a worldling, and still more, an unfaithful Christian, just helps people to forget there is such a being, and makes them think either that religion is a sham, or that they may safely go on despising it. I have heard it said, Ellen, that Christians are the only Bible some people ever read; and it is true. All they know of religion is what they get from the lives of its professors. And oh, were the world but full of the right kind of example, the kingdom of darkness could not stand. 'Arise, shine,' is a word that every Christian ought to take home." "But how can I shine?" asked Ellen. "My dear Ellen, in the faithful, patient, self denying performance of every duty as it comes to hand. 'Whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy might.' " "It is very little that I can do," said Ellen. "Perhaps more than you think; but never mind that. All are not great stars in the church; you may be only a little rushlight. See you burn well." "I remember," said Ellen, musing, "Mamma once told me, when I was going somewhere, that people would think strangely of her if I didn't behave well." "Certainly. Why, Ellen, I formed an opinion of her very soon after I saw you." "Did you?" said Ellen, with a wonderfully brightened face. "What was it? Was it good? Ah, do tell me!" "I am not quite sure of the wisdom of that," said Alice, smiling. "You might take home the praise that is justly her right and not yours." "Oh, no, indeed," said Ellen; "I had rather she should have it than I. Please tell me what you thought of her, dear Alice. I know it was good, at any rate." "Well, I will tell you," said Alice, at all risks. "I thought your mother was a lady, from the honourable notions she had given you, and from your ready obedience to her, which was evidently the obedience of love. I judged she had been a good mother, in the true sense of the term. I thought she must be a refined and cultivated person, from the manner of your speech and behaviour; and I was sure she was a Christian, because she had taught you the truth, and evidently had tried to lead you in it." The quivering face of delight with which Ellen began to listen gave way, long before Alice had done, to a burst of tears. "It makes me so glad to hear you say that," she said. "The praise of it is your mother's, you know, Ellen." "I know it, but you make me so glad!" And hiding her face in Alice's lap, she fairly sobbed. "You understand now, don't you, how Christians may honour or dishonour their Heavenly Father?" "Yes, I do; but it makes me afraid to think of it." "Afraid! It ought rather to make you glad. It is a great honour and happiness for us to be permitted to honour him. 'A never dying soul to save, and fit it for the sky.' Yes, that is the great duty you owe yourself. Oh, never forget it, dear Ellen; and whatever would hinder you, have nothing to do with it. 'What shall it profit a man though he gain the whole world, and lose his own soul?' 'To serve the present age, my calling to fulfil.' " "What is the present age?" said Ellen. "All the people who are living in the world at this time." "But, dear Alice, what can I do to the present age?" "Nothing to the most part of them, certainly. And yet, dear Ellen, if your little rushlight shines well, there is just so much the less darkness in the world, though perhaps you light only a very little corner. Every Christian is a blessing to the world, another grain of salt to go towards sweetening and saving the mass." "That is very pleasant to think of," said Ellen, musing. "Oh, if we were but full of love to our Saviour, how pleasant it would be to do anything for him! How many ways we should find of honouring him by doing good!" "I wish you would tell me some of the ways that I can do it," said Ellen. "You will find them fast enough if you seek them, Ellen. No one is so poor or so young but he has one talent at least to use for God." "I wish I knew what mine was," said Ellen. "Is your daily example as perfect as it can be?" Ellen was silent, and shook her head. "Christ pleased not himself, and went about doing good; and he said, 'If any man serve me, let him follow me.' Remember that. Perhaps your aunt is unreasonable and kind. See with how much patience and perfect sweetness of temper you can bear and forbear. See if you cannot win her over by untiring gentleness, obedience, and meekness. Is there no improvement to be made here?" "Oh, me, yes," answered Ellen, with a sigh. "Then your old grandmother can you do nothing to cheer her life in her old age and helplessness? Can't you find some way of giving her pleasure? Some way of amusing a long and tedious hour now and then?" Ellen looked very grave. In her inmost heart she knew this was a duty she shrank from. "He went about doing good' keep that in mind. A kind word spoken, a little thing to smooth the way of one, or lighten the load of another, teaching those who need teaching, entreating those who are walking in the wrong way. Oh, my child, there is work enough. 'To serve the present age, my calling to fulfil; Oh, may it all my powers engage To do my Master's will.' Arm me with jealous care, as in thy sight to live; And oh, thy servant, Lord, prepare A strict account to give." "An account of what?" said Ellen. "You know what an account is. If I give Thomas $1 to spend for me at Carra carra, I expect he will give me an exact account when he comes back what he has done with every shilling of it. So must we give an account of what we have done with everything our Lord has committed to our care our hands, our tongues, our time, our minds, our influence; how much we have honoured him; how much good we have done to others; how fast and how far we have grown holy and fit for heaven." "It almost frightens me to hear you talk, Miss Alice." "Not frightened, dear Ellen that is not the word. Sober we ought to be; mindful to do nothing we shall not wish to remember in the great day of account. Do you recollect how that day is described? Where is your Bible?" She opened at the 20th chapter of Revelation. "And I saw a great white throne, and him that sat on it, from whose face the earth and the heaven flew away, and there was found no place for them. And I saw the dead, small and great, stand before God; and the books were opened; and another book was opened, which is the book of life. And the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books, according to their works. And the sea gave up the dead which were in it; and death and hell delivered up the dead which were in them; and they were judged every man according to their works. And death and hell were cast into the lake of fire. This is the second death. And whosoever was not found written in the book of life was cast into the lake of fire." Ellen shivered. "That is dreadful," she said. "It will be a dreadful day to all but those whose names are written in the Lamb's book of life; not dreadful to them, dear Ellen." "But how can I be sure, dear Alice, that my name is written there? And I can't be happy if I am not sure." "My dear child," said Alice, tenderly, as Ellen's anxious face and glistening eyes were raised to hers, "if you love Jesus Christ, you may know you are his child, and none shall pluck you out of his hand." "But how can I tell whether I do love him really? Sometimes I think I do, and then again sometimes I am afraid I don't at all." Alice answered in the words of Christ, "He that hath my commandments and keepeth them, he it is that loveth me." "Oh, I don't keep his commandments," said Ellen, the tears running down her cheeks. "Perfectly; none of us do. But, dear Ellen, that is not the question. Is your heart's desire and effort to keep them? Are you grieved when you fail? There is the point. You cannot love Christ without loving to please him." Ellen rose, and putting both arms round Alice's neck, laid her head there, as her manner sometimes was, tears flowing fast. "I sometimes think I do love him a little," she said, "but I do so many wrong things. But he will teach me to love him if I ask him, won't he, dear Alice?" "Indeed he will, dear Ellen," said Alice, folding her arms round her little adopted sister "indeed he will. He has promised that. Remember what he told somebody who was almost in despair 'Fear not, only believe.'" Alice's neck was wet with Ellen's tears, and after they had ceased to flow, her arms kept their hold, and her head its resting place on Alice's shoulder for some time. It was necessary at last for Alice to leave her. Ellen waited till the sound of her horse's footsteps died away on the road, and then sinking on her knees beside her rocking chair, she poured forth her whole heart in prayers and tears. She confessed many a fault and shortcoming that none knew but herself, and most earnestly besought help that her little rushlight might shine bright. Prayer was to little Ellen what it is to all that know it the satisfying of doubt, the soothing of care, the quieting of trouble. She had knelt down very uneasy, but she knew that God has promised to be the hearer of prayer, and she rose up very comforted, her mind fixing on those most sweet words Alice had brought to her memory, "Fear not, only believe." When Miss Fortune returned, Ellen was quietly asleep again in her rocking chair, with a face very pale, but calm as an evening sunbeam. "Well, I declare if that child ain't sleeping her life away," said Miss Fortune. "She's slept this whole blessed forenoon. I suppose she'll want to be alive and dancing the whole night to pay for it." "I can tell you what she'll want a sight more," said Mr. Van Brunt, who had followed her in; "it must have been to see about Ellen, for he was never known to do such a thing before or since. I'll tell you what she'll want, and that's a right hot supper. She's ate as nigh as possible nothing at all this noon. There ain't much danger of her dancing a hole in your floor this some time." CHAPTer 23. Chapter 24 of the Wide, Wide World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World, by Susan Warner. Chapter 24. Sweeping and Dusting. Great preparations were making all Saturday and Monday for the expected gathering. From morning till night Miss Fortune was in a perpetual bustle. The great oven was heated no less than 3 several times on Saturday alone. Ellen could hear the breaking of eggs in the buttery, and the sound of beating or whisking, for a long time together; and then Miss Fortune would come out with floury hands, and plates of empty egg shells made their appearance; but Ellen saw no more. Whenever the coals were swept out of the oven, and Miss Fortune had made sure that the heat was just right for her purposes, Ellen was sent out of the way, and when she had got back there was nothing to be seen but the fast shut oven door. It was just the same when the dishes, in all their perfection, were to come out of the oven again. The utmost Ellen was permitted to see was the napkin covering some stray cake or pie that by chance had to pass through the kitchen where she was. As she could neither help nor look on, the day passed rather wearily. She tried studying. A little, she found, was enough to satisfy both mind and body in their present state. She longed to go out again and see how the snow looked, but a fierce wind all the forepart of the day made it unfit for her. Towards the middle of the afternoon she saw with joy that it had lulled, and, though very cold, was so bright and calm that she might venture. She had eagerly opened the kitchen door to go up and get ready, when a long, weary yawn from her old grandmother made her look back. The old lady had laid her knitting in her lap, and bent her face down to her hand, which she was rubbing across her brow, as if to clear away the tired feeling that had settled there. Ellen's conscience immediately brought up Alice's words, "Can't you do something to pass away a tedious hour now and then?" The first feeling was of vexed regret that they should have come into her head at that moment; then conscience said that was very selfish. There was a struggle. Ellen stood with the door in her hand, unable to go out or come in. But not long. As the words came back upon her memory, "A charge to keep I have," her mind was made up. After one moment's prayer for help and forgiveness, she shut the door, came back to the fireplace, and spoke in a cheerful tone. "Grandma, wouldn't you like to have me read something to you?" "Read!" answered the old lady. "Laws a me! I don't read nothing, deary." "But wouldn't you like to have me read to you, Grandma?" The old lady, in answer to this, laid down her knitting, folded both arms around Ellen, and kissing her a great many times, declared she should like anything that came out of that sweet little mouth. As soon as she was set free, Ellen brought her Bible, sat down close beside her, and read chapter after chapter, rewarded even then by seeing that, though her grandmother said nothing, she was listening with fixed attention, bending down over her knitting as if in earnest care to catch every word. And when at last she stopped, warned by certain noises downstairs that her aunt would presently be bustling in, the old lady again hugged her close to her bosom, kissing her foreheads and cheeks and lips, and declaring that she was a great deal sweeter than any sugar plums; and Ellen was very much surprised to feel her face wet with a tear from her grandmother's cheek. Hastily kissing her again, for the first time in her life, she ran out of the room, her own tears starting, and her heart swelling big. "Oh, how much pleasure," she thought, "I might have given my poor grandma, and how I have left her alone all this while! How wrong I have been! But it shan't be so in future." It was not quite sundown, and Ellen thought she might yet have 2 or 3 minutes in the open air; so she wrapped up very warm and went out to the chip yard. Ellen's heart was very light. She had just been fulfilling a duty that cost her a little self denial, and the reward had already come; and now it seemed to her that she had never seen anything so perfectly beautiful as the scene before her. The brilliant snow that lay in a thick carpet over all the fields and hills, and the pale streaks of sunlight stretching across it between the long shadows that reached now from the barn to the house. One moment the light tinted the snow capped fences and whitened barn roofs; then the lights and the shadows vanished together, and it was all one cold, dazzling white. "Oh, how glorious!" Ellen almost shouted to herself. It was too cold to stand still. She ran to the barnyard to see the cows milked. There they were, all her old friends Streaky and Dolly and Jane and Sukey, and Betty Flynn, sleek and contented; winter and summer were all the same to them. And Mr. Van Brunt was very glad to see her there again; and Sam Larkins and Johnny Low looked as if they were too; and Ellen told them with great truth she was very glad indeed to be there. And then she went into supper with Mr. Van Brunt and an amazing appetite. That was Saturday. Sunday passed quietly, though Ellen could not help suspecting it was not entirely a day of rest to her aunt. There was a savoury smell of cooking in the morning, which nothing that came on the table by any means accounted for, and Miss Fortune was scarcely to be seen the whole day. With Monday morning began a great bustle, and Ellen was well enough now to come in for her share. The kitchen, parlour, hall, shed, and lower kitchen must all be thoroughly swept and dusted. This was given to her, and a morning's work pretty near she found it. Then she had to rub bright all the brass handles of the doors, and the big brass andirons in the parlour, and the brass candlesticks on the parlour mantelpiece. When at last she got through, and came to the fire to warm herself, she found her grandmother lamenting that her snuff box was empty, and asking her daughter to fill it for her. "Oh, I can't be bothered to be running up stairs to fill snuff boxes," answered that lady. "You will have to wait." "I'll get it, Grandma," said Ellen, "if you'll tell me where." "Sit down and be quiet," said Miss Fortune. "You go into my room just when I bid you, and not till then." Ellen sat down. But no sooner was Miss Fortune hid in the buttery, than the old lady beckoned her to her side, and nodding her head a great many times, gave her the box, saying softly, "You can run up now; she won't see you, deary. It's in a jar in the closet. Now's the time." Ellen could not bear to say no. She hesitated a minute, and then boldly opened the buttery door. "Keep out! What do you want?" "She wanted me to go for the snuff," said Ellen, in a whisper. "Please, do let me. I won't look at anything, nor touch anything, but just get the snuff." With an impatient gesture, her aunt snatched the box from her hand, pushed Ellen out of the buttery, and shut the door. The old lady kissed and fondled her, as if she had done what she had only tried to do, and smoothed down her hair, praising its beauty, and whispering, "Never mind, deary, you'll read to Grandma, won't you?" It cost Ellen no effort now. With the beginning of kind offices to her poor old parent, kind feeling had sprung up fast. Instead of disliking and shunning, she had begun to love her. There was no dinner for any one this day. Mr. and Mrs. Van Brunt came to an early tea, after which Ellen was sent to dress herself, and Mr. Van Brunt to get some pieces of board for the meat choppers. He came back presently with an armful of square bits of wood, and sitting down before the fire, began to whittle the rough sawn ends over the hearth. His mother grew nervous. Miss Fortune bore it as she would have borne it from no one else, but vexation was gathering in her breast for the first occasion. Presently Ellen's voice was heard singing down the stairs. "I'd give something to stop that child's pipe," said Miss Fortune. "She's eternally singing the same thing over and over something about a charge to keep. I'd a good notion to give her a charge to keep this morning. It would have been to hold her tongue." "That would have been a public loss, I think," said Mr. Van Brunt. "Well, you are making a precious slitter," said the lady, turning short upon him. "Never mind," said he, in the same tone; "it's nothing but what the fire'll burn up, anyhow. Don't worry yourself about it." Just as Ellen came in, so did Nancy by the other door. "What are you here for?" said Miss Fortune, with an ireful face. "Oh, come to see the folks, and get some peaches," said Nancy. "Come to help along, to be sure." "Ain't your grandma coming?" "No, Ma'am, she ain't. I knew she wouldn't be of much use, so I thought I wouldn't ask her." Miss Fortune immediately ordered her out. Half laughing, half serious, Nancy tried to keep her ground, but Miss Fortune was in no mood to hear parleying. She laid violent hands on the passive Nancy, and between pulling and pushing, at last got her out and shut the door. Her next sudden move was to haul off her mother to bed. Ellen looked her sorrow at this, and Mr. Van Brunt whistled his thoughts, but that either made nothing, or made Miss Fortune more determined. Off she went, with her old mother under her arm. While she was gone, Ellen brought the broom to sweep up the hearth, but Mr. Van Brunt would not let her. "No," said he, "it's more than you nor I can do. You know," said he, with a sly look, "we might sweep the shavings into the wrong corner." This entirely overset Ellen's gravity, and unluckily she could not get it back again, even though warned by Mrs. Van Brunt that her aunt was coming. Trying only made it worse, and Miss Fortune's entrance was but the signal for a fresh burst of hearty merriment. What she was laughing at was of course instantly asked, in no pleased tone of voice. Ellen could not tell, and her silence and blushing only made her aunt more curious. "Come, leave bothering her," said Mr. Van Brunt at last. "She was only laughing at some of my nonsense, and she won't tell on me." "Will you swear to that?" said the lady sharply. "Humph! No, I won't swear, unless you go before a magistrate with me; but it is true." "I wonder if you think I am as easy blinded as all that comes to," said Miss Fortune scornfully. And Ellen saw that her aunt's displeasure was all gathered upon her for the evening. She was thinking of Alice's words, and trying to arm herself with patience and gentleness, when the door opened, and in walked Nancy as demurely as if nobody had ever seen her before. Miss Fortune, Granny sent me to tell you she is sorry she can't come to night. She don't think it would do for her to be out so late. She's a little touch of the rheumatics, she says." "Very well," said Miss Fortune. "Now clear out." "You had better not say so, Miss Fortune. I'll do as much for you as any two of the rest see if I don't." "I don't care, if you did as much as 50," said Miss Fortune impatiently. "I won't have you here, so go, or I'll give you something to help you along." Nancy saw she had no chance with Miss Fortune in her present humour, and went quickly out. A little while after, Ellen was standing at the window, from which, through the shed window, she had a view of the chip yard, and there she saw Nancy, lingering still, walking round and round in a circle, and kicking the snow with her feet in a discontented fashion. "I am very glad she isn't going to be here," thought Ellen; "but, poor thing, I dare say she is very much disappointed. And how sorry she will feel going back all that long, long way home. What if I should get her leave to stay? Wouldn't it be a fine way of returning good for evil? But oh dear, I don't want her here. But that's no matter." The next minute, Mr. Van Brunt was half startled by Ellen's hand on his shoulder, and the softest of whispers in his ear. He looked up very much surprised. "Why, do you want her?" said he, likewise in a low tone. "No," said Ellen, "but I know I should feel very sorry if I was in her place." Mr. Van Brunt whistled quietly to himself. "Well," said he, "you are a good natured piece." "Miss Fortune," said he presently, "if that mischievous girl comes in again, I recommend you to let her stay." "Why?" "'Cause it's true what she said; she'll do you as much good as half a dozen. She'll behave herself this evening, I'll engage; or if she don't, I'll make her. She's too impudent to live. But I don't care; her grandmother is another sort. But I guess she is gone by this time." Ellen waited only till her aunt's back was turned. She slipped down stairs and out at the kitchen door, and ran up the slope to the fence of the chip yard. "Nancy! Nancy!" "What?" said Nancy, wheeling about. "If you go in now, I guess Aunt Fortune will let you stay." "What makes you think so?" said the other surlily. "'Cause Mr. Van Brunt was speaking to her about it. Go in and you'll see." Nancy looked doubtfully at Ellen's face, and then ran hastily in. More slowly Ellen went back by the way she came. When she reached the upper kitchen she found Nancy as busy as possible, as much at home already as if she had been there all day, helping to set the table in the hall, and going to and fro between that and the buttery with an important face. Ellen was not suffered to help, nor even to stand and see what was doing; so she sat down in the corner, by her old friend Mrs. Van Brunt, and with her head in her lap watched, by the firelight, the busy figures that went backward and forward, and Mr. Van Brunt, who still sat working at his bits of board. There were pleasant thoughts in Ellen's head, that kept the dancing blaze company. Mr. Van Brunt once looked up, and asked her what she was smiling at. The smile brightened at his question, but he got no more answer. At last the supper was all set out in the hall, so that it could very easily be brought into the parlour when the time came. The waiter, with the best cups and saucers, which always stood covered with a napkin on the table in the front room, was carried away. The great pile of wood in the parlour fireplace, built ever since morning, was kindled. All was in apple pie order, and nothing was left but to sweep up the shavings that Mr. Van Brunt had made. This was done, and then Nancy seized hold of Ellen. "Come along," said she, pulling her to the window; "come along and let us watch the folks come in." "But it isn't time for them to be here yet," said Ellen; "the fire is only just burning." "Fiddle-dee-dee! They won't wait for the fire to burn, I can tell you. They'll be along directly, some of them. I wonder what Miss Fortune is thinking of. That fire had ought to have been burning this long time ago. But they won't set to work till they all get here, that's one thing. Do you know what's going to be for supper?" "No." "Not a bit?" "No." "Ain't that funny? Then I'm better off than you. I say, Ellen, any one would think I was Miss Fortune's niece, and you was somebody else, wouldn't they? Goodness, I'm glad I ain't. I'm going to make part of the supper myself. What do you think of that? Miss Fortune always has grand suppers, when she has 'em at all; 'tain't very often, that's one thing. I wish she'd have a bee every week, I know, and let me come and help. Hark! didn't I tell you? There's somebody coming this minute. Don't you hear the sleigh bells? I'll tell you who it is now; it's the Lawsons; you see if it ain't. It's good it's such a bright night; we can see 'em first rate. There, here they come, just as I told you. Here's Mimy Lawson, the first one. If there's anybody I do despise, it's Mimy Lawson." "Hush!" said Ellen. The door opened, and the lady herself walked in, followed by 3 others. Large tall women, muffled from head to foot against the cold. The quiet kitchen was speedily changed into a scene of bustle; loud talking and laughing; a vast deal of unrobing. pushing back and pulling up chairs on the hearth, and Nancy and Ellen running in and out of the room with countless wrappers, cloaks, shawls, comforters, hoods, mittens, and moccasins. "What a precious muss it will be to get 'em all their own things when they come to go away again," said Nancy. "Throw 'em all down there, Ellen, in that heap. Now, come quick, somebody else'll be here directly." "Which is Miss Mimy?" said Ellen. "That big ugly woman in a purple frock; the one next her is Kitty; the black haired one is Mary; and t'other's Fanny. Ugh! don't look at 'em; I can't bear 'em." "Why?" "'Cause I don't, I can tell you; reason good. They are as stingy as they can live. Their way is to get as much as they can out of other folks, and let other folks get as little as they can out of them. I know 'em. Just watch that purple frock when it comes to the eating. There's Mr. Bob." "Mr. who?" "Bob Lawson. He's a precious small young man for such a big one. There, go take his hat. Miss Fortune," said Nancy, coming forward, "mayn't the gentlemen take care of their own things in the stoop, or must the young ladies wait upon them too? The other room wouldn't hold everything neither." This speech raised a general laugh, in the midst of which Mr. Bob carried his own hat and cloak into the shed, as desired. Before Nancy had done chuckling came another arrival, a tall, lank gentleman, with one of those unhappy shaped faces that are very broad at the eyes and very narrow across the chops, and having a particularly grave and dull expression. He was welcomed with such a shout of mingled laughter, greeting, and jesting, that the room was in a complete hurly burly, and a plain looking, stout, elderly lady, who had come in just behind him, was suffered to stand unnoticed. "It's Miss Janet," whispered Nancy, "Mr. Marshchalk's aunt; nobody wants to see her here. She's one of your pious kind, and that's a kind your aunt don't take to." Instantly Ellen was at her side, offering gently to relieve her of her hood and cloak, and with a tap on his arm drawing Mr. Van Brunt's attention to the neglected person. Quite touched by the respectful politeness of her manner, the old lady inquired of Miss Fortune, as Ellen went off with a load of mufflers, "Who was that sweet little thing?" "It's a kind of sweetmeats that is kept for company, Miss Janet," replied Miss Fortune, with a darkened brow. "She's too good for everyday use, that's a fact," remarked Mr. Van Brunt. Miss Fortune coloured and tossed her head, and the company were for a moment still with surprise. Another arrival set them a going again. "Here come the Hitchcocks, Ellen," said Nancy. "Walk in, Miss Mary; walk in, Miss Jenny. Mr. Marshchalk has been here this great while." Miss Mary Hitchcock was in nothing remarkable. Miss Jenny, when her wrappers were taken off, showed a neat little round figure, and a round face of very bright and good humoured expression. It fastened Ellen's eye, till Nancy whispered her to look at Mr. Juniper Hitchcock, and that young gentleman entered, dressed in the latest style of elegance. His hair was arranged in a faultless manner, unless perhaps it had a little too much of the tallow candle, for when he sat for a while before the fire, it had somewhat the look of being excessively wet with perspiration. His boots were as shiny as his hair; his waistcoat was of a startling pattern; his pantaloons were very tightly strapped down, and at the end of a showy watch riband hung some showy seals. The kitchen was now one buzz of talk and good humour. Ellen stood half smiling to herself to see that universal smile, when Nancy twitched her. "Here's more coming silly Dennison, I guess. No, it's too tall. Who is it?" But Ellen flung open the door with a half uttered scream, and threw herself into the arms of Alice, and then led her in, her face full of such extreme joy that it was perhaps one reason why her aunts wore a very doubtful air as she came forward. That could not stand, however, against the graceful politeness and pleasantness of Alice's greeting. Miss Fortune's brow smoothed, her voice cleared, and she told Miss Humphreys she was very welcome, and she meant it. Clinging close to her friend as she went from one to another, Ellen was delighted to see that every one echoed the welcome. Every face brightened at meeting hers, every eye softened, and Jenny Hitchcock even threw her arms round Alice and kissed her. Ellen left now the window to Nancy, and stood fast by her adopted sister, with a face of satisfaction it was pleasant to see, watching her very lips as they moved. Soon the door opened again, and various voices hailed the new comer as Jane, Janie, and Jane Huff. She was a decidedly plain looking country girl, but when she came near, Ellen saw a sober, sensible face, and a look of thorough good nature, which immediately ranked her next to Jenny Hitchcock in her fancy. Mr. Bill Huff followed, a sturdy young man, quite as plain, and hardly so sensible looking. He was still more shining with good nature. He made no pretensions to the elegance of Mr. Juniper Hitchcock, but, before the evening was over, Ellen had a vastly greater respect for him. Last, not least, came the Dennisons. It took Ellen some time to make up her mind about them. Miss Seeley, or Cecilia, was certainly very elegant indeed. Her hair was in the extremest state of nicety, with a little round curl plastered in front of each ear. How she coaxed them to stay there, Ellen could not conceive. She wore a real watch, there was no doubt of that, and there was even a ring on one of her fingers, with 2 or 3 blue or red stones in it. Her dress was smart, and so was her figure, and her face was pretty; and Ellen overheard one of the Lawsons whisper to Jenny Hitchcock that there wasn't a greater lady in the land than Seeley Dennison. Her brother was very different, tall and athletic, and rather handsome. He made no pretensions to be a gentleman. He valued his fine farming and fine cattle a great deal higher than Juniper Hitchcock's gentility. CHAPTer 24. Chapter 25 of the Wide, Wide World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World by Susan Warner. Chapter 25. Shows what noise a bee can make when it gets into the house. As the party were all gathered, it was time to set to work. The fire in the front room was burning up finely now, but Miss Fortune had no idea of having pork chopping or apple paring done there. One party was despatched downstairs into the lower kitchen; the others made a circle round the fire. Every one was furnished with a sharp knife, and a basket of apples was given to each 2 or 3. Now, it would be hard to say whether talking or working went on best. Not faster moved the tongues than the fingers, not smoother went the knives than the flow of talk, while there was a constant leaping of quarters of apples from the hands that had prepared them into the bowls, trays, or what not, that stood on the hearth to receive them. Ellen had nothing to do. Her aunt had managed it so, though she would gladly have shared the work that looked so pretty and pleasant in other people's hands. Miss Fortune would not let her, so she watched the rest and amused herself as well as she could with hearing and seeing, and standing between Alice and Jenny Hitchcock. She handed them the apples out of the basket as fast as they were ready for them. It was a pleasant evening that. Laughing and talking went on merrily; stories were told; anecdotes, gossip, jokes, passed from mouth to mouth, and not one made himself so agreeable, or had so much to do with the life and pleasure of the party, as Alice. Ellen saw it, delighted. The pared apples kept dancing into the bowls and trays; the baskets got empty surprisingly fast; Nancy and Ellen had to run to the barrels in the shed again for fresh supplies. "Do they mean to do all these to night?" said Ellen to Nancy, on one of these occasions. "I don't know what they mean, I am sure," replied Nancy, diving down into the barrel to reach the apples. "If you had asked me what Miss Fortune meant, I might ha' given an answer." "But only look," said Ellen, "only so many done, and all these to do! Well, I know what busy as a bee means now, if I never did before." "You'll know it better to morrow, I can tell you." "Why?" "Oh, wait till you see. I wouldn't be you to morrow for something, though. Do you like sewing?" "Sewing!" said Ellen. But "Girls, girls, what are you leaving the door open for?" sounded from the kitchen, and they hurried in. "Most got through, Nancy?" inquired Bob Lawson. Miss Fortune had gone downstairs. "Han't begun to, Mr. Larson. There's every bit as many to do as there was at your house t'other night." "What on airth does she want with such a sight of 'em?" inquired Dan Dennison. "Live on pies and apple sass till next summer," suggested Mimy Lawson. "That's the stuff for my money," replied her brother. "Taters and apple sauce is my sass in the winter." "It's good those is easy got," said his sister Mary. "The sass is most of the dinner to Bob, most commonly." "Are they fixing for more apple sass downstairs?" Mr. Dennison went on rather dryly. "No hush!" said Juniper Hitchcock. "Sassages." "Humph!" said Dan, as he speared up an apple out of the basket on the point of his knife. "Ain't that something like what you can call killing two?" "Just that, exactly," said Jenny Hitchcock, as Dan broke off short, and the mistress of the house walked in. "Ellen," she whispered, "don't you want to go downstairs and see when the folks are coming up to help us? And tell the doctor he must be spry, for we ain't a going to get through in a hurry," she added, laughing. "Which is the doctor, Ma'am?" "The doctor Dr. Marshchalk. Don't you know?" "Is he a doctor?" said Alice. "No, not exactly, I suppose; but he's just as good as the real. There was a man broke his leg horribly at Thirlwall, the other day, and Gibson was out of the way, and Marshchalk set it, and did it famously, they said. So go, Ellen, and bring us word what they are all about." Mr. Van Brunt was head of the party in the lower kitchen. He stood at one end of the table cutting, with his huge knife, the hard frozen pork into very thin slices, which the rest of the company took, and, before they had time to thaw, cut up into small dice on the little boards Mr. Van Brunt had prepared. As large a fire as the chimney could hold was built up and blazing finely; the room looked as cosy and bright as the one upstairs, and the people as busy and talkative. They had less to do, however, or they had been more smart, for they were drawing to the end of their chopping, of which Miss Janet declared herself very glad, for, she said, the wind came sweeping in under the doors and freezing her feet the whole time, and she was sure that the biggest fire ever was built couldn't warm that room; an opinion in which Mrs. Van Brunt agreed perfectly. Miss Janet no sooner spied Ellen standing in the chimney corner than she called her to her side, kissed her, and talked to her for a long time; and finally, fumbling in her pocket, brought forth an old, little, 3-cornered pincushion, which she gave her for a keepsake. Jane Huff and her brother also took kind notice of her, and Ellen began to think the world was full of nice people. About 8:30 the choppers went up and joined the company, who were paring apples. The circle was a very large one now, and the buzz of the tongues grew quite furious. "What are you smiling at?" asked Alice of Ellen, who stood at her elbow. "Oh, I don't know," said Ellen, smiling more broadly, and presently added, "they're all so kind to me." "Who?" "Oh, everybody Miss Jenny, and Miss Jane Huff, and Miss Janet, and Mrs. Van Brunt, and Mr. Huff; they all speak so kindly and look so kindly at me. But it's very funny what a notion people have for kissing. I wish they hadn't; I've run away from 3 kisses already, and I'm so afraid somebody else will try next." "You don't seem very bitterly displeased," said Alice, smiling. "I am, though; I can't bear it," said Ellen, laughing and blushing. "There's Mr. Dennison caught me, in the first place, and tried to kiss me; but I tried so hard to get away, I believe he saw I was really in good earnest, and let me go. And just now only think of it! while I was standing talking to Miss Jane Huff down stairs, her brother caught me, and kissed me, before I knew what he was going to do. I declare it's too bad," said Ellen, rubbing her cheek very hard, as if she would rub off the affront. "You must let it pass, my dear. It is one way of expressing kindness. They feel kindly towards you, or they would not do it." "Then I wish they wouldn't feel quite so kindly," said Ellen "that's all. Hark! what was that?" "What is that?" said somebody else; and instantly there was silence, broken again, after a minute or two, by the faint blast of a horn. "It's old Father Swaim, I reckon," said Mr. Van Brunt. "I'll go fetch him in." "Oh, yes, bring him in, bring him in!" was heard on all sides. "That horn makes me think of what happened to me once," said Jenny Hitchcock to Ellen. "I was a little girl at school, not so big as you are, and one afternoon, when we were all as still as mice, and studying away, we heard Father Swaim's horn." "What does he blow it for?" said Ellen, as Jenny stooped for her knife, which she had let it fall. "Oh, to let people know he's there, you know. Did you never see Father Swaim?" "No." "La, he's the funniest old fellow! He goes round and round the country, carrying the newspapers, and we get him to bring our letters from the post office, when there are any. He carries 'em in a pair of saddle bags, hanging across that old white horse of his. I don't think that horse will ever grow old, no more than his master. And in summer he has a stick, so long, with a horse's tail tied to the end of it, to brush away the flies, for the poor horse has had his tail cut off pretty short." "I wonder if it isn't the very same," said Jenny, laughing heartily. "Father Swaim thought he could manage it best, I guess." "But what was it that happened to you that time at school?" said Ellen. "Why, when we heard the horn blow, our master the schoolmaster, you know went out to get a paper, and I was tired with sitting still, so I jumped up, and ran across the room, and then back again, and over and back again, 5 or 6 times; and when he came in, one of the girls up and told of it. It was Fanny Lawson," said Jenny, in a whisper to Alice, "and I think she ain't much different now from what she was then. I can hear her now. 'Mr. Starks, Jenny Hitchcock's been running all around the room.' Well, what do you think he did to me? He took hold of my 2 hands, and swung me round and round by the arms, till I didn't know which was head and which was feet." "What a queer schoolmaster!" said Ellen. "Queer enough, you may say that. His name was Starks. The boys used to call him Starksification. We did hate him, that's a fact. I'll tell you what he did to a black boy of ours. You know our black Sam, Alice? I forget what he had been doing, but Starks took him so, by the rims of the ears, and danced him up and down upon the floor." "But didn't that hurt him?" "Hurt him! I guess it did; he meant it should. He tied me under the table once. Sometimes, when he wanted to punish two boys at a time, he would set them to spit in each other's faces. "Oh, don't tell me about him!" cried Ellen, with a face of horror. "I don't like to hear it." Jenny laughed, and just then the door opened, and Mr. Van Brunt and the old news carrier came in. He was a venerable, mild looking man, with thin hair as white as snow. He wore a long snuff coloured coat, and a broad brimmed hat, the sides of which were oddly looped up to the crown with twine. His tin horn or trumpet was in his hand. His saddle bags were on Mr. Van Brunt's arm. As soon as she saw him, Ellen was fevered with the notion that perhaps he had something for her, and she forgot everything else. It would seem that the rest of the company had the same hope, for they crowded round him, shouting out welcomes, and questions, and inquiries for letters, all in a breath. "Softly, softly," said the old man, sitting down slowly; "not all at once; I can't attend to you all at once. One at a time, one at a time." "Don't attend to 'em at all till you're ready," said Miss Fortune; "let 'em wait." And she handed him a glass of cider. He drank it off at a breath, smacking his lips as he gave back the glass to her hand, and exclaiming, "That's prime!" Then taking up his saddle bags from the floor, he began slowly to undo the fastenings. "You are going to our house to night, ain't you, Father Swaim?" said Jenny. "That's where I was going," said the old man. "I was a going to stop with your father, Miss Jenny. But since I've got into Farmer Van Brunt's hands, I don't know any more what's going to become of me; and after that glass of cider, I don't much care. Now let's see Miss Jenny Hitchcock, here's something for you. I should like very much to know what's inside of that letter; there's a blue seal to it. Ah, young folks, young folks!" Jenny received her letter amidst a great deal of laughing and joking, and seemed herself quite as much amused as anybody. "Jedediah B. Lawson! There's for your father, Miss Mimy. That saves me a long tramp. If you've 21 cents in your pocket that is, if you han't, I shall be obleeged to tramp after that. Here's something for most all of you, I'm thinking. Miss Cecilia Dennison, your fair hands, how's the squire? Rheumatism, eh? I think I'm a younger man now than your father, Cecily, and yet I must ha' seen a good many years more than Squire Dennison. I must surely. Miss Fortune Emerson, that's for you. A double letter, ma'am." Ellen, with a beating heart, had pressed nearer and nearer to the old man, till she stood close by his right hand, and could see every letter as he handed it out. A spot of deepening red was on each cheek as her eye eagerly scanned letter after letter. It spread to a sudden flush when the last name was read. Alice watched in some anxiety her keen look as it followed the letter from the old man's hand to her aunt's, and thence to the pocket, where Miss Fortune coolly bestowed it. Ellen could not stand this. She sprang forward across the circle. "Aunt Fortune, there's a letter inside of that for me; won't you give it to me? Won't you give it to me?" she repeated, trembling. Her aunt did not notice her by so much as a look. She turned away, and began talking to some one else. The red had left Ellen's face when Alice could see it again. It was livid and spotted from stifled passion. She stood in a kind of maze; but as her eye caught Alice's anxious and sorrowful look, she covered her face with her hands, and as quick as possible made her escape out of the room. For some minutes Alice heard none of the hubbub around her. Then came a knock at the door, and the voice of Thomas Grimes saying to Mr. Van Brunt that Miss Humphreys' horse was there. "Mr. Swaim," said Alice, rising, "I don't like to leave you with these gay friends of ours; you'll stand no chance of rest with them to night. Will you ride home with me?" Many of the party began to beg Alice would stay to supper, but she said her father would be uneasy. The old news carrier concluded to go with her, for, he said, there was a pint he wanted to mention to Parson Humphreys that he had forgotten to bring for'ard when they were talking on that 'ere subject 2 months ago. So Nancy brought her things from the next room, and helped her on with them, and looked pleased, as well she might, at the smile and kind words with which she was rewarded. Alice lingered at her leave taking, hoping to see Ellen, but it was not till the last moment that Ellen came in. She did not say a word, but the two little arms were put around Alice's neck, and held her with a long, close earnestness, which did not pass from her mind all the evening afterwards. When she was gone, the company sat down again to business, and apple paring went on more steadily than ever for a while, till the bottom of the barrels was seen, and the last basketful of apples was duly emptied. Then there was a general shout, the kitchen was quickly cleared, and everybody's face brightened, as much as to say, "Now for fun." While Ellen and Nancy, and Miss Fortune and Mrs. Van Brunt, were running all ways with trays, pans, baskets, knives, and buckets, the fun began by Mr. Juniper Hitchcock's whistling in his dog, and setting him to do various feats for the amusement of the company. There followed such a rushing, leaping, barking, laughing, and scolding on the part of the dog and his admirers, that the room was in an uproar. He jumped over a stick; he got into a chair, and sat up on two legs; he kissed the ladies' hands; he suffered an apple paring to be laid across his nose, then threw it up with a jerk, and caught it in his mouth. Nothing very remarkable, certainly; but, as Miss Fortune observed to somebody, "if he had been the learned pig, there couldn't have been more fuss made over him." Ellen stood looking on, smiling partly at the dog and his master, and partly at the antics of the company. Presently Mr. Van Brunt, bending down to her, said, "What is the matter with your eyes?" "Nothing," said Ellen, starting; "at least nothing that's any matter, I mean." "Come here," said he, drawing her on one side; "tell me all about it. What is the matter?" "Never mind; please don't ask me, Mr. Van Brunt. It's nothing I ought to tell you; it isn't any matter." But her eyes were full again, and he still held her fast doubtfully. "I'll tell you about it, Mr. Van Brunt," said Nancy, as she came past them. "You let her go, and I'll tell you by and by." And Ellen tried in vain afterwards to make her promise she would not. "Come, June," said Miss Jenny, "we have got enough of you and Jumper; turn him out; we are going to have the cat now. Come! Puss, puss in the corner! Go off in t'other room, will you, everybody that don't want to play? Puss, puss!" Now the fun began in good earnest, and but a few minutes had passed before Ellen was laughing with all her heart, as if she never had had anything to cry for in her life. After Puss, puss in the corner, came Blind Man's Buff, and this was played with great spirit, the two most distinguished being Nancy and Dan Dennison, though Miss Fortune played admirably well. Ellen had seen Nancy play before, but she forgot her own part of the game in sheer amazement at the way Mr. Dennison managed his long body, which seemed to go where there was no room for it, and vanish into air just when the grasp of some grasping blind man was ready to fasten upon him. And when he was blinded, he seemed to know by instinct where the walls were, and keeping clear of them, he would swoop like a hawk from one end of the room to the other, pouncing upon the unlucky people who could by no means get out of the way fast enough. When this had lasted a while, there was a general call for the fox and the goose, and Miss Fortune was pitched upon for the latter, she having in the other game showed herself capable of good generalship. But who for the fox? Mr. Van Brunt? "Not I," said Mr. Van Brunt; "there ain't nothing of the fox about me. Miss Fortune would beat me all hollow." "Who then, farmer?" said Bill Huff. "Come, who is the fox? Will I do?" "Not you, Bill; the goose would be too much for you." There was a general shout, and cries of "Who then? Who then?" "Dan Dennison," said Mr. Van Brunt. "Now look out for a sharp fight." Amidst a great deal of laughing and confusion, the line was formed, each person taking hold of a handkerchief or band passed around the waist of the person behind him, except when the women held by each other's skirts. They were ranged according to height, the tallest being next to their leader, the goose. Mr. Van Brunt and the elder ladies, and two or three more, chose to be lookers-on, and took post outside the door. Mr. Dennison began by taking off his coat, to give himself more freedom in his movements, for his business was to catch the train of the goose, one by one, as each in turn became the hindmost, while her object was to baffle him and keep her family together, meeting him with outspread arms at every rush he made to seize one of her brood, while the long train behind her, following her quick movements, and swaying from side to side to get out of the reach of the furious fox, was sometimes in the shape of the letter C, and sometimes in that of the letter S, and sometimes looked like a long snake with a curling tail. Loud was the laughter, shrill the shrieks, as the fox drove them hither and thither, and seemed to be in all parts of the room at once. He was a cunning fox that, as well as a bold one. Sometimes, when they thought him quite safe, held at bay by the goose, he dived under or leaped over her outstretched arms, and almost snatched hold of little Ellen, who, being the least, was the last one of the party. But Ellen played very well, and just escaped him 2 or 3 times, till he declared she gave him so much trouble, that when he caught her he would kiss her the worst kind. Ellen played none the worse for that; however, she was caught at last, and kissed too; there was no help for it, so she bore it as well as she could. Then she watched and laughed till the tears ran down her cheeks to see how the fox and goose dodged each other, what tricks were played, and how the long train pulled each other about. At length Nancy was caught, and then Jenny Hitchcock, and then Cecilia Dennison, and then Jane Huff, and so on, till at last the Fox and the Goose had a long struggle for Mimy Lawson, which would never have come to an end if Mimy had not gone over to the enemy. There was a general pause. The hot and tired company were seated around the room, panting and fanning themselves with their pocket handkerchiefs, and speaking broken sentences, glad to rest even from laughing. Miss Fortune had thrown herself down on a seat close by Ellen, when Nancy came up and softly asked, "Is it time to beat the eggs now?" Miss Fortune nodded, and then drew her close to receive a long, low whisper in her ear, at the end of which Nancy ran off. "Is there anything I can do, Aunt Fortune?" said Ellen, so gently and timidly that it ought to have won a kind answer. "Yes," said her aunt, "you may go and put yourself to bed. It's high time, long ago." And looking round as she moved off, she added, "Go!" with a little nod that as much as said, "I am in earnest." Ellen's heart throbbed. She stood doubtful. One word to Mr. Van Brunt and she need not go, that she knew; but as surely, too, that word would make trouble and do harm. And then she remembered, "A charge to keep I have." She turned quick, and quitted the room. Ellen sat down on the first stair she came to, for her bosom was heaving up and down, and she was determined not to cry. The sounds of talking and laughing came to her from the parlour, and there at her side stood the covered up supper. For a few minutes it was hard to keep her resolve. The thick breath came and went very fast. Through the fanlights of the hall door, opposite to which she was sitting, the bright moonlight streamed in, and presently, as Ellen quieted, it seemed to her fancy like a gentle messenger from its Maker, bidding his child remember him. And then came up some words in her memory that her mother's lips had fastened there long ago: "I love them that love me, and they that seek me early shall find me." She remembered her mother had told her it is Jesus who says this. Her lost pleasure was nigh forgotten; and yet, as she sat gazing into the moonlight, Ellen's eyes were gathering tears very fast. "Well, I am seeking him," she thought. "Can it be that he loves me? Oh, I'm so glad!" And they were glad tears that little Ellen wiped away as she went upstairs, for it was too cold to sit there long, if the moon was ever so bright. She had her hand on the latch of the door, when her grandmother called out from the other room to know who was there. "It is I, Grandma." "Ain't somebody there? Come in here. Who is it?" "It's I, Grandma," said Ellen, coming to the door. "Come in here, deary," said the old woman in a lower tone. "What is it all? What's the matter? Who's downstairs?" "It's a bee, Grandma; there's nothing the matter." "A bee! Who's been stung? What's all the noise about?" "'Tisn't that kind of a bee, Grandma. Don't you know? There's a parcel of people that came to pare apples, and they've been playing games in the parlour that's all." "Paring apples, eh? Is there company below?" "Yes, Maam, a whole parcel of people." "Dear me," said the old lady, "I oughtn't to have been abed. Why han't Fortune told me? I'll get right up. Ellen, you go in the fur closet and bring me my paddy soy that hangs there, and then help me on with my things. I'll get right up. Dear me, what was Fortune thinking about?" The moonlight served very well instead of candles. After twice bringing the wrong dresses, Ellen at last hit upon the paddy soy, which the old lady knew immediately by the touch. In haste, and not without some fear and trembling on Ellen's part, she was arrayed in it, her best cap put on not over hair in the best order, Ellen feared, but the old lady would not stay to have it made better. Ellen took care of her down the stairs, and after opening the door for her, went back to her room. A little while had passed, and Ellen was just tying her nightcap strings, and ready to go peacefully to sleep, when Nancy burst in. "Ellen, hurry! You must come right downstairs." "Downstairs? Why, I'm just ready to go to bed." "No matter, you must come down right away. There's Mr. Van Brunt says he won't begin supper till you come." "But does Aunt Fortune want me to?" "Yes, I tell you; and the quicker you come the better she'll be pleased. She sent me after you in all sorts of a hurry. She said she didn't know where you were." "Said she didn't know where I was? Why, she told me herself," Ellen began, and stopped short. "Of course," said Nancy; "don't you think I know that? But he don't; and if you want to plague her, you'll just tell him. Now come, and be quick, will you? The supper's splendid." Ellen lost the first view of the table, for everything had begun to be pulled to pieces before she came in. The company were all crowded round the table, eating and talking and helping themselves; and ham and bread and butter, pumpkin pies and mince pies and apple pies, cakes of various kinds, and glasses of egg nog and cider, were in everybody's hands. One dish in the middle of the big table had won the praise of many tongue; nobody could guess, and many asked how it was made. But Miss Fortune kept a satisfied silence, pleased to see the constant stream of comers to the big dish, till it was near empty. Just then Mr. Van Brunt, seeing Ellen had nothing, gathered up all that was left and gave it to her. It was sweet and cold and rich. Ellen told her mother afterwards it was the best thing she had ever tasted except the ice cream she once gave her in New York. She had taken, however, but one spoonful, when her eye fell upon Nancy, standing at the back of the company, and forgotten. Nancy had been upon her good behaviour all the evening, and it was a singular proof of this that she had not pushed in and helped herself among the first. Ellen's eye went once or twice from her plate to Nancy, and then she crossed over and offered it to her. It was eagerly taken, and, a little disappointed, Ellen stepped back again. But she soon forgot the disappointment. "She'll know now that I don't bear her any grudge," she thought. "Han't you got nothing?" said Nancy, coming up presently. "That wasn't your'n that you gave me, was it?" Ellen nodded smilingly. "Well, there ain't no more of it," said Nancy; "the bowl is empty." "I know it," said Ellen. "Why, didn't you like it?" "Yes, very much." "Why, you're a queer little fish," said Nancy. "What did you get Mr. Van Brunt to let me in for?" "How did you know I did?" "'Cause he told me. Say, what did you do it for? Mr. Dennison, won't you give Ellen a piece of cake or something? Here, take this," said Nancy, pouncing upon a glass of egg nog, which a gap in the company enabled her to reach. "I made it more than half myself. Ain't it good?" "Yes, very," said Ellen, smacking her lips. "What's in it?" "Oh, plenty of good things. But what made you ask Mr. Van Brunt to let me stop to night? You didn't tell me. Did you want me to stay?" "Never mind," said Ellen; "don't ask me any questions." "Yes, but I will, though, and you've got to answer me. Why did you? Come! Do you like me? Say!" "I should like you, I dare say, if you would be different." "Well, I don't care," said Nancy, after a little pause. "I like you, though you're as queer as you can be. I don't care whether you like me or not. Look here, Ellen, that cake there is the best. I know it is, for I've tried 'em all. You know I told Van Brunt that I would tell him what you were crying about?" "Yes, and I asked you not. Did you?" Nancy nodded, being at the moment still further engaged in trying the cake. "I'm sorry you did. What did he say?" "He didn't say much to me. Somebody else will hear of it, I guess. He was mad about it, or I am mistaken." "What makes you sorry?" "It will only do harm, and make Aunt Fortune angry." "Well, that's just what I should like, if I were you. I can't make you out." "I'd a great deal rather have her like me," said Ellen. "Was she vexed when Grandma came down?" "I don't know, but she had to keep it to herself if she was; everybody else was so glad, and Mr. Van Brunt made such a fuss. Just look at the old lady, how pleased she is! I declare if the folks ain't talking of going. Come, Ellen, now for the cloaks. You and me'll finish our supper afterwards." That, however, was not to be. Nancy was offered a ride home to Mrs. Van Brunt's and a lodging there. They were ready cloaked and shawled, and Ellen was still hunting for Miss Janet's things in the moonlit hall, when she heard Nancy close by, in a lower tone than common, say "Ellen, will you kiss me?" Ellen dropped her armful of things, and taking Nancy's hands, gave her truly the kiss of peace. When she went up to undress for the second time, she found on her bed her letter, and with tears Ellen kneeled down and gave earnest thanks for this blessing, and that she had been able to gain Nancy's good will. CHAPTer 26. Of the Wide, Wide World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World, by Susan Warner. Chapter 26. Sundry Things Round a Pot of Chocolate. It was Tuesday, the 22nd of December, and late in the day. Not a pleasant afternoon. The grey snow clouds hung low. The air was keen and raw. It was already growing dark, and Alice was sitting alone in the firelight, when two little feet came running round the corner of the house. The glass door opened, and Ellen rushed in. "I have come! I have come!" she exclaimed. "Oh, dear Alice, I am so glad!" So was Alice, if her kiss meant anything. "But how late, my child! how late you are!" "Oh, I thought I never was going to get done," said Ellen, pulling off her things in a great hurry, and throwing them on the sofa; "but I am here at last. Oh, I am so glad!" "Why, what has been the matter?" said Alice, folding up what Ellen laid down. "Oh, a great deal of matter. I couldn't think what Nancy meant last night. I know very well now. I shan't want to see any more apples all winter. What do you think I have been doing all to day, dear Miss Alice?" "Nothing that has done you much harm," said Alice, smiling, "if I am to guess from your looks. You are as rosy as a good Spitzenberg yourself." "That's very funny," said Ellen, laughing, "for Aunt Fortune said a while ago that my cheeks were just the colour of two mealy potatoes." "But about the apples?" said Alice. "Why, this morning I was thinking I would come here so early, when the first thing I knew, Aunt Fortune brought out all those heaps and heaps of apples into the kitchen, and made me sit down on the floor; and then she gave me a great big needle, and set me to stringing them all together, and as fast as I strung them, she hung them up all round the ceiling. I tried very hard to get through before, but I could not; and I am so tired, I thought I never should get to the bottom of that big basket." "Never mind, love; come to the fire. We'll try and forget all disagreeable things while we are together." "I have forgotten it almost already," said Ellen, as she sat down in Alice's lap, and laid her face against hers. "I don't care for it at all now." But her cheeks were fast fading into the uncomfortable colour Miss Fortune had spoken of, and weariness and weakness kept her for a while quiet in Alice's arms, overcoming even the pleasure of talking. They sat so till the clock struck 5:30; then Alice proposed they should go into the kitchen, and see Margery, and order the tea made, which she had no doubt Ellen wanted. Margery welcomed her with great cordiality. She liked anybody that Alice liked, but she had besides declared to her husband that Ellen was an uncommon well behaved child. She said she would put the tea to draw, and they should have it in a very few minutes. "But, Miss Alice, there's an Irish body out by, waiting to speak to you. I was just coming in to tell you. Will you please to see her now?" "Certainly; let her come in. Is she in the cold, Margery?" "No, Miss Alice; there's a fire there this evening. I'll call her." The woman came up from the lower kitchen at the summons. She was young, rather pretty, and with a pleasant countenance, but unwashed, uncombed, untidy. No wonder Margery's nicety had shrunk from introducing her into the spotless upper kitchen. The unfailing Irish cloak was drawn about her, the hood brought over her head, and on the head and shoulders the snow lay white, not yet melted away. "Did you wish to speak to me, my friend?" said Alice, pleasantly. "If you plase, Maam, it's the master I'm wanting," said the woman, dropping a courtesy. "My father? Margery, will you tell him?" Margery departed. "Come nearer the fire," said Alice, "and sit down. My father will be here presently. It is snowing again, is it not?" "It is, Maam; a bitter storm." "Have you come far?" "It's a good bit, my lady; it's more nor a mile beyant Carra just right foragin the old big hill they call the Catchback, in Jemmy Morrison's woods, where Pat M'Farren's clearing is. It's there I live, my lady." "That is a long distance indeed, for a walk in the snow," said Alice, kindly. "Sit down, and come nearer the fire. Margery will give you something to refresh you." "I thank ye, my lady, but I want nothing man can give me the night; and when one's on an errand of life and death, it's little the cold or the storm can do to put out the heart's fire." "Life and death! Who is sick?" said Alice. "It's my own child, Maam my own boy all the child I have; and I'll have none by the morning light." "Is he so ill?" said Alice. "What is the matter with him?" "Myself doesn't know." The voice was fainter, the brown cloak was drawn over her face, and Alice and Ellen saw her shoulders heaving with the grief she kept from bursting out. They exchanged glances. "Sit down," said Alice again presently, laying her hand upon the wet shoulder; "sit down and rest. My father will be here directly. Margery oh, that's right a cup of tea will do her good. What do you want with my father?" "The Lord bless ye! I'll tell you, my lady." She drank off the tea, but refused something more substantial that Margery offered her. "The Lord bless ye, I couldn't. My lady, there wasn't a stronger, nor prettier, nor swaider child, nor couldn't be, nor he was when we left it; it'll be 3 years come the 15th of April next; but I'm thinking the bitter winters of this cowld country has chilled the life o' him; and trouble's cowlder than all," she added, in a lower tone. "I seed him grow waker and waker, and his dare face grown thinner and thinner, and the red all left it; only 2 burning spots was on it some days; and I worried the life out o' me for him; and all I could do, I couldn't do nothing at all to help him, for he just growed waker and waker. I axed the father wouldn't he see the doctor about him; but he's an aisy kind o' man, my lady, and he said he would, and he never did to this day; and John, he always said it was no use sending for the doctor, and looked so swate at me, and said for me not to fret, for sure he'd be better soon, or he'd go to a better place; and I thought he was already like a heavenly angel itself, and always was; but then more nor ever. Och! it's soon that he'll be one entirely. let Father Shannon say what he will." She sobbed for a minute, while Alice and Ellen looked on, silent and pitying. "And to night, my lady, he's very bad," she went on, wiping away the tears that came quickly again; "and I seed he was going fast from me, and I was breaking my heart with the loss of him, when I heard one of the men that was in it say, 'What's this he's saying?' says he. 'And what is this, thin?' says I. 'About the gintleman that praiches at Carra,' says he; 'he's a calling for him,' says he. I knowed there wasn't a praist at all at Carra, and I thought he was dryming, or out of his head, or crazy wid his sickness, like; and I went up close to him, and I says, 'John,' says I, 'what is it you want?' says I. 'And sure, if it's anything in heaven above or in earth beneath that your own mother can get for ye,' says I, 'ye shall have it,' says I. And he puts up his two arms around my neck, and pulled my face down to his lips, that was hot wid the faver, and kissed me, he did; and, says he, 'Mother dare,' says he, 'if ye love me,' says he, 'fetch me the good gintleman that praiches at Carra, till I spake to him.' 'Is it the praist you want, John, my boy?' says I. 'Sure he's in it,' says I, for Michael had been for Father Shannon, and he had come home wid him half an hour before. 'Oh no, mother,' says he, 'it's not him at all that I mane; it's the gintleman that spakes in the little white church at Carra; he's not a praist at all,' says he. 'And who is he, thin?' says I, getting up from the bed, 'or where will I find him, or how will I get to him?' 'You'll not stir a foot for him, thin, the night, Kitty Dolan,' says my husband. 'Are ye mad?' says he. 'Sure it's not his own head the child has at all, or it's a little hiritic he is,' says he; 'and ye won't show the disrespect to the priest in your own house. I'm maning none,' says I; 'nor more, he isn't a hiritic; but if he was, he's a born angel to you, Michael Dolan, anyhow,' says I; 'and wid the kiss of his lips on my face, wouldn't I do the errant of my own boy, and he a dying? By the blessing, an' I will, if 20 men stud between me and it. So tell me where I'll find him, this praist, if there's the love of mercy in any soul of ye,' says I. But they wouldn't spake a word for me, not one of them. So I axed and axed at one place and another, till here I am. And now, my lady, will the master go for me to my poor boy, for he'd maybe be dead while I stand here?" "Surely I will," said Mr. Humphreys, who had come in while she was speaking. "Wait but one moment." In a moment he came back ready, and he and the woman set forth to their walk. Alice looked out anxiously after them. "It storms very hard," she said, "and he had not his tea. But he couldn't wait. Come, Ellen, love, we'll have ours. How will he ever get back again? It will be so deep by that time." There was a cloud on her fair brow for a few minutes, but it passed away, and, quiet and calm as ever, she sat down at the little tea table with Ellen. From her face all shadows seemed to have flown for ever. Hungry and happy, she enjoyed Margery's good bread and butter, and the nice honey, and from time to time cast very bright looks at the dear face on the other side of the table, which could not help looking bright in reply. Ellen was well pleased, for her part, that the third seat was empty; but Alice looked thoughtful sometime as a gust of wind swept by, and once or twice went to the window. After tea Alice took out her work, and Ellen put herself contentedly down on the rug, and sat leaning back against her. Silent for very contentment for a while, she sat looking gravely into the fire, while Alice's fingers drove a little steel hook through and through some silk purse in a mysterious fashion that no eye could be quick enough to follow, and with such skill and steadiness that the work grew fast under her hand. "I had such a funny dream last night," said Ellen. "Had you? What about?" "It was pleasant too," said Ellen, twisting herself round to talk, "but very queer. I dreamed about that gentleman that was so kind to me on board the boat you know, I told you about him." "Yes, I remember." "Well, I dreamed of seeing him somewhere I don't know where and he didn't look a bit like himself, only I knew who it was; and I thought I didn't like to speak to him for fear he wouldn't know me; but then I thought he did, and came up and took my hand, and seemed so glad to see me, and he asked me if I had been pious since he saw me." Ellen stopped to laugh. "And what did you tell him?" "I told him yes, and then I thought he seemed so very pleased." "Dreamers do not always keep close to the truth, it seems." "I didn't," said Ellen; "but then I thought I had, in my dream." "Had what? Kept close to the truth?" No, been what he said." "Dreams are queer things," said Alice. "I have been far enough from being good to day," said Ellen, thoughtfully. "How so, my dear?" "I don't know, Miss Alice; because I never am good, I suppose." "But what has been the matter to day?" "Why, those apples. I thought I would come here so early, and then, when I found I must do all those baskets of apples first, I was very ill humoured; and Aunt Fortune saw I was, and said something that made me worse; and I tried as hard as I could to get through before dinner, and when I found I couldn't, I said I wouldn't come to dinner; but she made me, and that vexed me more, and I wouldn't eat scarcely anything; and then, when I got back to the apples again, I sewed so hard that I ran the needle into my finger ever so far see there, what a mark it left! And Aunt Fortune said it served me right, and she was glad of it, and that made me angry. I knew I was wrong afterwards, and I was very sorry. Isn't it strange, dear Alice, I should do so when I have resolved so hard that I wouldn't?" "Not very, my darling. As long as we have such evil hearts as ours are, it is strange that they should be so evil." "I told Aunt Fortune afterwards I was sorry, but she said, 'Actions speak louder than words, and words are cheap.' If she only wouldn't say that just as she does! It does worry me so." "Patience," said Alice, passing her hand over Ellen's hair as she sat looking sorrowfully up at her; "you must try not to give her occasion. Never mind what she says, and overcome evil with good." "That is just what Mamma said!" exclaimed Ellen, rising to throw her arms around Alice's neck, and kissing her with all the energy of love, gratitude, repentance, and sorrowful recollection. "Oh, what do you think?" she said, suddenly, her face changing again. "I got my letter last night." "Your letter?" "Yes, the letter the old man brought, don't you know? And it was written in the ship, and there was only a little bit from Mamma, and a little bit from Papa, but so good. Papa says she is a great deal better, and he has no doubt he will bring her back in the spring or summer quite well again. Isn't that good?" "Very good, dear Ellen. I am very glad for you." "It was, on my bed last night. I can't think how it got there, and I don't care either, so long as I've got it. What are you making?" "A purse," said Alice, laying it on the table for her inspection. "It will be very pretty. Is the other end to be like this?" "Yes, and these tassels to finish them off." "Oh, that's beautiful!" said Ellen, laying them down to try the effect. "And these rings to fasten it with? Is it black?" "No, dark green. I am making it for my brother John." "A Christmas present!" exclaimed Ellen. "I'm afraid not; he will hardly be here by that time. It may do for New Year." "How pleasant it must be to make Christmas and New Year presents!" said Ellen, after she had watched Alice's busy fingers for a few minutes. "I wish I could make something for somebody. Oh, I wonder if I couldn't make something for Mr. Van Brunt? Oh, I should like to, very much." Alice smiled at Ellen's very wide open eyes. "What could you make for him?" "I don't know that's the thing. He keeps his money in his pocket; and besides, I don't know how to make purses." "There are other things besides purses. How would a watch guard do? Does he wear a watch?" "I don't know whether he does or not. He doesn't every day, I am sure; but I don't know about Sundays." "Then we won't venture upon that. You might knit him a nightcap." "A nightcap! You're joking, Alice, aren't you? I don't think a nightcap would be pretty for a Christmas present, do you?" "Well, what shall we do, Ellen?" said Alice, laughing. "I made a pocket pin cushion for Papa once, when I was a little girl; but I fancy Mr. Van Brunt would not know exactly what use to make of such a convenience. I don't think you could fail to please him, though, with anything you should hit upon." "I have got $1," said Ellen, "to buy stuff with. It came in my letter last night. If I only knew what!" Down she went on the rug again, and Alice worked in silence, while Ellen's thoughts ran over every possible and impossible article of Mr. Van Brunt's dress. "I have some nice pieces of fine linen," said Alice. "Suppose I cut out a collar for him, and you can make it and stitch it; and then Margery will starch and iron it for you, all ready to give him. How will that do? Can you stitch well enough?" "Oh, yes, I guess I can," said Ellen. "Oh, thank you, dear Alice; you are the best help that ever was. Will he like that, do you think?" "I'm sure he will, very much." "Then that will do nicely," said Ellen, much relieved. "And now, what do you think about Nancy's Bible?" "Nothing could be better, only that I'm afraid Nancy would either sell it for something else, or let it go to destruction very quickly. I never heard of her spending 5 minutes over a book; and the Bible, I'm afraid, last of all. But I think," said Ellen, slowly, "I think she would not spoil it, or sell it either, if I gave it to her." And she told Alice about Nancy's asking for the kiss last night. "That's the most hopeful thing I have heard about Nancy for a long time," said Alice. "We will get her the Bible, by all means, my dear a nice one; and I hope you will be able to persuade her to read it." She rose as she spoke, and went to the glass door. Ellen followed her, and they looked out into the night. It was very dark. She opened the door a moment, but the wind drove the snow into their faces, and they were glad to shut it again. "It's almost as bad as the night we were out, isn't it?" said Ellen. "Not such a heavy fall of snow, I think, but it is very windy and cold. Papa will be late getting home." "I'm sorry you are worried, dear Alice." "I'm not much worried, love. I've often known papa out late before, but this is rather a hard night for a long walk. Come, we'll try to make a good use of the time while we are waiting. Suppose you read to me while I work." She took down a volume of Cowper, and found his account of the 3 pet hares. Ellen read it, and then several of his smaller pieces of poetry. Then followed a long talk about hares and other animals, about Cowper and his friends, and his way of life. Time passed swiftly away; it was getting late. "How weary papa will be!" said Alice. "He has had nothing to eat since dinner. I'll tell you what we'll do, Ellen," she exclaimed, as she threw her work down; "we'll make some chocolate for him. That'll be the very thing. Ellen, dear, run into the kitchen and ask Margery to bring me the little chocolate pot and a pitcher of night's milk." Margery brought them. The pot was set on the coals, and Alice had cut up the chocolate that it might melt the quicker. Ellen watched it with great interest till it was melted, and the boiling water stirred in, and the whole was simmering quietly in the coals. "Is it done now?" "No, it must boil a little while, and then the milk must be put in, and when that has boiled, the eggs, and then it will be done." With Margery and the chocolate pot the cat had walked in. Ellen immediately endeavoured to improve his acquaintance. That was not so easy. The Captain chose the corner of the rug furthest from her, in spite of all her calling and coaxing, paying her no more attention than if he had not heard her. Ellen crossed over to him, and began most tenderly and respectfully to stroke his head and back, touching his soft fur with great care. Parry presently lifted up his head uneasily, as much as to say, "I wonder how long this is going to last?" And finding there was every prospect of its lasting some time, he fairly got up and walked over to the other end of the rug. Ellen followed him and tried again, with exactly the same effect. "Well, Cat, you aren't very kind," said she at length. "Alice, he won't let me have anything to do with him." "I am sorry, my dear; he is so unsociable. He is a cat of very bad taste that is all I can say." "But I never saw such a cat; he won't let me touch him ever so softly. He lifts up his head and looks as cross, and then walks off. He don't know you yet; and truth is, Parry has no fancy for extending the circle of his acquaintance. Oh, Kitty, Kitty!" said Alice, fondly stroking his head, "why don't you behave better?" Parry lifted his head, and opened and shut his eyes, with an expression of great satisfaction, very different from that he had bestowed on Ellen. Ellen gave him up for the present as a hopeless case, and turned her attention to the chocolate, which had now received the milk, and must be watched lest it should run over, which Alice said it would very easily do when once it began to boil again. Meanwhile, Ellen wanted to know what chocolate was made of, where it came from, where it was made best, burning her little face in the fire all the time, lest the pot should boil over while she was not looking. At last the chocolate began to gather a rich froth, and Ellen called out, "Oh, Alice, look here, quick! Here's the shape of the spoon on the top of the chocolate; do look at it." An iron spoon was in the pot, and its shape was distinctly raised on the smooth frothy surface. As they were both bending forward to watch it, Alice waiting to take the pot off the moment it began to boil, Ellen heard a slight click of the lock of the door, and turning her head, was a little startled to see a stranger there, standing still at the far end of the room. She touched Alice's arm, without looking round, but Alice started to her feet with a slight scream, and in another minute had thrown her arms round the stranger and was locked in his. Ellen knew what it meant now, very well. She turned away as if she had nothing to do with what was going on there, and lifted the pot of chocolate off the fire with infinite difficulty; but it was going to boil over, and she would have broken her back rather than not do it. And then she stood with her back to the brother and sister, looking into the fire as if she was determined not to see them till she could help it. But what she was thinking of, Ellen could not have told, then or afterwards. It was but a few minutes, though it seemed to her a great many, before they drew near the fire. Curiosity began to be strong, and she looked round to see if the new comer was like Alice. No, not a bit. How different! Darker hair and eyes, not a bit like her; handsome enough, too, to be her brother. And Alice did not look like herself; her usually calm, sweet face was quivering and sparkling now, lit up as Ellen had never seen it. Oh, how bright! Poor Ellen herself had never looked duller in her life; and when Alice said gaily, "This is my brother, Ellen!" Her confusion of thoughts and feelings resolved themselves into a flood of tears. She sprang and hid her face in Alice's arms. Ellen's were not the only eyes that were full just then, but of course she did not know that. "Come, Ellen," whispered Alice presently, "look up. What kind of a welcome is this? Come, we have no business with tears just now. Won't you run into the kitchen for me, love?" she added more low, "and ask Margery to bring some bread and butter, and anything else she has that is fit for a traveller." Glad of an escape, Ellen darted away that her wet face might not be seen. The brother and sister were busily talking when she returned. "John," said Alice, "this is my little sister that I wrote you about, Ellen Montgomery. Ellen, this is your brother as well as mine, you know." "Stop, stop," said her brother. "Miss Ellen, this sister of mine is giving us away to each other at a great rate. I should like to know first what you say to it. Are you willing to take a strange brother upon her recommendation?" Half inclined to laugh, Ellen glanced at the speaker's face, but meeting the grave though somewhat comical look of two very keen eyes, she looked down again, and merely answered "Yes." "Then if I am to be your brother, you must give me a brother's right, you know," said he, drawing her gently to him, and kissing her gravely on the lips. Probably Ellen thought there was a difference between John Humphreys and Mr. Van Brunt, or the young gentleman of the apple paring; for though she coloured a good deal, she made no objection, and showed no displeasure. Alice and she now busied themselves with getting the cups and saucers out of the cupboard, and setting the table; but all that evening, through whatever was doing, Ellen's eyes sought the stranger as if by fascination. She watched him whenever she could without being noticed. At first she was in doubt what to think of him. She was quite sure, from that one looking into his eyes, that he was a person to be feared; there was no doubt of that. As to the rest, she didn't know. "And what have my two sisters been doing to spend the evening?" said John Humphreys, one time that Alice was gone into the kitchen on some kind errand for him. "Talking, Sir," said Ellen, doubtfully. "Talking! this whole evening! Alice must have improved. What have you been talking about?" "Hares, and dogs, and about Mr. Cowper, and some other things." "Private affairs, eh?" said he, with again the look Ellen had seen before. "Yes, Sir," said Ellen, nodding and laughing. "And how came you upon Mr. Cowper?" "Sir? How came you to be talking about Mr. Cowper?" "I was reading about his hares, and about John Gilpin, and then Alice told me about Mr. Cowper and his friends." "Well, I don't know, after all, that you have had a pleasanter evening than I have had," said her questioner, "though I have been riding hard, with a cold wind in my face, and the driving snow doing all it could to discomfort me. I have had this very bright fireside before me all the way." He fell into a fit of grave musing, which lasted till Alice came in, then suddenly fell a fumbling in his pocket. "Here's a note for you," said he, throwing it into her lap. "A note! Sophia Marshman! Where did you get it?" "From her own hand. Passing there to day, I thought I must stop a moment to speak to them, and had no notion of doing more; but Mrs. Marshman was very kind, and Miss Sophia in despair; so the end of it was, I dismounted and went in to await the preparing of that belay, while my poor nag was led off to the stables, and a fresh horse supplied me. I fancy that tells you on what conditions." "Charming!" said Alice. "To spend Christmas! I am very glad. I should like to very much, with you, dear. If I can only get papa! But I think he will. It will do him a great deal of good. To morrow, she says, we must come. But I doubt the weather will not let us; we shall see. I rode Prince Charlie down; he is a good traveller, and the sleighing will be fine if the snow be not too deep. The old sleigh is in being yet, I suppose?" "Oh, yes, in good order." "Ellen, what are you looking so grave about? You are going too." "I?" said Ellen, with a great spot of crimson coming back in each cheek. "To be sure; do you think I am going to leave you behind?" "But" "But what?" "There won't be room." "Room in the sleigh? Then we'll put John on Prince Charlie, and let him ride there, postillion fashion." "But Mr. Humphreys?" "He always goes on horseback; he will ride Sharp or old John." In great delight, Ellen gave Alice an earnest kiss, and then they all gathered round the table to take their chocolate, or rather to see John take his, which his sister would not let him wait for any longer. The storm had ceased, and through the broken clouds the moon and stars were looking out, so they were no more uneasy for Mr. Humphreys, and expected him every moment. Still the supper was begun and ended without him, and they had drawn round the fire again before his welcome step was at last heard. There was new joy then, new embracing and questioning and answering; the little circle opened to let him in, and Alice brought the corner of the table to his side, and poured him out a cup of hot chocolate. but after drinking half of it, and neglecting the eatables beside him, he sat with one hand in the other, his arm leaning on his knee, with a kind of softened gravity upon his countenance. "Is your chocolate right, Papa?" said Alice at length. "Very good, my daughter." He finished the cup, but then went back to his old attitude and look. Gradually they ceased their conversation, and waited, with respectful affection and some curiosity for him to speak. Something of more than common interest seemed to be in his thoughts. He sat looking earnestly in the fire, sometimes with almost a smile on his face, and gently striking one hand in the palm of the other. And sitting so, without moving or stirring his eyes, he said at last, as though the words had been forced from him, "Thanks be unto God for his unspeakable gift." As he added no more, Alice said gently, "What have you seen to night, Papa?" He roused himself, and pushed the empty cup towards her. "A little more, my daughter. I have seen the fairest sight almost a man can see in this world. I have seen a little ransomed spirit go home to its rest. Oh, that unspeakable gift!" He pressed his lips thoughtfully together while he stirred his chocolate; but having drunk it, he pushed the table from him, and drew up his chair. "You had a long way to go, Papa," observed Alice again. "Yes, a long way there. I don't know what it was coming home. I never thought of it. How independent the spirit can be of externals. I scarcely felt the storm to night." "Nor I," said his son. "I had a long way to go," said Mr. Humphreys. "That poor woman that Mrs. Dolan she lives in the woods beyond the Cat's Back, a mile beyond Carra Carra, or more; it seemed a long mile to night; and a more miserable place I never saw yet. A little rickety shanty; the storm was hardly kept out of it, and no appearance of comfort or nicety anywhere or in anything. There were several men gathered round the fire, and in a corner, on a miserable kind of bed, I saw the sick child. His eye met mine the moment I went in, and I thought I had seen him before, but I couldn't at first make out where. Do you remember, Alice, a little ragged boy, with a remarkably bright pleasant face, who has planted himself regularly every Sunday morning for some time past in the south aisle of the church, and stood there all service time?" Alice said no. "I have noticed him often, and noticed him as paying a most fixed and steady attention. I have repeatedly tried to catch him on his way out of the church, to speak to him, but always failed. I asked him to night, when I first went in, if he knew me. 'I do, Sir,' he said. I asked him where he had seen me. He said, 'In the church beyont.' 'So,' said I, 'you are the little boy I have seen there so regularly. What did you come for?' 'To hear your honour spake the good words.' 'What good words?' said I. 'About what?' He said, 'About him that was slain, and washed us from our sins in his own blood.' 'And do you think he has washed away yours?' I said. He smiled at me very expressively. I suppose it was somewhat difficult for him to speak; and to tell the truth, so it was for me, for I was taken by surprise. But the people in the hut had gathered round, and I wished to hear him say more, for their sake as well as my own. I asked him why he thought his sins were washed away. He gave me for answer part of the verse, 'Suffer little children to come unto me,' but did not finish it. 'Do you think you are very sick, John?' I asked. 'I am, Sir,' he said. 'I'll not be here long.' 'And where do you think you are going, then?' said I. He lifted one little thin bony arm from under his coverlid, and through all the dirt and pallor of his face, the smile of heaven I am sure was on it, as he looked and pointed upward, and answered, 'Jesus.' I asked him presently, as soon as I could, what he had wished to see me for. I don't know whether he heard me or not; he lay with his eyes half closed, breathing with difficulty. I doubted whether he would speak again; and indeed, for myself, I had heard and seen enough to satisfy me entirely. For the sake of the group around the bed, I could have desired something further. They kept perfect stillness, awed, I think, by a profession of faith such as they had never heard before. They and I stood watching him, and at the end of a few minutes, not more than 10 or 15, he opened his eyes, and with sudden life and strength rose up half way in bed, exclaiming, 'Thanks be to God for his unspeakable gift!' and then fell back, just dead." The old gentleman's voice was husky as he finished, for Alice and Ellen were both weeping, and John Humphreys had covered his face with his hands. "I have felt," said the old gentleman presently, "as if I could have shouted out his words, his dying words, all the way as I came home. My little girl," said he, drawing Ellen to him, "do you know the meaning of those sweet things of which little John Dolan's mind was so full?" Ellen did not speak. Do you know what it is to be a sinner, and what it is to be a forgiven child of God?" "I believe I do, Sir," Ellen said. He kissed her forehead and blessed her, and then said, "Let us pray." It was late; the servants had gone to bed, and they were alone. Oh, what a thanksgiving Mr. Humphreys poured forth for that unspeakable gift! that they, every one there, had been made to know and rejoice in it; for the poor little boy, rich in faith, who had just gone home in the same rejoicing; for their own loved ones, who were there already; and for the hope of joining them soon in safety and joy, to sing with them the new song for ever and ever. There were no dry eyes in the room. And when they arose, Mr. Humphreys, after giving his daughter the usual kiss for good night, gave one to Ellen too, which he had never done before; and then going to his son, and laying both hands on his shoulders, kissed his cheek also, then silently took his candle and went. They lingered a little while after he was gone, standing round the fire as if loath to part, but in grave silence, each busy with his own thoughts. Alice's ended by fixing on her brother, for, laying her hand and her head carelessly on his shoulder, she said, "And so you have been well all this time, John?" He turned his face towards her without speaking, but Ellen as well as his sister saw the look of love with which he answered the question, rather of endearment than inquiry; and from that minute Ellen's mind was made up as to the doubt which had troubled her. She went to bed quite satisfied that her new brother was a decided acquisition. CHAPTer 26. Chapter 27 of the Wide, Wide World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World by Susan Warner. Chapter 27. The Jingling of Sleigh Bells. Before Ellen's eyes were open the next morning, almost before she awoke, the thought of the Christmas visit, the sleigh ride, John Humphreys, and the weather, all rushed into her mind at once, and started her half up in the bed to look out of the window. Well frosted the panes of glass were, but at the corners and edges unmistakable bright gleams of light came in. "Oh, Alice, it's beautiful!" exclaimed Ellen. "Look how the sun is shining! And 'tisn't very cold. Are we going to day?" "I don't know yet, Ellie, but we shall know very soon. We'll settle that at breakfast." At breakfast it was settled. They were to go and set off directly. Mr. Humphreys could not go with them, because he had promised to bury little John Dolan; the priest had declared he would have nothing to do with it; and the poor mother had applied to Mr. Humphreys, as being the clergyman her child had most trusted and loved to hear. It seemed that little John had persuaded her out of half her prejudices, by his affectionate talk and blameless behaviour during some time past. Mr. Humphreys, therefore, must stay at home that day. He promised, however, to follow them the next, and would by no means permit them to wait for him. He said the day was fine, and they must improve it, and he should be pleased to have them with their friends as long as possible. So the little travelling bag was stuffed, with more things than it seemed possible to get into it. Among the rest, Ellen brought her little red Bible, which Alice decided should go in John's pocket; the little carpet bag could not take it. Ellen was afraid it never would be locked. By dint of much pushing and crowding, however, locked it was, and they made themselves ready. Over Ellen's merino dress and coat went an old fur tippet; a little shawl was tied round her neck; her feet were cased in a pair of warm moccasins, which, belonging to Margery, were of course a world too big for her, but "anything but cold," as their owner said. Her nice blue hood would protect her head well, and Alice gave her a green veil to save her eyes from the glare of the snow. When Ellen shuffled out of Alice's room in this trim, John gave her one of his grave looks, and saying she looked like Mother Bunch, begged to know how she expected to get to the sleigh. He said she would want a footman indeed to wait upon her, to pick up her slippers, if she went in that fashion. However, he ended by picking her up, carried her, and set her down safely in the sleigh. Alice followed, and in another minute they were off. Ellen's delight was unbounded. Presently they turned round a corner and left the house behind out of sight, and they were speeding away along a road that was quite new to her. Ellen's heart felt like dancing for joy. Nobody would have thought it, she sat so still and quiet between Alice and her brother; but her eyes were very bright as they looked joyously about her, and every now and then she could not help smiling to herself. Nothing was wanting to the pleasure of that ride. The day was of winter's fairest; the blue sky as clear as if clouds had never dimmed or crossed it. None crossed it now. It was cold, but not bitterly cold, nor windy. The sleigh skimmed along over the smooth frozen surface of the snow as if it was no trouble at all to Prince Charlie to draw it, and the sleigh bells jingled and rang, the very music for Ellen's thoughts to dance to. And then with somebody she liked very much on each side of her, and pleasures untold in the prospect, no wonder she felt as if her heart could not hold any more. The green veil could not be kept on, everything looked so beautiful in that morning sun. The long, wide slopes of untrodden and unspotted snow, too bright sometimes for the eye to look at; the shadows that here and there lay upon it, of woodland and scattered trees; the very brown fences, and the bare arms and branches of the leafless trees, showing sharp against the white background and clear bright heavens, all seemed lovely in her eyes; for "it is content of heart gives nature power to please." She could see nothing that was not pleasant. And besides, they were in a nice little red sleigh, with a warm buffalo robe, and Prince Charlie was a fine spirited gray, that scarcely ever needed to be touched with the whip; at a word of encouragement from his driver, he would toss his head and set forward with new life, making all the bells jingle again. To be sure, she would have been just as happy if they had had the poorest of vehicles on runners, with old John instead, but still it was pleasanter so. Their road at first was through a fine undulating country, like that between the Nose and Thirlwall; farmhouses and patches of woodland scattered here and there. It would seem that the minds of all the party were full of the same thoughts. For, after a very long silence, Alice's first word, almost sigh, was "This is a beautiful world, John." "Beautiful, wherever you can escape from the signs of man's presence and influence." "Isn't that almost too strong?" said Alice. He shook his head, smiling somewhat sadly, and touched Prince Charlie, who was indulging himself in a walk. "But there are bright exceptions," said Alice. "I believe it, never so much as when I come home." "Are there none around you, then, in whom you can have confidence and sympathy?" He shook his head again. "Not enough, Alice. I long for you every day of my life." Alice turned her head quick away. "It must be so, my dear sister," he said presently; "we can never expect to find it otherwise. There are, as you say, bright expectations, many of them; but in almost all I find some sad want. We must wait till we join the spirits of the just made perfect, before we see society that will be all we wish for." "What is Ellen thinking of all this while?" said Alice, presently, bending down to see her face. "As grave as a judge! What are you musing about?" "I was thinking," said Ellen, "how men could help the world's being beautiful." "Don't trouble your little head with that question," said John, smiling. "Long may it be before you are able to answer it. Look at those snow birds." By degrees the day wore on. About 1 o'clock they stopped at a farmhouse to let the horse rest, and to stretch their own limbs, which Ellen, for her part, was very glad to do. The people of the house received them with great hospitality, and offered them pumpkin pies and sweet cider. Alice had brought a basket of sandwiches, and Prince Charlie was furnished with a bag of corn Thomas had stowed away in the sleigh for him. So they were all well refreshed and rested and warmed before they set off again. From home to Ventnor, Mr. Marshman's place, was more than 30 miles, and the longest, because the most difficult, part of the way was still before them. Ellen, however, soon became sleepy, from riding in the keen air; she was content now to have the green veil over her face, and sitting down in the bottom of the sleigh, her head leaning against Alice, and covered well with the buffalo robe, she slept in happy unconsciousness of hill and dale, wind and sun, and all the remaining hours of the way. It was drawing towards 4 o'clock, when Alice, with some difficulty, roused her to see the approach of the house, and get wide awake before they should reach it. They turned from the road, and entered by a gateway into some pleasure grounds, through which a short drive brought them to the house. These grounds were fine, but the wide lawns were a smooth spread of snow now; the great skeletons of oaks and elms were bare and wintry, and patches of shrubbery offered little but tufts and bunches of brown twigs and stems. It might have looked dreary, but that some well grown evergreens were clustered round the house, and others scattered here and there relieved the eye. A few holly bushes, singly and in groups, proudly displayed their bright dark leaves and red berries; and one unrivalled hemlock, on the west, threw its graceful shadow quite across the lawn, on which, as on itself, the white chimney tops, and the naked branches of oaks and elms, was the faint smile of the afternoon sun. A servant came to take the horses, and Ellen, being first rid of her moccasins, went with John and Alice up the broad flight of steps, and into the house. They entered a large handsome square hall, with a blue and white stone floor, at one side of which the staircase went winding up. Here they were met by a young lady, very lively and pleasant faced, who threw her arms round Alice and kissed her a great many times, seeming very glad indeed to see her. She welcomed Ellen, too, with such warmth, that she began to feel almost as if she had been sent for and expected; told Mr. John he had behaved admirably, and then led them into a large room, where was a group of ladies and gentlemen. The welcome they got here was less lively, but quite as kind. Mr. and Mrs. Marshman were fine handsome old people, of stately presence, and most dignified as well as kind in their deportment. Ellen saw that Alice was at home here, as if she had been a daughter of the family. Mrs. Marshman also stooped down and kissed her herself, telling her she was very glad she had come, and that there were a number of young people there, who would be much pleased to have her help them keep Christmas. Ellen could not make out yet who any of the rest of the company were. John and Alice seemed to know them all, and there was a buzz of pleasant voices, and a great bustle of shaking hands. The children had all gone out to walk, and, as they had had their dinner a great while ago, it was decided that Ellen should take hers that day with the elder part of the family. While they were waiting to be called to dinner, and everybody else was talking and laughing, old Mr. Marshman took notice of little Ellen, and drawing her from Alice's side to his own, began a long conversation. He asked her a great many questions, some of them funny ones, that she could not help laughing; but she answered them all, and now and then so that she made him laugh too. By the time the butler came to say dinner was ready, she had almost forgotten she was a stranger. Mr. Marshman himself led her to the dining room, begged the older ladies would excuse him, but he felt bound to give his attention to the greatest stranger in the company. He placed her on his right hand, and took the greatest care of her all dinner time, once sending her plate the whole length of the table for some particular little thing he thought she would like. On the other side of Ellen sat Mrs. Chauncey, one of Mr. Marshman's daughters, a lady with a sweet, gentle, quiet face and manner, that made Ellen like to sit by her. Another daughter, Mrs. Gillespie, had more of her mother's stately bearing. The third, Miss Sophia, who met them first in the hall, was very unlike both the others, but lively and agreeable and good humoured. Dinner gave place to the dessert, and that in its turn was removed with the cloth. Ellen was engaged in munching almonds and raisins, admiring the brightness of the mahogany, and the richly cut and coloured glass and silver decanter stands, which were reflected in it, when a door at the further end of the room half opened, a little figure came partly in, and holding the door in her hand, stood looking doubtfully along the table, as if seeking for some one. "What is the matter, Ellen?" said Mrs. Chauncey. "Mrs. Bland told me, Mamma," she began, her eye not ceasing its uneasy quest; but then breaking off and springing to Alice's side, she threw her arms round her neck, and gave her, certainly, the warmest of all the warm welcomes she had had that day. "Hallo!" cried Mr. Marshman, rapping on the table, "that's too much for any one's share. Come here, you baggage, and give me just such another." The little girl came near accordingly, and hugged and kissed him with a very good will, remarking, however, "Ah, but I've seen you before to day, grandpapa." "Well, here's somebody you've not seen before," said he, good humouredly, pulling her round to Ellen. "Here's a new friend for you, a young lady from the great city, so you must brush up your country manners. Miss Ellen Montgomery, come from pshaw! What is it? Come from London, grandpapa?" said the little girl, as with a mixture of simplicity and kindness she took Ellen's hand and kissed her on the cheek. "From Carra Carra, Sir," said Ellen, smiling. "Go along with you," said he, laughing and pinching her cheek. "Take her away, and mind you take good care of her. Tell Mrs. Bland she is one of grandpapa's guests." The two children had not, however, reached the door, when Ellen Chauncey exclaimed, "Wait wait a minute! I must speak to Aunt Sophia about the bag." And flying to her side, there followed an earnest whispering, and then a nod and smile from Aunt Sophia; and, satisfied, Ellen returned to her companion and led her out of the dining room. "We have both got the same name," said she, as they went along a wide corridor. "How shall we know which is which?" "Why," said Ellen, laughing, "when you say Ellen, I shall know you mean me; and when I say it, you will know I mean you. I shouldn't be calling myself, you know." "Yes, but when somebody else calls Ellen, we shall both have to run. Do you run when you are called?" "Sometimes," said Ellen, laughing. "Ah, but I do always. Mamma always makes me. I thought perhaps you were like Mary Ann Gillespie; she waits often as much as half a minute before she stirs when anybody calls her. Did you come with Miss Alice?" "Yes." "Do you love her?" "Very much oh, very much!" Little Ellen looked at her companion's rising colour, with a glance of mixed curiosity and pleasure, in which lay a strong promise of growing love. "So do I," she answered gaily. "I am very glad she has come. "And I am very glad you are come too." The little speaker pushed open a door, and led Ellen into the presence of a group of young people, rather older than themselves. "Marianne," she said to one of them, a handsome girl of 14, "this is Miss Ellen Montgomery. She came with Alice, and she is come to keep Christmas with us. Aren't you glad? There'll be quite a parcel of us when What's her name comes, won't there?" Marianne shook hands with Ellen. "She is one of Grandpapa's guests, I can tell you," said little Ellen Chauncey, "and he says we must brush up our country manners. She's come from the great city." "Do you think we are a set of ignoramuses, Miss Ellen?" inquired a well grown boy of 15, who looked enough like Marianne Gillespie to prove him her brother. "I don't know what that is," said Ellen. "Well, do they do things better in the great city than we do here?" "I don't know how you do them here," said Ellen. "Don't you? Come, stand out of my way, right and left, all of you, will you, and give me a chance. Now then!" Conscious that he was amusing most of the party, he placed himself gravely at a little distance from Ellen, and marching solemnly up to her, bowed down to her knees, then slowly raising his head, stepped back. "Miss Ellen Montgomery, I am rejoiced to have the pleasure of seeing you at Ventnor. Isn't that polite now? Is that like what you have been accustomed to, Miss Montgomery?" "No, Sir, thank you," said Ellen, who laughed in spite of herself. The mirth of the others redoubled. "May I request to be informed, then," continued Gillespie, "what is the fashion of making bows in the great city?" "I don't know," said Ellen. "I never saw a boy make a bow before." "Humph! I guess country manners will do for you," said William, turning on his heel. "You're giving her a pretty specimen of 'em, Bill," said another boy. "For shame, William!" cried little Ellen Chauncey. "Didn't I tell you she was one of Grandpapa's guests? Come here, Ellen, I'll take you somewhere else." She seized Ellen's hand and pulled her towards the door, but suddenly stopped again. "Oh, I forgot to tell you," she said. "I asked Aunt Sophia about the bag of moroccoes, and she said she would have 'em early to morrow morning, and then we can divide 'em right away." "We mustn't divide 'em till Maggie comes," said Marianne. "Oh, no, not till Maggie comes," said little Ellen, and then ran off again. "I am so glad you are come," said she. "The others are all so much older, and they have all so much to do together; and now you can help me think what I will make for Mamma. Hush! don't say a word about it." They entered the large drawing room, where old and young were soon gathered for tea. The children, who had dined early, sat down to a well spread table, at which Miss Sophia presided. The elder persons were standing or sitting in different parts of the room. Ellen, not being hungry, had leisure to look about her, and her eyes soon wandered from the tea table in search of her old friends. Alice was sitting by Mrs. Marshman, talking with two other ladies; but Ellen smiled presently as she caught her eye from the far end of the room, and got a little nod of recognition. John came up just then to set down his coffee cup, and asked her what she was smiling at. "That's city manners," said William Gillespie, "to laugh at what's going on." "I have no doubt we shall all follow the example," said John Humphreys, gravely, "if the young gentleman will try to give us a smile." The young gentleman had just accommodated himself with an outrageously large mouthful of bread and sweetmeats, and if ever so well disposed, compliance with the request was impossible. None of the rest, however, not even his sister, could keep their countenances, for the eye of the speaker had pointed and sharpened his words; and William, very red in the face, was understood to mumble, as soon as mumbling was possible, that he wouldn't laugh unless he had a mind to, and a threat to "do something" to his tormentor. "Only not to eat me," said John, with a shade of expression in his look and tone which overcame the whole party, himself and poor William alone retaining entire gravity. "What's all this? what's all this? What's all this laughing about?" said old Mr. Marshman, coming up. "This young gentleman, Sir," said John, "has been endeavouring, with a mouthful of arguments, to prove us the inferiority of city manners to those learned in the country." "Will," said the old gentleman, glancing doubtfully at William's discomfited face, then added sternly, "I don't care where your manners were learned, Sir, but I advise you to be very particular as to the sort you bring with you here. Now, Sophia, let us have some music." He set the children a dancing, and as Ellen did not know how, he kept her by him, and kept her very much amused too, in his own way; then he would have her join in the dancing, and bade Ellen Chauncey give her lessons. There was a little backwardness at first, and then Ellen was jumping away with the rest, and thinking it perfectly delightful, as Miss Sophia's piano rattled out merry jigs and tunes, and little feet flew over the floor as light as the hearts they belonged to. At 8 o'clock the young ones were dismissed, and bade good night to their elders; and pleased with the kind kiss Mrs. Marshman had given her, as well as her little granddaughter, Ellen went off to bed very happy. The room to which her companion led her was the very picture of comfort. It was not too large, furnished with plain old-fashioned furniture, and lighted and warmed by a cheerful wood fire. The very old brass-headed hand-irons that stretched themselves out upon the hearth with such a look of being at home seemed to say, "You have come to the right place for comfort." A little dark mahogany bookcase in one place, an odd toilet table of the same stuff in another, and opposite the fire an old-fashioned high-post bedstead, with its handsome Marseilles quilt and ample pillows, looked very tempting. Between this and the far side of the room, in the corner, another bed was spread on the floor. "This is Aunt Sophia's room," said little Ellen Chauncey; "this is where you are to sleep." "And where will Alice be?" said the other Ellen. "Oh, she'll sleep here in this bed, with Aunt Sophia. That is because the house is so full, you know. And here is your bed, here on the floor. Oh, delicious! I wish I was going to sleep here. Don't you love to sleep on the floor? I do. I think it's fun." Anybody might have thought it fun to sleep on that bed, for instead of a bedstead, it was luxuriously piled on mattresses. The two children sat down together on the foot of it. "This is Aunt Sophia's room," continued little Ellen, "and next to it, out of that door, is our dressing room, and next to that is where Mamma and I sleep. Do you undress and dress yourself?" "To be sure I do," said Ellen, "always." "So do I; but Marianne Gillespie won't even put on her shoes and stockings for herself." "Who does it then?" said Ellen. "Why, Lester, Aunt Matilda's maid. Mamma sent away her maid when we came here, and she says if she had 50 she would like me to do everything I can for myself. I shouldn't think it was pleasant to have any one put on one's shoes and stockings for you, should you?" "No, indeed," said Ellen. "Then you live here all the time?" "Oh, yes, ever since Papa didn't come back from that long voyage. We live here since then. Is he coming back soon?" "No," said little Ellen, gravely; "he never will come back." "He never will come back any more." Ellen was sorry she had asked, and both children were silent for a minute. "I'll tell you what," said little Ellen, jumping up; "Mamma said we mustn't sit up too long talking, so I'll run and get my things and bring 'em here, and we can undress together. Won't that be a nice way?" CHAPTer 27. Chapter 28 of the Wide, Wide World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World, by Susan Warner. Chapter 28. Scraps of Morocco and Talk. Left alone in the strange room with the flickering fire, how quickly Ellen's thoughts left Ventnor and flew over the sea. They often travelled that road, it is true, but now perhaps the very home look of everything, where yet she was not at home, might have sent them. There was a bitter twinge or two, and for a minute Ellen's head drooped. To morrow will be Christmas Eve. Last Christmas Eve! Oh, Mamma! Little Ellen Chauncey soon came back, and sitting down beside her on the foot of the bed, began the business of undressing. "Don't you love Christmas time?" said she. "I think it's the pleasantest in all the year. We always have a house full of people, and such fine times. But then in summer I think that's the pleasantest. I s'pose they're all pleasant. Do you hang up your stocking?" "No," said Ellen. "Don't you? Why, I always did, ever since I can remember. I used to think, when I was a little girl, you know," said she, laughing, "I used to think that Santa Claus came down the chimney, and I used to hang up my stocking as near the fireplace as I could; but I know better than that now. I don't care where I hang it. You know who Santa Claus is, don't you?" "He's nobody," said Ellen. "Oh, yes, he is; he's a great many people. He's whoever gives you anything. My Santa Claus is Mamma, and Grandpapa, and Grandmamma, and Aunt Sophia, and Aunt Matilda; and I thought I should have had Uncle George, too, this Christmas, but he couldn't come. Uncle Howard never gives me anything. I am sorry Uncle George couldn't come. I like him best of all my uncles." "I never had anybody but Mamma to give me presents," said Ellen, "and she never gave me much more at Christmas than at other times." "I used to have presents from Mamma and Grandpapa, too, both Christmas and New Year; but now I have grown so old, Mamma only gives me something Christmas, and Grandpapa only New Year. It would be too much, you know, for me to have both when my presents are so big. I don't believe a stocking will hold 'em much longer. But oh, we've got such a fine plan in our heads," said little Ellen, lowering her voice, and speaking with open eyes and great energy. "We are going to make presents this year we children; won't it be fine? We are going to make what we like for anybody we choose, and let nobody know anything about it; and then New Year's morning, you know, when the things are all under the napkins, we will give ours to somebody to put where they belong, and nobody will know anything about them till they see them there. Won't it be fine? I'm so glad you are here, for I want you to tell me what I shall make." "Who is it for?" said Ellen. "Oh, Mamma. You know I can't make for everybody, so I think I had rather it should be for Mamma. I thought of making her a needle book with white backs, and getting Gilbert Gillespie to paint them he could paint beautifully and having her name and something else written very nicely inside. How do you think that would do?" "I should think it would do very nicely," said Ellen "very nicely indeed." "I wish Uncle George was at home, though, to write it for me. He writes so beautifully. I can't do it well enough." "I am afraid I can't either," said Ellen. "Perhaps somebody else can." "I don't know who. Aunt Sophia scribbles and scratches, and besides, I don't want her to know anything about it. But there's another thing I don't know how to fix, and that's the edges of the leaves for the needles. They must be fixed, somehow." "I can show you how to do that," said Ellen, brightening. "Mamma had a needle book that was given to her that had the edges beautifully fixed, and I wanted to know how it was done, and she showed me. I'll show you that. It takes a good while, but that's no matter." "Oh, thank you! how nice that is! Oh, no, that's no matter; and then it will do very well, won't it? Now, if I can only catch Gilbert in a good humour he isn't my cousin, he's Marianne's cousin that big boy you saw downstairs. He's so big he won't have anything to say to me, sometimes, but I guess I'll get him to do this. Don't you want to make something for somebody?" Ellen had one or two feverish thoughts on this subject since the beginning of the conversation, but she only said, "It's no matter; you know I haven't got anything here, and besides, I shall not be here till New Year." "Not here till New Year? Yes, you shall," said little Ellen, throwing herself upon her neck. "Indeed, you aren't going away before that; I know you aren't. I heard Grandmamma and Aunt Sophia talking about it. Say you will stay here till New Year, do!" "I should like to, very much indeed," said Ellen, "if Alice does." In the midst of half a dozen kisses with which her little companion rewarded this speech, somebody close by said pleasantly, "What time of night do you suppose it is?" The girls started. There was Mrs. Chauncey. "Oh, Mamma!" exclaimed her little daughter, springing to her feet, "I hope you haven't heard what we've been talking about?" "Not a word," said Mrs. Chauncey, smiling; "but as to morrow will be long enough to talk in, hadn't you better go to bed now?" Her daughter obeyed immediately, after one more hug to Ellen, and telling her she was so glad she had come. Mrs. Chauncey stayed to see Ellen in bed, and press one kind, motherly kiss upon her face, so tenderly that Ellen's eyes were moistened as she withdrew. But in her dreams that night, the rosy, sweet face, blue eyes, and little plump figure of Ellen Chauncey played the greatest part. She slept till Alice was obliged to waken her the next morning, and then got up with her head in a charming confusion of pleasures past and pleasures to come, things known and unknown, to be made for everybody's New Year's presents, linen collars and painted needlebooks; and no sooner was breakfast over than she was showing and explaining to Ellen Chauncey a particularly splendid and mysterious way of embroidering the edges of needlebook leaves. Deep in this they were still an hour afterwards, and in the comparative merits of purple and rose colour, when a little hubbub arose at the other end of the room, on the arrival of a new comer. Ellen Chauncey looked up from her work, then dropped it, exclaiming, "There she is! Now for the bag!" and pulled Ellen along with her towards the party. A young lady was in the midst of it, talking so fast that she had not time to take off her cloak and bonnet. As her eye met Ellen's, however, she came to a sudden pause. It was Margaret Dunscombe. Ellen's face certainly showed no pleasure; Margaret's darkened with a very disagreeable surprise. "My goodness! Ellen Montgomery! How on earth did you get here?" "Do you know her?" asked one of the girls, as the two Ellens went off after Aunt Sophia. "Do I know her? Yes, just enough, exactly. How did she get here?" "Miss Humphreys brought her." "Who's Miss Humphreys?" "Hush!" said Marianne, lowering her tone; "that's her brother in the window." "Whose brother? hers or Miss Humphreys'?" "Miss Humphreys. Did you never see her? She is here, or has been here, a great deal of the time. Grandma calls her her fourth daughter, and she is just as much at home as if she was, and if she brought her here." "And she's at home, too, I suppose. Well, it's no business of mine." "What do you know of her?" "Oh, enough that's just it don't want to know any more." "Well, you needn't; but what's the matter with her?" "Oh, I don't know I'll tell you some other time. She's a conceited little piece. We had the care of her coming up the river. That's how I come to know about her. Ma said it was the last child she would be bothered with in that way." Presently the two girls came back, bringing word to clear the table, for Aunt Sophia was coming with the moroccoes. As soon as she came, Ellen Chauncey sprang to her neck, and whispered an earnest question. "Certainly," Aunt Sophia said, as she poured out the contents of the bag, and her little niece delightedly told Ellen she was to have her share as well as the rest. The table was now strewn with pieces of morocco, of all sizes and colours, which were hastily turned over and examined with eager hands and sparkling eyes. Some were mere scraps, to be sure, but others showed a breadth and length of beauty which was declared to be first rate and fine; and one beautiful large piece of morocco in particular was made up in imagination by two or three of the party, in as many different ways. Marianne wanted it for a book cover; Margaret declared she could make a lovely reticule with it; and Ellen could not help thinking it would make a very pretty needle box, such as one she had seen in the possession of one of the girls, and longed to make for Alice. "Well, what's to be done now?" said Miss Sophia; "or am I not to know?" "Oh, you're not to know, you're not to know, Aunt Sophy," cried the girls; "you mustn't ask." "I'll tell you what they're going to do with 'em," said George Walsh, coming up to her with a mischievous face, and adding in a loud whisper, shielding his mouth with his hand, "they're going to make He was laid hold of forcibly by the whole present, screaming and laughing, and stopped short from finishing his speech. "Well, then, I'll take my departure," said Miss Sophia; "but how will you manage to divide all these scraps?" "Suppose we were to put them in the bag again, and you hold the bag, and we were to draw them out without looking," said Ellen Chauncey, "as we used to do with the sugar plums." As no better plan was thought of, this was agreed upon; and little Ellen, shutting up her eyes very tight, stuck in her hand, and pulled out a little bit of green morocco about the size of $1. Ellen Montgomery came next, then Margaret, then Marianne, then their mutual friend Isabel Hawthorn. Each had to take her turn a great many times; and at the end of the drawing, the pieces were found to be pretty equally divided among the party, with the exception of Ellen, who, besides several other good pieces, had drawn the famous blue. "That will do very nicely," said little Ellen Chauncey. "I'm glad you have got that, Ellen. Now, Aunt Sophy, one thing more; you know the silks and ribbons you promised us?" "Bless me, I haven't done yet, eh? Well, you shall have them; but we are all going out to walk now. I'll give them to you this afternoon. Come, put these away, and get on your bonnets and cloaks." A hard measure, but it was done. After the walk came dinner; after dinner, Aunt Sophia had to be found and waited on, till she had fairly sought out and delivered to their hands the wished for bundles of silks and satins. It gave great satisfaction. "But how shall we do about dividing these?" said little Ellen. "Shall we draw lots again?" "No, Ellen," said Marianne, "that won't do, because we might every one get just the thing we do not want. I want one colour or stuff to go with my morocco, and you might want another to go with yours, and you might get mine and I might get yours. We had best each choose in turn what we like, beginning at Isabel." "Very well," said little Ellen; "I'm agreed." "Anything for a quiet life," said George Walsh. But this business of choosing was found to be very long and very difficult; each one was so fearful of not taking the exact piece she wanted most. The elder members of the family began to gather for dinner, and several came and stood round the table where the children were, little noticed by them, they were so wrapped up in silks and satins. Ellen seemed the least interested person at table, and had made her selections with the least delay and difficulty; and now, as it was not her turn, sat very soberly looking on, with her head resting on her hand. "I declare it's too vexatious," said Margaret Dunscombe. "Here I've got this beautiful piece of blue satin, and can't do anything with it. It just matches that blue morocco; it's a perfect match. I could have made a splendid thing of it; and I have got some cord and tassels that would just do. I declare it's too bad." Ellen's colour changed. "Well, choose, Margaret," said Marianne. "I don't know what to choose, that's the thing. What can one do with red and purple morocco and blue satin? I might as well give up. I've a great notion to take this piece of yellow satin, and dress up a Turkish doll to frighten the next young one I meet with." "I wish you would, Margaret, and give it to me when it's done," cried little Ellen Chauncey. "'Tain't made yet," said the other dryly. Ellen's colour had changed and changed; her hand twitched nervously, and she glanced uneasily from Margaret's store of finery to her own. "Come, choose, Margaret," said Ellen Chauncey. "I dare say Ellen wants the blue morocco as much as you do." "No, I don't," said Ellen abruptly, throwing it over the table to her. "Take it, Margaret; you may have it." "What do you mean?" said the other, astounded. "I mean you may have it," said Ellen. "I don't want it." "Well, I'll tell you what," said the other, "I'll give you yellow satin for it, or some of my red morocco." "No, I had rather not," repeated Ellen. "I don't want it; you may have it." "Very generously done," remarked Miss Sophia. "I hope you'll all take a lesson in the art of being obliging." "Quite a noble little girl," said Mrs. Gillespie. Ellen crimsoned. "No, Ma'am, I am not indeed," she said, looking at them with eyes that were filling fast. "Please don't say so; I don't deserve it." "I shall say what I think, my dear," said Mrs. Gillespie, smiling; "but I am glad you add the grace of modesty to that of generosity. It is the more uncommon of the two." "I am not modest I am not generous you mustn't say so!" cried Ellen. She struggled; the blood rushed to the surface, suffusing every particle of skin that could be seen; then left it, as with eyes cast down she went on "I don't deserve to be praised. It was more Margaret's than mine. I oughtn't to have kept it at all, for I saw a little bit when I put my hand in. I didn't mean to, but I did." Raising her eyes hastily to Alice's face, they met those of John, who was standing behind her. She had not counted upon him for one of her listeners. She knew Mrs. Gillespie, Mrs. Chauncey, Miss Sophia, and Alice had heard her, but this was one drop too much. Her head sunk; she covered her face a moment, and then made her escape out of the room, before even Ellen could follow her. There was a moment's silence. Alice seemed to have some difficulty not to follow Ellen's example. Margaret pouted; Mrs. Chauncey's eyes filled with tears; and her little daughter seemed divided between doubt and dismay. Her first move, however, was to run off in pursuit of Ellen. Alice went after her. "Here's a beautiful example of honour and honesty for you," said Margaret Dunscombe at length. "I think it is," observed John, quietly. "An uncommon instance," said Mrs. Chauncey. "I'm glad everybody thinks so," said Margaret, sullenly. "I hope I shan't copy it, that's all." "I think you are in no danger," said John, again. "Very well," said Margaret, who, between her desire of speaking and her desire of concealing her vexation, did not know what to do with herself. "Everybody must judge for himself, I suppose. I've got enough of her, for my part." "Where did you ever see her before?" said Isabel Hawthorn. "Oh, she came up the river with us. Mamma had to take care of her. She was with us 2 days." "And didn't you like her?" "No, I guess I didn't. She was a perfect plague. All the day on board the steamboat she scarcely came near us; we couldn't pretend to keep sight of her. Mamma had to send her maid out to look after her, I don't know how many times. She scraped acquaintance with some strange man on board, and liked his company better than ours, for she stayed with him the whole blessed day, waking and sleeping. Of course Mamma didn't like it at all. She didn't go to a single meal with us, you know; of course that wasn't proper behaviour." "No, indeed," said Isabel. "I suppose," said John, coolly, "she chose the society she thought the pleasantest. Probably Miss Margaret's politeness was more than she had been accustomed to." Margaret coloured, not quite knowing what to make of the speaker or his speech. "It would take much to make me believe," said gentle Mrs. Chauncey, "that a child of such refined and delicate feeling as that little girl evidently has, could take pleasure in improper company." Margaret had a reply at her tongue's end, but she had also an uneasy feeling that there were eyes not far off, too keen of sight to be baffled. She kept silence till the group dispersed, and she had an opportunity of whispering in Marianne's ear that that was the very most disagreeable man she had ever seen in her life. "What a singular fancy you have taken to this little pet of Alice's, Mr. John," said Mrs. Marshman's youngest daughter; "you quite surprise me." "Did you think me a misanthrope, Miss Sophia?" "Oh, no, not at all; but I always had a notion you would not be easily pleased in the choice of favourites." "Easily! When a simple, intelligent child of 12 or 13 is a common character, then I will allow that I am easily pleased." "12 or 13!" said Miss Sophia; "what are you thinking about? Alice says she is only 10 or 11." "In years, perhaps." "How gravely you take me up!" said the young lady, laughing. "My dear Mr. John, in years, perhaps, you may call yourself 20, but in everything else you might much better pass for 30 or 40." As they were called to dinner, Alice and Ellen Chauncey came back; the former looking a little serious, the latter crying, and wishing aloud that all the moroccoes had been in the fire. They had not been able to find Ellen; neither was she in the drawing room when they returned to it after dinner, and a second search was made in vain. John went to the library, which was separate from the other rooms, thinking she might have chosen that for a hiding place. She was not there, but the pleasant light of the room, where only the fire was burning, invited a stay. He sat down in the deep window, and was musingly looking out into the moonlight, when the door softly opened, and Ellen came in. She stole in noiselessly, so that he did not hear her, and she thought the room empty, till in passing slowly down towards the fire, she came upon him in the window. Her first start let him know she was there; she would have run, but one of her hands was caught, and she could not get it away. "Running away from your brother, Ellie?" said he, kindly. "What is the matter?" Ellen shrunk from meeting his eye, and was silent. "I know all, Ellie," said he, still very kindly; "I have seen all. Why do you shun me?" Ellen said nothing; the big tears began to run down her face and frock. "You are taking this matter too hardly, dear Ellen," he said, drawing her close to him. "You did wrong, but you have done all you could to repair the wrong; neither man nor woman can do more than that." But though encouraged by his manner, the tears flowed faster than ever. "Where have you been? Alice was looking for you, and little Ellen Chauncey was in great trouble. I don't know what dreadful thing she thought you had done with yourself. Come, lift up your head, and let me see you smile again." Ellen lifted her head, but could not her eyes, though she tried to smile. "I want to talk to you a little about this," said he. "You know you gave me leave to be your brother. Will you let me ask you a question or two?" "Oh, yes, whatever he pleased," Ellen said. "Then sit down here," said he, making room for her on the wide window seat, but still keeping hold of her hand, and speaking very gently. "You said you saw when you took the morocco. I don't quite understand. How was it?" "Why," said Ellen, "we were not to look, and we had gone 3 times round, and nobody had got that large piece yet, and we all wanted it. And I did not mean to look at all, but I don't know how it was, just before I shut my eyes, I happened to see the corner of it sticking up, and then I took it." "With your eyes open?" No, with them shut; and I had scarcely got it when I was sorry for it, and wished it back." "You will wonder at me, perhaps, Ellie," said John, "but I am not very sorry this has happened. You are no worse than before; it has only made you see what you are very, very weak quite unable to keep yourself right without constant help. Sudden temptation was too much for you. So it has many a time been for me, and so it has happened to the best men on earth. I suppose if you had had a minute's time to think, you would not have done as you did?" "No, indeed," said Ellen; "I was sorry a minute after." "And I dare say the thought of it weighed upon your mind ever since?" "Oh, yes," said Ellen; "it wasn't out of my head a minute the whole day." "Then let it make you very humble, dear Ellie; and let it make you in future keep close to our dear Saviour, without whose help we cannot stand a moment." Ellen sobbed, and he allowed her to do so for a few minutes, then said, "But you have not been thinking much about him, Ellie?" The sobs ceased. He saw his words had taken hold. "Is it right," he said, softly, "that we should be more troubled about what people will think of us than for having displeased or dishonoured him?" Ellen now looked up, and in her look was all the answer he wished. "You understand me, I see," said he. "Be humbled in the dust before him, the more the better; but whenever we are greatly concerned for our own sakes about other people's opinion, we may be sure we are thinking too little of God and what will please him." "I am very sorry," said poor Ellen, from whose eyes the tears began to drop again. "I am very wrong; but I couldn't bear to think what Alice would think, and you, and all of them." "Here's Alice to speak for herself," said John. As Alice came up with a quick step, and knelt down before her, Ellen sprang to her neck, and they held each other very fast indeed. John walked up and down the room. Presently he stopped before them. "All's well again," said Alice, "and we are going in to tea." He smiled and held out his hand, which Ellen took, but he would not leave the library, declaring they had a quarter of an hour still. So they sauntered up and down the long room, talking of different things so pleasantly that Ellen near forgot her troubles. Then came in Miss Sophia to find them, and then Mr. Marshman and Marianne to call them to tea; so the going into the drawing room was not half so bad as Ellen thought it would be. She behaved very well; her face was touchingly humble that night, and all the evening she kept fast by either Alice or John, without budging an inch. And as little Ellen Chauncey and her cousin George Walsh chose to be where she was, the young party was quite divided, and not the least merry portion of it was that mixed with the older people. Little Ellen was half beside herself with spirits, the secret of which, perhaps, was the fact, which she several times in the course of the evening whispered to Ellen as a great piece of news, that it was Christmas Eve. CHAPTer 28. Chapter 29 of the Wide, Wide World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World, by Susan Warner. Chapter 29. Stockings, to which the Babloo was nothing. Christmas morning was dawning grey, but it was still far from broad daylight, when Ellen was awakened. She found little Ellen Chauncey pulling and pushing at her shoulders, and whispering "Ellen! Ellen!" in a tone that showed a great fear of waking somebody up. There she was, in nightgown and nightcap, and barefooted too, with a face brimful of excitement, and as wide awake as possible. Ellen roused herself in no little surprise, and asked what the matter was. "I am going to look at my stocking," whispered her visitor. "Don't you want to get up and come with me? It's just here in the other room. Come! Don't make any noise." "But what if you should find nothing in it?" said Ellen, laughingly, as she bounded out of bed. "Ah, but I shall, I know. I always do, never fear. Hush! step ever so softly. I don't want to wake anybody." "It's hardly light enough for you to see," whispered Ellen, as the two little barefooted white figures glided out of the room. "Oh, yes, it is; that's all the fun. Hush! don't make a bit of noise. I know where it hangs. Mamma always puts it at the back of her big easy chair. Come this way here it is. Oh, Ellen, there's two of 'em! There's one for you! There's one for you!" In a tumult of delight, one Ellen capered about the floor on the tips of her bare toes, while the other, not less happy, stood still for pleasure. The dancer finished by hugging and kissing her with all her heart, declaring she was so glad she didn't know what to do. "But how shall we know which is which?" "Perhaps they are both alike," said Ellen. "No; at any rate, one's for me and t'other's for you. Stop! here are pieces of paper with our names on, I guess. Let's turn the chair a little bit to the light. There yes Ellen Mon. There, that's yours. My name doesn't begin with an M, and this is mine." Another caper round the room, and then she brought up in front of the chair, where Ellen was still standing. "I wonder what's in 'em," she said. "I want to look, and I don't want to." "Come, you begin." "But that's no stocking of mine," said Ellen, a smile gradually breaking upon her sober little face. "My leg never was as big as that." "Stuffed, isn't it?" said Ellen Chauncey. "Oh, do make haste and see what is in yours. I want to know so, I don't know what to do." "Well, will you take out of yours as fast as I take out of mine?" "Well!" Oh, mysterious delight and delightful mystery of the stuffed stockings! Ellen's trembling fingers sought the top, and then very suddenly left it. "I can't think what it is," said she, laughing; "it feels so funny." "Oh, never mind; make haste," said Ellen Chauncey. "It won't hurt you, I guess." "No, it won't hurt me," said Ellen, "but" she drew forth a great bunch of white grapes. "Splendid, isn't it?" said Ellen Chauncey. "Now for mine." It was the counterpart of Ellen's bunch. "So far, so good," said she; "now for the next." The next thing in each stocking was a large horn of sugar plums. "Well, that's fine, isn't it?" said Ellen Chauncey. "Yours is tied with white ribbon, and mine with blue; that's all the difference. Oh, and your paper's red, and mine is purple." "Yes, and the pictures are different," said Ellen. "Well, I had rather they would be different, wouldn't you? I think it's just as pleasant. One's as big as the other, at any rate. Come, what's next?" Ellen drew out a little bundle, which, being opened, proved to be a nice little pair of dark kid gloves. "Oh, I wonder who gave me this," she said. "It's just what I wanted. How pretty! Oh, I'm so glad! I guess who it was." "Oh, look here," said the other Ellen, who had been diving into her stocking, "I've got a ball! This is just what I wanted, too. George told me if I'd get one he'd show me how to play. Isn't it pretty? Isn't it funny we should each get just what we wanted? Oh, this is a very nice ball. I'm glad I've got it. Why, here is another great round thing in my stocking. What can it be? They wouldn't give me two balls," said she, chuckling. "So there is in mine," said Ellen. "Maybe they're apples?" "They aren't; they wouldn't give us apples. Besides, it is soft. Pull it out and see." "Then they are oranges," said Ellen, laughing. "I never felt such a soft orange," said little Ellen Chauncey. "Come, Ellen, stop laughing, and let's see." They were two great scarlet satin pincushions, with E.C. and E.M. very neatly stuck in pins. "Well, we shan't want pins for a good while, shall we?" said Ellen. "Who gave us these?" "I know," said little Ellen Chauncey "Mrs. Bland." "She was very kind to make one for me," said Ellen. "Now for the next." Her next thing was a little bottle of Cologne water. "I can tell who put that in," said her friend. "Aunt Sophia. I know her little bottles of Cologne water. Do you love Cologne water? Aunt Sophia's is delicious." Ellen did like it very much, and was extremely pleased. Ellen Chauncey had also a new pair of scissors, which gave entire satisfaction. "Now, I wonder what all this toe is stuffed with," said she. "Raisins and almonds, I declare! And yours the same, isn't it? Well, don't you think we have got enough sweet things? Isn't this a pretty good Christmas?" "What are you about, you monkeys?" cried the voice of Aunt Sophia from the dressing room door. "Alice, Alice, do look at them! Come right back to bed, both of you. Crazy pates! It is lucky it is Christmas Day. If it was any other in the year, we should have you both sick in bed. As it is, I suppose you will go scot free." Laughing and rosy with pleasure, they came back and got into bed together, and for an hour afterwards the two kept up a most animated conversation, intermixed with long chuckles, and bursts of merriment, and whispered communications of immense importance. The arrangement of the painted needlebook was entirely decided upon in this consultation; also 2 or 3 other matters; and the 2 children seemed to have already lived a day since daybreak by the time they came down to breakfast. After breakfast, Ellen applied secretly to Alice, to know if she could write very beautifully. She exceedingly wanted something done. "I should not like to venture, Ellie, if it must be so superfine; but John can do it for you." "Can he? Do you think he would?" "I am sure he will, if you ask him." "But I don't like to ask him," said Ellen, casting a doubtful glance at the window. "Nonsense! he's only reading the newspaper. You won't disturb him." "Well, you won't say anything about it?" "Certainly not." Ellen accordingly went near, and said gently, "Mr. Humphreys." But he did not seem to hear her. "Mr. Humphreys!" a little louder. "He has not arrived yet," said John, looking round gravely. He spoke so gravely that Ellen could not tell whether he were joking or serious. Her face of extreme perplexity was too much for his command of countenance. "Whom do you want to speak to?" said he, smiling. "I wanted to speak to you, Sir," said Ellen, "if you are not too busy." "Mr. Humphreys is always busy," said he, shaking his head; "but Mr. John can attend to you at any time, and John will do for you whatever you please to ask him." "Then, Mr. John," said Ellen, laughing, "if you please, I wanted to ask you to do something for me, very much indeed, if you are not too busy. Alice said I shouldn't disturb you." "Not at all. I've been long enough over the stupid newspaper. What is it?" "I want you, if you will be so good," said Ellen, "to write a little bit for me on something, very beautifully." "Very beautifully! Well, come to the library; we will see." "But it is a great secret," said Ellen. "You won't tell anybody?" "Tortures shan't draw it from me, when I know what it is," said he, with one of his comical looks. In high glee, Ellen ran for the pieces of Bristol board which were to form the backs of the needlebook, and brought them to the library, and explained how room was to be left in the middle of each for a painting, a rose on one, a butterfly on the other; the writing to be as elegant as possible, above, beneath, and round about, as the fancy of the writer should choose. "Well, what is to be inscribed on this most original of needlebooks?" said John, as he carefully mended his pen. "Stop," said Ellen, "I'll tell you in a minute. On this one, the front, you know, is to go, 'To my dear mother, many happy New Years;' and on this side, 'From her dear little daughter, Ellen Chauncey.' You know," she added, "Mrs. Chauncey isn't to know anything about it till New Year's Day, nor anybody else." "Trust me," said John; "if I am asked any questions, they shall find me as obscure as an oracle." "What is an oracle, Sir?" "Why," said John, smiling, "this pen won't do yet. The old heathens believed there were certain spots on earth to which some of their gods had more favour than to others, and where they would permit mortals to come near to them, and would even deign to answer their questions." "And did they?" said Ellen. "Did they what?" "Did they answer their questions?" "Did who answer their questions? Oh, to be sure," said Ellen, "there were no such gods. But what made people think they answered them? and how could they ask questions?" "I suppose it was a contrivance of the priests, to increase their power and wealth. There was always a temple built near, with priests and priestesses; the questions were put through them, and they would not ask them except on great occasions, or for people of consequence, who could pay them well, by making splendid gifts to the god. But I should think the people would have thought the priest or priestess had made up the answers themselves." "Perhaps they did, sometimes; but people had not the Bible then, and did not know as much as we know. It was not unnatural to think the gods would care a little for the poor people that lived on earth. Besides, there was a good deal of management and trickery about the answers of the oracle that helped to deceive." "How was it?" said Ellen. "How could they manage? And what was the oracle?" "The oracle was either the answer itself, or the god who was supposed to give it, or the place where it was given; and there were different ways of managing. At one place the priest hid himself in the hollow body or among the branches of an oak tree, and people thought the tree spoke to them. Sometimes the oracle was delivered by a woman, who pretended to be put into a kind of fit, tearing her hair and beating her breast." "But suppose the oracle made a mistake, what would the people think then?" "The answers were generally contrived so that they would seem to come true in any event." "I don't see how they could do that," said Ellen. "Very well; just imagine that I am an oracle, and come to me with some question. I'll answer you." "But you can't tell what's going to happen." "No matter; you ask me truly, and I'll answer you oracularly." "That means, like an oracle, I suppose," said Ellen. "Well, Mr. John, will Alice be pleased with what I am going to give her New Year?" "She will be pleased with what she will receive on that day." "Ah, but," said Ellen, laughing, "that isn't fair. You haven't answered me. Perhaps somebody else will give her something, and then she might be pleased with that, and not with mine." "Exactly. But the oracle never means to be understood." "Well, I won't come to you," said Ellen. "I don't like such answers. Now for the needlebook." Breathlessly she looked on while the skilful pen did its work, and her exclamations of delight and admiration, when the first cover was handed to her, were not loud but deep. "It will do, then, will it? Now let us see. From her dear little daughter. There now. Ellen Chauncey, I suppose, must be in hieroglyphics." "In what?" said Ellen. "I mean, written in some difficult character." "Yes," said Ellen. "But what was that you said?" "Hieroglyphics." Ellen added no more, though she was not satisfied. He looked up and smiled. "Do you want to know what that means?" "Yes, if you please," said Ellen. The pen was laid down while he explained, to a most eager little listener. Even the great business of the moment was forgotten. From hieroglyphics they went to pyramids, and Ellen had got to the top of one, and was enjoying the prospect, in imagination, when she suddenly came down to tell John of her stuffed stocking and its contents. The pen went on again, and came to the end of the writing by the time Ellen had got to the toe of the stocking. "Wasn't it very strange they should give me so many things?" said she. "People that don't know me?" "Why, no," said John, smiling; "I cannot say I think it was very strange. Is this all the business you had for my hands?" "That is all, and I am very much obliged to you, Mr. John." Her grateful, affectionate eyes said much more, and he felt well paid. Gilbert was next applied to paint the rose and the butterfly, which, finding so excellent a beginning made in the work, he was very ready to do. The girls were then free to set about the embroidery of the leaves, which was by no means the business of an hour. A very happy Christmas day was that. With their needles and thimbles, and rose coloured silk, they kept by themselves in a corner, or in the library, out of the way, and sweetening their talk with a sugar plum now and then, neither tongues nor needles knew any flagging. It was wonderful what they found so much to say. But there was no lack. Ellen Chauncey especially was inexhaustible. Several times, too, that day, the cologne bottle was handled, the gloves looked at and fondled, the ball tried, and the new scissors extolled as "just the thing for their work." Ellen attempted to let her companion into the mystery of oracles and hieroglyphics, but was fain to give it up. Little Ellen showed a decided preference for American, not to say Ventnor subjects, where she felt more at home. Then came Mr. Humphreys, and Ellen was glad, both for her own sake and because she loved to see Alice pleased. Then came the great merry Christmas dinner, when the girls had not talked themselves out, but tired themselves with working. Young and old dined together to day, and the children not set by themselves, but scattered among the grown up people; and as Ellen was nicely placed between Alice and little Ellen Chauncey, she enjoyed it all very much. The large long table surrounded with happy faces, tones of cheerfulness, and looks of kindness, and lively talk; the superb display of plate and glass and china; the stately dinner; and last, but not least, the plum pudding. There was sparkling wine, too, and a great deal of drinking of healths; but Ellen noticed that Alice and her brother smilingly drank all theirs in water; so, when old Mr. Marshman called her to hold out her glass, she held it out to be sure, and let him fill it; but she lifted her tumbler of water to her lips instead, after making him a very low bow. Mr. Marshman laughed at her a great deal, and asked her if she was a proselyte to the new notions; and Ellen laughed with him, without having the least idea what he meant, and was extremely happy. It was very pleasant, too, when they went into the drawing room to take coffee. The young ones were permitted to have coffee to night as a great favour. Old Mrs. Marshman had the two little ones on either side of her, and was so kind, and held Ellen's hand in her own, and talked to her about her mother, till Ellen loved her. After tea there was a great call for games, and young and old joined in them. They played the Old Curiosity Shop, and Ellen thought Mr. John's curiosities could not be matched. They played the Old Family Coach, Mr. Howard Marshman being the manager, and Ellen laughed till she was tired. She was the coach door, and he kept her opening and shutting, and swinging and breaking, it seemed all the while, though most of the rest were worked just as hard. When they were well tired, they sat down to rest and hear music, and Ellen enjoyed that exceedingly. Alice sang, and Mrs. Gillespie, and Miss Sophia, and another lady, and Mr. Howard, sometimes alone, sometimes 3 or 4, or all together. At last came 10 o'clock, and the young ones were sent off; and from beginning to end that had been a Christmas day of unbroken and unclouded pleasure. Ellen's last act was to take another look at her cologne bottle, gloves, pincushion, grapes, and paper of sugar plums, which were laid side by side carefully in a drawer. Chapter 29. Chapter 30 of the Wide, Wide World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World by Susan Warner. Chapter 30. Sunday at Ventnor. Mr. Humphreys was persuaded to stay over Sunday at Ventnor, and it was also settled that his children should not leave it till after New Year. This was less their own wish than his. He said Alice wanted the change, and he wished she looked a little fatter. Besides, the earnest pleadings of the whole family were not to be denied. Ellen was very glad of this, though there was one drawback to the pleasures of Ventnor. She could not feel quite at home with any of the young people, but only Ellen Chauncey and her cousin George Walsh. This seemed very strange to her. She almost thought Margaret Dunscombe was at the bottom of it all, but she recollected she had felt something of this before Margaret came. She tried to think nothing about it, and in truth it was not able to prevent her from being very happy. The breach, however, was destined to grow wider. About 4 miles from Ventnor was a large town called Randolph. Thither they drove to church Sunday morning, the whole family, but the hour of dinner and the distance prevented any one from going in the afternoon. The members of the family were scattered in different parts of the house, most in their own rooms. Ellen with some difficulty made her escape from her young companions, whose manner of spending the time did not satisfy her notions of what was right on that day, and went to look in the library for her friends. They were there, and alone. Alice half reclining on the sofa, half in her brother's arms. He was reading or talking to her. There was a book in his hand. "Is anything the matter?" said Ellen, as she drew near. "Aren't you well, dear Alice? Headache? Oh, I am sorry! Oh, I know!" She darted away. In 2 minutes she was back again with a pleased face, her bunch of grapes in one hand, her bottle of cologne water in the other. "Won't you open that, please, Mr. John?" said she. "I can't open it. I guess it will do her good, for Ellen says it's delicious. Mamma used to have cologne water for her headaches. And here, dear Alice, won't you eat these? Do, try one." "Hasn't that bottle been opened yet?" said Alice, as she smilingly took a grape. "Why, no, to be sure it hasn't. I wasn't going to open it till I wanted it. Eat them all, dear Alice, please do." "But I don't think you have eaten one yourself, Ellen, by the look of the bunch. And here are a great too many for me. Yes, I have, I've eaten 2. I don't want 'em. I give them all to you and Mr. John. I had a great deal rather." Ellen took, however, as precious payment, Alice's look and kiss, and then, with a delicate consciousness that perhaps the brother and sister might like to be alone, she left the library. She did not know where to go, for Miss Sophia was stretched on the bed in her room, and she did not want any company. At last, with her little Bible, she placed herself on the old sofa in the hall above stairs, which was perfectly well warmed, and for some time she was left there in peace. It was pleasant, after all the hubbub of the morning, to have a little quiet time that seemed like Sunday, and the sweet Bible words came, as they often now came to Ellen, with a healing breath. But after half an hour or so, to her dismay she heard a door open, and the whole gang of children came trooping into the hall below, where they soon made such a noise that reading or thinking was out of the question. "What a bother it is that one can't play games on a Sunday!" said Marianne Gillespie. "One can play games on a Sunday," answered her brother. "Where's the odds? It's all Sunday's good for, I think." "William! William!" sounded the shocked voice of little Ellen Chauncey, "you are a real wicked boy." "Well, now," said William, "how am I wicked? Now say, I should like to know. How is it any more wicked for us to play games than it is for Aunt Sophia to lie in bed and sleep, or for Uncle Howard to read novels, or for Grandpa to talk politics, or for Mother to talk about the fashions? There were she and Miss What's her name for ever so long this morning, doing everything but make a dress. Now which is the worst?" "Oh, William, William, for shame, for shame!" said little Ellen again. "Do hush, Ellen Chauncey, will you?" said Marianne sharply. "And you had better hush too, William, if you know what is good for you. I don't care whether it's right or wrong, I do get dolefully tired with doing nothing." "Oh, so do I," said Margaret, yawning. "I wish one could sleep all Sunday." "I'll tell you what," said George, "I know a game we can play, and no harm either, for it's all out of the Bible." "Oh, do you? Let's hear it, George," cried the girls. "I don't believe it is good for anything if it is out of the Bible," said Margaret. "Now stare, Ellen Chauncey, do." "I ain't staring," said Ellen indignantly; "but I don't believe it is right to play it if it is out of the Bible." "Well, it is, though," said George. "Now listen. I'll think of somebody in the Bible, some man or woman, you know, and you all may ask me 20 questions about him, to see if you can find out who it is." "What kind of questions?" "Any kind of questions, whatever you like." "That will improve your knowledge of Scripture history," said Gilbert. "To be sure, and exercise your memory," said Isabel Hawthorn. "Yes, and then we are thinking of good people and what they did all the time," said little Ellen. "Or bad people and what they did," said William. "But I don't know enough about people and things in the Bible," said Margaret. "I couldn't guess." "Oh, never mind, it will be all the more fun," said George. "Come, let's begin. Who will take somebody?" "Oh, I think this will be fine," said little Ellen Chauncey. "But Ellen where's Ellen? We want her." "No, we don't want her; we've enough without her. She won't play," shouted William, as the little girl ran upstairs. She persevered, however. Ellen had left her sofa before this, and was found seated on the foot of her bed. As far and as long as she could, she withstood her little friend's entreaties, and very unwillingly at last yielded and went with her downstairs. "Now we are ready," said little Ellen Chauncey. "I have told Ellen what the game is. Who's going to begin?" "We have begun," said William. "Gilbert has thought of somebody. Man or woman?" "Man." "Young or old?" "Why, he was young first and old afterwards." "Pshaw, William! what a ridiculous question!" said his sister. "Besides, you mustn't ask more than one at a time. Rich or poor, Gilbert?" "Humph! Well, I suppose he was moderately well off. I dare say I should think myself a lucky fellow if I had as much." "Are you answering truly, Gilbert?" "Upon my honour." "Was he in a high or low station of life?" asked Miss Hawthorn. "Neither at the top nor the bottom of the ladder. A very respectable person indeed." "But we are not getting on," said Margaret. "According to you, he wasn't anything in particular. What kind of a person was he, Gilbert?" "A very good man." "Handsome or ugly?" "History don't say." "Well, what does it say?" said George. "What did he do?" "He took a journey once upon a time." "What for?" "Do you mean why he went, or what was the object of his going?" "Why, the one's the same as the other, ain't it?" "I beg your pardon?" "Well, what was the object of his going?" "He went after a wife." "Samson! Samson!" shouted William and Isabel and Ellen Chauncey. "No, it wasn't Samson either." "I can't think of anybody else that went after a wife," said George. "That king what's his name? that married Esther." The children screamed. "He didn't go after a wife, George; his wives were brought to him. Was it Jacob?" "No, he didn't go after a wife either," said Gilbert. "He married 2 of them, but he didn't go to his uncle's to find them. You had better go on with your questions. You have had 8 already. If you don't look out you won't catch me. Come!" "Did he get the wife that he went after?" asked Ellen Chauncey. "He was never married that I know of," said Gilbert. "What was the reason he failed?" said Isabel. "He did not fail." "Did he bring home his wife, then? You said he wasn't married." "He never was, that I know of; but he brought home a wife, notwithstanding." "How funny you are, Gilbert!" said little Ellen. "He had a wife, and he hadn't a wife. What became of her?" "She lived and flourished. 12 questions, take care." "Nobody asked what country he was of," said Margaret. "What was he, Gilbert?" "He was a Damascene." "A what?" "Of Damascus of Damascus. You know where Damascus is, don't you?" "Fiddle!" said Marianne. "I thought he was a Jew. Did he live before or after the flood?" "After. I should think you might have known that." "Well, I can't make out anything about him," said Marianne. "We shall have to give it up." "No, no, not yet," said William. "Where did he go after his wife?" "Too close a question." "Then that don't count. Had he ever seen her before?" "Never." "Was she willing to go with him?" "Very willing. Ladies always are when they go to be married." "And what became of her?" "She was married and lived happily, as I told you." "But you said he wasn't married." "Well, what then?" "I didn't say she married him." "Whom did she marry?" "Ah, that is asking the whole. I can't tell you." "Had they far to go?" asked Isabel. "Several days' journey. I don't know how far." "How did they travel?" "On camels." "Was it the Queen of Sheba?" said little Ellen. There was a roar of laughter at this happy thought, and poor little Ellen declared she forgot all but about the journey. She remembered the Queen of Sheba had taken a journey, and the camels and the picture of the Queen of Sheba, and that made her think of her. The children gave up. Questioning seemed hopeless, and Gilbert at last told them his thought. It was Eliezer, Abraham's steward, whom he sent to fetch a wife for his son Isaac. "Why haven't you guessed, little mumchance?" said Gilbert to Ellen Montgomery. "I have guessed," said Ellen. "I knew who it was, some time ago." "Then why didn't you say so? And you haven't asked a single question," said George. "No, you haven't asked a single question," said Ellen Chauncey. "She is a great deal too good for that," said William. "She thinks it is wicked, and that we are not at all nice. proper behaved boys and girls to be playing on Sunday. She is very sorry she could not help being amused." "Do you think it is wicked, Ellen?" asked her little friend. "Do you think it isn't right?" said George Balch. Ellen hesitated. She saw they were all waiting to hear what she would say. She coloured, and looked down at her little Bible, which was still in her hand. It encouraged her. "I don't want to say anything rude," she began. "I don't think it is quite right to play such plays, or any plays." She was attacked with impatient cries of "Why not? Why not?" "Because," said Ellen, trembling with the effort she made, "I think Sunday was meant to be spent in growing better and learning good things; and I don't think such plays would help one at all to do that; and I have a kind of feeling that I ought not to do it." "Well, I hope you'll act according to your feeling, then," said William. "I am sure nobody has any objection. You had better go somewhere else, though, for we are going on. We have been learning to be good long enough for one day. Come, I have thought of somebody." Ellen could not help feeling hurt and sorry at the half sneer she saw in the look and manner of the others, as well as in William's words. She wished for no better than to go away; but as she did so, her bosom swelled, and the tears started, and her breath came quicker. She found Alice lying down and asleep, Miss Sophia beside her; so she stole out again, and went down to the library. Finding nobody, she took possession of the sofa, and tried to read again. Reading somehow did not go well, and she fell to musing on what had just passed. She thought of the unkindness of the children; how sure she was it was wrong to spend any part of Sunday in such games; what Alice would think of it, and John, and her mother; and how the Sundays long ago used to be spent, when that dear mother was with her; and then she wondered how she was passing this very one, while Ellen was sitting here in the library alone; what she was doing in that far away land; and she thought if there only were such things as oracles that could tell truly, how much she should like to ask about her. "Ellen!" said the voice of John from the window. She started up. She had thought she was alone, but there he was lying in the window seat. "What are you doing?" "Nothing," said Ellen. "Come here. What are you thinking about? I didn't know you were there till I heard 2 or 3 very long sighs. What is the matter with my little sister?" He took her hand and drew her fondly up to him. "What were you thinking about?" "I was thinking about different things. Nothing is the matter," said Ellen. "Then what are those tears in your eyes for?" "I don't know," said she, laughing. "There weren't any till I came here. I was thinking just now about Mamma." He said no more, still, however, keeping her beside him. "I should think," said Ellen presently, after a few minutes' musing look out the window, "it would be very pleasant if there were such things as oracles; don't you, Mr. John?" "No." "But wouldn't you like to know something about what's going to happen?" "I do know a great deal about it." "About what is going to happen?" He smiled. "Yes, a great deal, Ellen; enough to give me work for all the rest of my life." "Oh, you mean from the Bible. I was thinking of other things." "It is best not to know the other things, Ellie. I am very glad to know those the Bible teaches us." "But it doesn't tell us much, does it? What does it tell us?" "Go to the window and tell me what you see." "I don't see anything in particular," said Ellen, after taking a grave look out. "Well, what in general?" "Why, there is the lawn covered with snow, and the trees and bushes, and the sun is shining on everything, just as it did the day we came; and there's the long shadow of that hemlock across the snow, and the blue sky. Now look out again, Ellie, and listen. 'I know that a day is to come, when those heavens shall be wrapped together as a scroll; they shall vanish away like smoke; and the earth shall wax old like a garment; and it and all the works that are therein shall be burned up.' " As he spoke, Ellen's fancy tried to follow, to picture the ruin and desolation of all that stood so fair, and seemed to stand so firm before her; but the sun shone on, the branches waved gently in the wind, the shadows lay still on the snow, and the blue heaven was fair and cloudless. Fancy was baffled. She turned from the window. "Do you believe it?" said John. "Yes," said Ellen, "I know it, but I think it is very disagreeable to think about." "It would be, Ellie," said he, bringing her again to his side; "very disagreeable very miserable indeed, if we knew no more than that. But we know more. Read here." Ellen took his little Bible and read at the open place. "'Behold, I create new heavens and a new earth; and the former shall not be remembered, neither come into mind.' "Why won't they be remembered?" said Ellen. "Shall we forget all about them?" "No, I do not think that is meant. The new heavens and the new earth will be so much more lovely and pleasant that we shall not want to think of these." Ellen's eyes sought the window again. "You are thinking that is hardly possible," said John, with a smile. "I suppose it is possible," said Ellen, "but" "But lovely as this world is, Ellie, man has filled it with sin. and sin has everywhere brought its punishment, and under the weight of both the earth groans. There will be no sin there. Sorrow and sighing shall flee away. Love to each other and love to their blessed King will fill all hearts, and his presence will be with them. Don't you see that, even if that world shall be in itself no better than this, it will yet be far, far more lovely than this can ever be, with a shadow of sin upon it?" "Oh, yes," said Ellen. "I know, whenever I feel wrong in any way, nothing seems pretty or pleasant to me, or not half so much." "Very well," said John. "I see you understand me. I like to think of that land, Ellen, very much." "Mr. John," said Ellen, "don't you think people will know each other again?" "Those that love each other here, I have no doubt of it." Before either John or Ellen had broken the long musing fit that followed these words, they were joined by Alice. Her head was better, and taking her place in the window seat, the talk began again, between the brother and sister now, Ellen too happy to sit with them and listen. They talked of that land again, of the happy company preparing for it, of their dead mother, but not much of her, of the glory of their King and the joy of his service even here, till thoughts grew too strong for words, and silence again stole upon the group. The short winter day came to an end. The sunlight faded away into moonlight. No shadows lay now on the lawn, and from where she sat Ellen could see the great hemlock all silvered with the moonlight, which began to steal in at the window. It was very, very beautiful; yet she could not think now without sorrow that all this should come to an end, because of that new heaven and new earth wherein righteousness shall dwell. "We have eaten up all your grapes, Ellie," said Alice, "or rather I have, for John didn't help me much. I think I never ate so sweet grapes in my life. John said the reason was because every one tasted of you." "I am very glad," said Ellen, laughing. "There is no evil without some good," Alice went on. "Except for my headache, John would not have held my head by the hour as he did; and you couldn't have given me the pleasure you did, Ellie. Oh, Jack, there has been many a day lately when I would have gladly had a headache for the power of laying my head on your shoulder." "And if Mamma had not gone away, I should never have known you," said Ellen. "I wish she never had gone, but I am very, very glad for this." She had kneeled upon the window seat and clasped Alice around the neck, just as they were called to tea. The conversation had banished every disagreeable feeling from Ellen's mind. She met her companions in the drawing room, almost forgetting that she had any cause of complaint against them; and this appeared when in the course of the evening it came in her way to perform some little office of politeness for Marianne. It was done with a gracefulness that could only come from a spirit entirely free from ungrateful feelings. The children felt it, and for the time were shamed into better behaviour. The evening passed pleasantly, and Ellen went to bed very happy. CHAPTR 30. Chapter 31 of The Wide, Wide World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World by Susan Warner. Chapter 31. Flowers and Thorns. The next day it happened that the young people were amusing themselves with talking in a room where John Humphreys, walking up and down, was amusing himself with thinking. In the course of his walk he began to find their amusement rather disturbing to his. The children were all grouped closely around Margaret Dunscombe, who was entertaining them with a long and very detailed account of a wedding and great party at Randolph, which she had had the happiness of attending. Eagerly fighting her battles over again, and pleased with the rapt attention of her hearers, the speaker forgot herself, and raised her voice much more than she meant to do. As every turn of his walk brought John nearer, there came to his ears sufficient bits and scraps of Margaret's story to give him a very fair sample of the whole. And he was sorry to see Ellen among the rest, and as the rest, hanging upon her lips and drinking in what seemed to him to be very poor nonsense. Her gown was all blue satin, trimmed here, and so, you know, with the most exquisite lace, as deep as that, and on the shoulders and here, you know, it was looped up with the most lovely bunches of Here John lost the sense. When he came near again, she had got upon a different topic. "Miss Simmons," says I, "what did you do that for?" "Why," says she, "how could I help it? I saw Mr. Payne coming, and I thought I'd get behind you, and so" The next time the speaker was saying with great animation, "And lo and behold, when I was in the midst of all my pleasure, up comes a little gentleman of about his dimensions." He had not taken many turns when he saw that Margaret's nonsense was branching out right and left into worse than nonsense. "Ellen," said he, suddenly, "I want you in the library." "My conscience!" said Margaret, as he left the room; "King John the Second, and no less." "Don't go on till I come back," said Ellen. "I won't be 3 minutes. Just wait for me." She found John seated at one of the tables in the library, sharpening a pencil. "Ellen," said he, in his usual manner, "I want you to do something for me." She waited eagerly to hear what; but instead of telling her, he took a piece of drawing paper, and began to sketch something. Ellen stood by, wondering and impatient to the last degree, not caring, however, to show her impatience, though her very feet were twitching to run back to her companions. "Ellen," said John, as he finished the old stump of a tree, with only one branch left on it, and a little bit of ground at the bottom, "did you ever try your hand at drawing?" "No," said Ellen. "Then sit down here," said he, rising from his chair, "and let me see what you can make of that." "But I don't know how," said Ellen. "I will teach you. There is a piece of paper, and this pencil is sharp enough. Is that chair too low for you?" He placed another, and with extreme unwillingness and some displeasure Ellen sat down. It was on her tongue to ask if another time would not do, but somehow she could not get the words out. John showed her how to hold her pencil, how to place her paper, where to begin, and how to go on, and then went to the other end of the room, and took up his walk again. Ellen at first felt more inclined to drive her pencil through the paper than to make quiet marks upon it. However, necessity was upon her. She began her work, and once fairly begun, it grew delightfully interesting. Her vexation went off entirely; she forgot Margaret and her story; the wrinkles on the old trunk smoothed those on her brow, and those troublesome leaves at the branch end brushed away all thoughts of everything else. Her cheeks were burning with intense interest, when the library door burst open, and the whole troop of children rushed in. They wanted Ellen for a round game in which all their number were needed; she must come directly. "I can't come just yet," said she; "I must finish this first." "Afterwards will do just as well," said George. "Come, Ellen, do; you can finish it afterwards." "No, I can't," said Ellen; "I can't leave till it's done. Why, I thought Mr. John was here; I didn't see him go out. I'll come in a little while." "Did he set you about that precious piece of business?" said William. "Yes." "I declare," said Margaret, "he's fitter to be the Grand Turk than any one else I know." "I don't know who the Grand Turk is," said Ellen. "I'll tell you," said William, putting his mouth close to her ear, and speaking in a disagreeable loud whisper; "it's the biggest gobbler in the yard." "Ain't you ashamed, William?" cried little Ellen Chauncey. "That's it exactly," said Margaret; "always strutting about." "He isn't a bit," said Ellen, very angry. "I've seen people a great deal more like gobblers than he is." "Well," said William, reddening in his turn, "I had rather, at any rate, be a good turkey gobbler, than one of those outlandish birds that have an appetite for stones, and glass, and bits of morocco, and such things. Come, let us leave her to do the Grand Turk's bidding. Come, Ellen Chauncey, you mustn't stay to interrupt her; we want you." They left her alone. Ellen had coloured, but William's words did not hit very sore; since John's talk with her about the matter referred to, she had thought of it humbly and wisely. It is only pride that makes such fault finding very hard to bear. She was very sorry, however, that they had fallen out again, and that her own passion, as she feared, had been the cause. A few tears had to be wiped away before she could see exactly how the old tree stood; then taking up her pencil, she soon forgot everything in her work. It was finished, and with head now on one side, now on the other, she was looking at her picture with very great satisfaction, when her eye caught the figure of John standing before her. "Is it done?" said he. "It is done," said Ellen, smiling, as she rose up to let him come. He sat down to look at it. "It is very well," he said; "better than I expected." "It is very well indeed. Is this your first trial, Ellen?" "Yes, the first." "You found it pleasant work?" "Oh, very, very pleasant. I like it dearly." "Then I will teach you." "This shows you have a taste for it, and that is precisely what I wanted to find out. I will give you an easier copy next time. I rather expected, when you sat down," said he, smiling, "that the old tree would grow a good deal more crooked under your hands than I meant it to be." Ellen blushed exceedingly. "I do believe, Mr. John," she said, stammering, "that you know everything I am thinking about." "I might do that, Ellen, without being as wise as an oracle; but I do not expect to make any very painful discoveries in that line." Ellen thought if he did not, it would not be her fault. She truly repented her momentary anger and hasty speech to William. Not that he did not deserve it, or that it was not true, but it was unwise, and had done mischief; and it was not a bit like peacemaking, nor meek at all, Ellen said to herself. She had been reading that morning the 5th chapter of Matthew, and it ran in her head, "Blessed are the meek." Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God." She strove to get back a pleasant feeling towards her young companions, and prayed that she might not be angry at anything they should say. She was tried again at tea time. Miss Sophia had quitted the table, bidding William hand the dough nuts to those who could not reach them. Marianne took a great while to make her choice. Her brother grew impatient. "Well, I hope you have suited yourself," said he. "Come, Miss Montgomery, don't you be as long; my arm is tired. Shut your eyes, and then you'll be sure to get the biggest one in the basket." "No, Ellen," said John, who none of the children thought was near; "it would be ungenerous. I wouldn't deprive Master William of his best arguments." "What do you mean by my arguments?" said William, sharply. "Generally those which are the most difficult to take in," answered his tormentor with perfect gravity. Ellen tried to keep from smiling, but could not, and others of the party did not try. William and his sister were enraged, the more because John had said nothing they could take hold of, or even repeat. Gilbert made common cause with them. "I wish I was grown up for once," said William. "Will you fight me, Sir?" asked Gilbert, who was a matter of 3 years older, and well grown enough. His question received no answer, and was repeated. "No, Sir." "Why not, Sir?" "I am afraid you'd lay me up with a sprained ankle," said John, "and I should not get back to Doncaster as quickly as I must." "It is very mean of him," said Gilbert, as John walked away. "I could whip him, I know." "Who's that?" said Mr. Howard Marshman. "John Humphreys." "John Humphreys! You had better not meddle with him, my dear fellow. It would be no particular proof of wisdom." "Why, he is no such great affair," said Gilbert. "He's tall enough to be sure, but I don't believe he is heavier than I am. You don't know, in the first place, how to judge of the size of a perfectly well made man; and in the second place, I was not a match for him a year ago; so you may judge. I do not know precisely," he went on to the lady he was walking with, "what it takes to rouse John Humphreys; but when he is roused, he seems to me to have strength enough for twice his bone and muscle. I have seen him do curious things once or twice." "That quiet, Mr. Humphreys?" "Humph!" said Mr. Howard. "Gunpowder is pretty quiet stuff, so long as it keeps cool." The next day another matter happened to disturb Ellen. Margaret had received an elegant pair of ear rings as a Christmas present, and was showing them for the admiration of her young friends. Ellen's did not satisfy her. "Ain't they splendid?" said she. "Tell the truth now, Ellen Montgomery, wouldn't you give a great deal if somebody would send you such a pair?" "They are very pretty," said Ellen, "but I don't think I care much for such things. I would rather have the money." "Oh, you avaricious Mr. Marshman!" cried Margaret, as the old gentleman was just then passing through the room. "Here's Ellen Montgomery says she'd rather have money than anything else for her present." He did not seem to hear her, and went out without making any reply. "Oh, Margaret!" said Ellen, shocked and distressed, "how could you? how could you? What will Mr. Marshman think?" Margaret answered she didn't care what he thought. Ellen could only hope he had not heard. But a day or two after, when neither Ellen nor her friends were present, Mr. Marshman asked who it was that had told him Ellen Montgomery would like money better than anything else for her New Year's present. "It was I, Sir," said Margaret. "It sounds very unlike her to say so," remarked Mrs. Chauncey. "Did she say so?" inquired Mr. Marshman. "I understood her so," said Margaret. "I understood her to say she wouldn't care for anything else." "I am disappointed in her," said the old gentleman. "I wouldn't have believed it." "I do not believe it," said Mrs. Chauncey, quietly. "There has been some mistake." It was hard for Ellen now to keep to what she thought right. Disagreeable feelings would rise when she remembered the impoliteness, the half sneer, the whole taunt, and the real unkindness of several of the young party. She found herself ready to be irritated, inclined to dislike the sight of those, even wishing to visit some sort of punishment upon them. But Christian principle had taken strong hold in little Ellen's heart. She fought her evil tempers manfully. It was not an easy battle to gain. Ellen found that resentment and pride had roots deep enough to keep her pulling up the shoots for a good while. She used to get alone when she could, to read a verse, if no more, of her Bible, and pray. She could forgive William and Margaret more easily then. Solitude and darkness saw many a prayer and tear of hers that week. As she struggled thus to get rid of sin and to be more like what would please God, she grew humble and happy. Never was such a struggle carried on by faith in Him without success. And after a time, though a twinge of the old feeling might come, it was very slight, she would bid William and Margaret good morning, and join them in any enterprise of pleasure or business, with a brow as unclouded as the sun. They, however, were too conscious of having behaved unbecomingly towards their little stranger guest to be over fond of her company. For the most part, she and Ellen Chauncey were left to each other. Meanwhile, the famous needlebook was in a fair way to be finished. Great dismay had at first been excited in the breast of the intended giver, by the discovery that Gilbert had consulted in what seemed to be a very extraordinary fancy in making the rose a yellow one. Ellen did her best to comfort her. She asked Alice, and found there were such things as yellow roses, and they were very beautiful too; and besides, it would match so nicely the yellow butterfly on the other leaf. "I had rather it wouldn't match," said Ellen Chauncey; "and it don't match the rose-coloured silk, besides. Are the yellow roses sweet?" "No," said Ellen; "but this couldn't have been a sweet rose, at any rate, you know." "Oh, but," said the other, bursting into a fresh passion of inconsolable tears, "I wanted it should be the picture of a sweet rose; and I think he might have put up a purple butterfly yellow butterflies are so common. I had a great deal rather have had a purple butterfly and a red rose." What cannot be cured, however, must be endured. The tears were dried in course of time, and the needlebook, with its yellow pictures and pink edges, was very neatly finished. Ellen had been busy, too, on her own account. Alice had got a piece of fine linen for her from Miss Sophia; the collar for Mr. Van Brunt had been cut out, and Ellen with great pleasure had made it; the stitching, the strings, and the very buttonhole, after infinite pains, were all finished by Thursday night. She had also made a needle case for Alice, not of so much pretension as the other one. This was green morocco, lined with crimson satin; no leaves, but ribbon stitched in to hold papers of needles, and a place for a bodkin. Ellen worked very hard at this. It was made with the extremest care, and made beautifully. Ellen Chauncey admired it very much, and anew lamented the uncouth variety of colours in her own. It was a grave question whether pink or yellow ribbon should be used for the latter. Ellen Montgomery recommended pink; she herself inclined to yellow; and, tired of doubting, at last resolved to split the difference, and put one string of each colour. Ellen thought that did not mend matters, but wisely kept her thoughts to herself. Besides the needle case for Alice, she had snatched the time, whenever she could get away from Ellen Chauncey, to work at something for her. She had begged Alice's advice and help, and between them, out of Ellen's scraps of morocco and silk, they had manufactured a little bag of all the colours of the rainbow, and very pretty and tasteful withal. Ellen thought it a chef d'oeuvre, and was unbounded in her admiration. It lay folded up in white paper, in a locked drawer, ready for New Year's Day. In addition to all these pieces of business, John had begun to give her drawing lessons, according to his promise. These became Ellen's delight. She would willingly have spent much more time upon them than he would allow her. It was the most loved employment of the day. Her teacher's skill was not greater than the perfect gentleness and kindness with which he taught. Ellen thought of Mr. Howard's speech about gunpowder; she could not understand it. "What is your conclusion on the whole?" asked John one day, as he stood beside her mending a pencil. "Why," said Ellen, laughing and blushing, "how could you guess what I was thinking about, Mr. John?" "Not very difficult, when you were eyeing me so hard." "I was thinking," said Ellen, "I don't know whether it is right in me to tell it, because somebody said you" "Well?" "were like gunpowder." "Very kind of somebody. And so you have been in doubt of an explosion?" "No, I don't know. I wondered what he meant." "Never believe what you hear said of people, Ellen; judge for yourself. Look here! that house has suffered from a severe gale of wind, I should think; all the uprights are slanting off to the right. Can't you set it up straight?" Ellen laughed at the tumble down condition of the house, as thus pointed out to her, and set about reforming it. It was Thursday afternoon that Alice and Ellen were left alone in the library, several of the family having been called out to receive some visitors. Alice had excused herself, and Ellen, as soon as they were gone, nestled up to her side. "How pleasant it is to be alone together, dear Alice. I don't have you even at night now." "It is very pleasant, dear Ellie. Home will not look disagreeable again, will it, even after all our gaiety here?" "No, indeed; at least, your home won't. I don't know what mine will. Oh, me! I had almost forgotten Aunt Fortune." "Never mind, dear Ellie. You and I have each something to bear; we must be brave, and bear it manfully. 'There is a friend that sticketh closer than a brother,' you know. We shan't be unhappy if we do our duty and love him." "How soon is Mr. John going away?" "Not for all next week; and so long as he stays, I don't mean that you shall leave me." Ellen cried for joy. "I can manage it with Miss Fortune, I know," said Alice. "These fine drawing lessons must not be interrupted. John is very much pleased with your performances." "Is he?" said Ellen, delighted. "I have taken all the pains I could." "That is the sure way to success, Ellie. But, Ellie, I want to ask you something. What was that you said to Margaret Dunscombe about wanting money for a New Year's present?" "You know it, then?" cried Ellen, starting up. "Oh, I'm so glad! I wanted to speak to you about it, so I didn't know what to do, and I thought I oughtn't to. What shall I do about it, dear Alice? How did you know? George said you were not there." "Mrs. Chauncey told me. She thought there had been some mistake, or something wrong. How was it, Ellen?" "Why," said Ellen, "she was showing us her earrings, and asking us what we thought of them; and she asked me if I wouldn't like to have such a pair; and I thought I would a great deal rather have the money they cost, to buy other things with, you know, that I would like better; and I said so. And just then Mr. Marshman came in, and she called out to him loud that I wanted money for a present, or would like it better than anything else, or something like that. Oh, Alice, how I felt! I was frightened; but then I hoped Mr. Marshman did not hear her, for he did not say anything. But the next day George told me all about what she had been saying in there; and oh, it made me so unhappy!" said poor Ellen, looking very dismal. "What will Mr. Marshman think of me? He will think I expected a present, and I never dreamed of such a thing. It makes me ashamed to speak of it, even; and I can't bear he should think so. I can't bear it. What shall I do, dear Alice?" "I don't know what you can do, dear Ellie; but be patient. Mr. Marshman will not think anything very hard of you, I dare say. But I think he does already. He hasn't kissed me since that as he did before. I know he does, and I don't know what to do. How could Margaret say that? Oh, how could she? It was very unkind. What can I do?" said Ellen again after a pause, and wiping away a few tears. "Couldn't Mrs. Chauncey tell Mr. Marshman not to give me anything, for that I never expected it, and would a great deal rather not?" "Why, no, Ellie; I do not think that would be exactly the best or most dignified way." "What then, dear Alice? I'll do just as you say. I would just remain quiet. But Ellen says the things are all put on the plates in the morning; and if there should be money on mine, I don't know what I should do, I should feel so badly. I couldn't keep it, Alice, I couldn't." "Very well, you need not; but remain quiet in the meanwhile; and if it should be so, then say what you please, only take care that you say it in the right spirit, and in a right manner. Nobody can hurt you much, my child, while you keep the even path of duty. Poor Margaret is her own worst enemy." "Then, if there should be money in the morning, I may tell Mr. Marshman the truth about it?" "Certainly; only do not be in haste; speak gently." "Oh, I wish everybody would be kind and pleasant always," said poor Ellen, but half comforted. "What a sigh there was!" said John, coming in. "What is the matter with my little sister?" "Some of the minor trials of life, John," said Alice, with a smile. "What is the matter, Ellie?" "Oh, something you can't help," said Ellen, "and something I mustn't know. Well, to change the scene, suppose you go with me to visit the greenhouse and hothouses. Have you seen them yet?" "No," said Ellen, as she eagerly sprang forward to take his hand. "Ellen promised to go with me, but we have been so busy." "Will you come, Alice?" "Not I," said Alice. "I wish I could, but I shall be wanted elsewhere." "By whom, I wonder, so much as by me?" said her brother. "However, after to morrow I will have you all to myself." As he and Ellen were crossing the hall, they met Mrs. Marshman. "Where are you going, John?" said she. "Where I ought to have been before, Ma'am, to pay my respects to Mr. Hutchinson." "You've not seen him yet? That is very ungrateful of you. Hutchinson is one of your warmest friends and admirers. There are few people he mentions with so much respect, or that he is so glad to see, as Mr. John Humphreys." "A distinction I owe, I fear, principally to my English blood," said John, shaking his head. "It is not altogether that," said Mrs. Marshman, laughing; "though I do believe I'm the only Yankee good Hutchinson has ever made up his mind entirely to like. But go and see him, do; he will be very much pleased." "Who is Mr. Hutchinson?" said Ellen, as they went on. "He is the gardener, or rather the head gardener. He came out with his master some 30 or 40 years ago; but his old English prejudice will go to the grave with him, I believe." "But why don't he like the Americans?" John laughed. "It would never do for me to attempt to answer that question, Ellie, fond of going to the bottom of things as you are. We should just get to hard fighting about tea time, and should barely make peace by midday to morrow, at the most moderate calculation. You shall have an answer to your question, however." Ellen could not conceive what he meant, but resolved to wait for his promised answer. As they entered the large and beautifully kept greenhouse, Hutchinson came from the further end of it to meet them, an old man, of most respectable appearance. He bowed very civilly, and then slipped his pruning knife into his left hand to leave the right at liberty for John, who shook it cordially. "And why 'aven't you been to see me before, Mr. John? I've thought it rather 'ard of you. Miss Alice has come several times. The ladies have more leisure, Mr. Hutchinson. You look flourishing here." "Why, yes, Sir, pretty middling, within doors; but I don't like the climate, Mr. John, I don't like the climate, Sir. There's no country like England, I believe, for my business. 'Ere's a fine rose, Sir, if you'll step a bit this way; quite a new kind; I got it over last autumn; the Palmerston it is. Those are fine buds, Sir." The old gentleman was evidently much pleased to see his visitor, and presently plunged him deep into English politics, for which he seemed to have lost no interest by 40 years' life in America. As Ellen could not understand what they were talking about, she quitted John's side, and went wandering about by herself. From the moment the sweet aromatic smell of the plants had greeted her, she had been in a high state of delight; and now, lost to all the world beside, from the mystery of one beautiful and strange green thing to another she went wondering and admiring, and now and then timidly advancing her nose, to see if something glorious was something sweet too. She could hardly leave a superb cactus, in the petals of which there was such a singular blending of scarlet and crimson as to almost dazzle her sight; and if the pleasure of smell could intoxicate, she would have reeled away from a luxuriant Daphne odorata in full flower, over which she feasted for a long time. The variety of green leaves alone was a marvel to her; some rough and brown streaked, some shining as if they were varnished, others of hair like delicacy of structure, all lovely. At last she stood still with admiration, and almost held her breath before a white camellia. "What does that flower make you think of, Ellen?" said John, coming up. His friend the gardener had left him to seek a newspaper in which he wished to show him a paragraph. "I don't know," said Ellen; "I couldn't think of anything but itself." "It reminds me of what I ought to be, and of what I shall be if I ever see heaven. It seems to me the emblem of a sinless, pure spirit, looking up in fearless spotlessness. Do you remember what was said to the old church of Sardis? 'Thou hast a few names that have not defiled their garments, and they shall walk with me in white, for they are worthy.'" The tears rushed to Ellen's eyes; she felt she was so very unlike this. But Mr. Hutchinson coming back prevented anything more from being said. She looked at the white camellia; it seemed to speak to her. "That's the paragraph, Sir," said the old gardener, giving the paper to John. "'Ere's a little lady that is fond of flowers, if I don't make a mistake. This is somebody I've not seen before. Is this the little lady Miss Ellen was telling me about?" "I presume so," said John. "She is Miss Ellen Montgomery, a sister of mine, Mr. Hutchinson, and Mr. Marshman's guest." "By both names entitled to my greatest respect," said the old man, stepping back and making a very low bow to Ellen, with his hand upon his heart, at which she could not help laughing. "I am very glad to see Miss Ellen. What can I do to make her remember old 'Utchinson? Would Miss Ellen like a bouquet?" Ellen did not venture to say yes, but her blush and sparkling eyes answered him. The old gardener understood her, and was as good as his word. He began with cutting a beautiful sprig of a large purple geranium, then a slip of lemon myrtle. Ellen watched him as the bunch grew in his hand, and could hardly believe her eyes as one beauty after another was added to what became a most elegant bouquet. And most sweet, too, to her joy, the delicious daphne and fragrant lemon blossom went to make part of it. Her thanks, when it was given her, were made with few words, but with all her face. The old gardener smiled, and was quite satisfied that his gift was not thrown away. He afterwards showed them his hothouses, where Ellen was astonished and very much interested to see ripe oranges and lemons in abundance, and pine too, such as she had been eating since she came to Ventnor, thinking nothing less than that they grew so near home. The grapes had all been cut. There was to be quite a party at Ventnor in the evening of New Year's Day. Ellen knew this, and destined her precious flowers for Alice's adornment. How to keep them in the meanwhile? She consulted Mr. John, and according to his advice, took them to Mrs. Bland the housekeeper, to be put in water, and kept in a safe place for her till the time. She knew Mrs. Bland, for Ellen Chauncey and she had often gone to her room to work, where none of the children would find and trouble them. Mrs. Bland promised to take famous care of the flowers, and said she would do it with the greatest pleasure. Mr. Marshman's guests, she added, smiling, must have everything they wanted. "What does that mean, Mrs. Bland?" said Ellen. "Why, you see, Miss Ellen, there's a great deal of company always coming. and some is Miss Gillespie's friends, and some Mr. Howard's, and some to see Miss Sophia more particularly, and some belong to Mrs. Marshman, or the whole family maybe; but now and then Mr. Marshman has an old English friend or so that he sets the greatest store by, and them he calls his guests, and the best in the house is hardly good enough for them, or the country either." "And so I am one of Mr. Marshman's guests?" said Ellen. "I didn't know what it meant." She saved out one little piece of rose geranium from her flowers for the gratification of her own nose, and skipped away through the hall to rejoin her companions, very light hearted indeed. CHAPTer 32. Of the Wide, Wide World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World, by Susan Warner. Chapter 32. The Bank Note and George Washington. New Year's morning dawned. "How I wish breakfast was over," thought Ellen as she was dressing. However, there is no way of getting over this life but by going through it, so when the bell rang she went down as usual. Mr. Marshman had decreed that he would not have a confusion of gifts at the breakfast table. Other people might make presents in their own way, they must not interfere with his. Needle cases, bags, and so forth, must therefore wait another opportunity, and Ellen Chauncey decided it would just make the pleasure so much longer, and was a great improvement on the old plan. Happy New Year's and pleasant greetings were exchanged, as the party gathered in the breakfast room. Pleasure sat on all faces, except Ellen's, and many a one wore a broad smile as they sat down to table. For the napkins were in singular disarrangement this morning. Instead of being neatly folded up on the plates, in their usual fashion, they were in all sorts of disorder, sticking up in curious angles, some high, some low, some half folded, some quite unfolded, according to the size and shape of that which they covered. It was worth while to see that long tableful, and the faces of the company, before yet a napkin was touched. An anxious glance at her own showed Ellen that it lay quite flat. Alice's, which was next, had an odd little rising in the middle, as if there were a small dumpling under it. Ellen was in an agony for this pause to come to an end. It was broken by some of the older persons, and then in a trice every plate was uncovered; and then what a buzz! Pleasure and thanks and admiration, and even laughter. Ellen dreaded at first to look at her plate. She bethought her, however, that if she waited long, she would have to do it with all eyes upon her. She lifted the napkin slowly. Yes, just as she feared, there lay a clean bank note. Of what value she could not see, for confusion covered her; the blood rushed to her cheeks, and the tears to her eyes. She could not have spoken, and happily it was no time then; everybody else was speaking. She could not have been heard. She had time to cool and recollect herself, but she sat with her eyes cast down, fastened upon her plate and the unfortunate bank bill, which she detested with all her heart. She did not know what Alice had received; she understood nothing that was going on, till Alice touched her, and said gently, "Mr. Marshman is speaking to you, Ellen." "Sir!" said Ellen, starting. "You need not look so terrified," said Mr. Marshman, smiling. "I only asked you if your bill was a counterfeit; something seems to be wrong about it." Ellen looked at her plate and hesitated; her lip trembled. "What is it?" continued the old gentleman. "Is anything the matter?" Ellen desperately took up the bill, and with burning cheeks marched to his end of the table. "I am very much obliged to you, Sir, but I had a great deal rather not, if you please. If you will please to be so good as to let me give it back to you, I should be very glad." "Why, hoity toity!" said the old gentleman, "what's all this? What's the matter? Don't you like it? I thought I was doing the very thing that would please you best of all." "I am very sorry you should think so, Sir," said Ellen, who had recovered a little breath, but had the greatest difficulty to keep back her tears. "I never thought of such a thing as your giving me anything, Sir, till somebody spoke of it; and I had rather never have anything in the world than that you should think what you thought about me. What did I think about you?" "George told me that somebody told you, Sir, I wanted money for my present." "And didn't you say so?" "Indeed I didn't, Sir," said Ellen, with a sudden fire. "I never thought of such a thing." "What did you say, then?" "Margaret was showing us her earrings, and she asked me if I wouldn't like to have some like them; and I couldn't help thinking I would a great deal rather have the money they would cost to buy something for Alice; and just when I said so, you came in, Sir, and she said what she did. I was very much ashamed. I wasn't thinking of you, Sir, at all, nor of New Year." "Then you would like something else better than money?" "No, Sir, nothing at all, if you please. If you'll only be so good as to not give me this, I will be very much obliged to you, indeed; and please not to think I could be so shameful as you thought I was." Ellen's face was not to be withstood. The old gentleman took the bill from her hand. "I will never think anything of you," said he, "but what is the very tip top of honourable propriety. But you make me ashamed, now. What am I going to do with this? Here have you come and made me a present, and I feel very awkward indeed." "I don't care what you do with it, Sir," said Ellen, laughing, though in imminent danger of bursting into tears. "I am very glad it is out of my hands." "But you needn't think I am going to let you off so," said he. "You must give me half a dozen kisses at least, to prove that you have forgiven me for making so great a blunder." "Half a dozen is too many at once," said Ellen, gaily; "3 now and 3 to night." So she gave the old gentleman 3 kisses, but he caught her in his arms, and gave her a dozen at least; after which he found out that the waiter was holding a cup of coffee at his elbow, and Ellen went back to her place with a very good appetite for her breakfast. After breakfast the needle cases were delivered. Both gave the most entire satisfaction. Mrs. Chauncey assured her daughter that she would quite as lief have a yellow as a red rose on the cover, and that she liked the inscription extremely, which the little girl acknowledged to have been a joint device of her own and Ellen's. Ellen's bag gave great delight, and was paraded all over the house. After the bustle of thanks and rejoicing was at last over, and when she had a minute to herself, which Ellen Chauncey did not give her for a good while, Ellen bethought her of her flowers; a sweet gift still to be made. Why not make it now? Why should not Alice have the pleasure of them all day? A bright thought! Ellen ran forthwith to the housekeeper's room, and after a long admiring look at her treasures, carried them, glass and all, to the library, where Alice and John often were in the morning alone. Alice thanked her in the way she liked best, and then the flowers were smelled and admired afresh. "Nothing could have been pleasanter to me, Ellie, except Mr. Marshman's gift." "And what was that, Alice? I haven't seen it yet." Alice pulled out of her pocket a small, round, morocco case, the very thing that Ellen had thought looked like a dumpling under the napkin, and opened it. "It's Mr. John!" exclaimed Ellen. "Oh, how beautiful!" Neither of her hearers could help laughing. "It is very fine, Ellie," said Alice; "you are quite right. Now I know what was the business that took John to Randolph every day, and kept him there so long, while I was wondering at him unspeakably. Kind, kind Mr. Marshman! Did Mr. John get anything?" "Ask him, Ellie. Did you get anything, Mr. John?" said Ellen, going up to him where he was reading on the sofa. "I got this," said John, handing her a little book which lay beside him. "What is this? Weem's Life of Washington. Washington! He was may I look at it?" "Certainly." She opened the book, and presently sat down on the floor where she was, by the side of the sofa. Whatever she had found within the leaves of the book, she had certainly lost herself. An hour passed; Ellen had not spoken or moved except to turn over leaves. "Ellen!" said John. She looked up, her cheeks coloured high. "What have you found there?" said he, smiling. "Oh, a great deal! But did Mr. Marshman give you this?" "No." "Oh," said Ellen, looking puzzled, "I thought you said you got this morning." "No, I got it last night. I got it for you, Ellie." "For me!" said Ellen, her colour deepening very much; "for me, did you? Oh, thank you! Oh, I'm so much obliged to you, Mr. John." "It is only an answer to one of your questions." "This! Is it? I don't know what, I am sure. Oh, I wish I could do something to please you, Mr. John." "You shall, Ellie; you shall give me a brother's right again." Blushingly, Ellen approached her lips to receive one of his grave kisses, and then, not at all displeased, went down on the floor and was lost in her book. Oh, the long joy of that New Year's Day! How shall it be told? The pleasure of that delightful book, in which she was wrapped the whole day, even when called off as she often was by Ellen Chauncey, to help her in 50 little matters of business or pleasure. These were attended to, and faithfully and cheerfully, but the book was in her head all the while. And this pleasure was mixed with Alice's pleasure, the flowers and the miniature, and Mr. Marshman's restored kindness. She never met John's or Alice's eye that day without a smile. Even when she went to be dressed, her book went with her, and was laid on the bed within sight, ready to be taken up the moment she was at liberty. Ellen Chauncey lent her a white frock, which was found to answer very well with the tuck let out, and Alice herself dressed her. While this was doing, Margaret Dunscombe put her head in at the door to ask Anne, Miss Sophia's maid, if she was almost ready to come and curl her hair. "Indeed, I can't say that I am, Miss Margaret," said Anne. "I've something to do for Miss Humphreys, and Miss Sophia hasn't so much as done the first thing towards beginning to get ready yet. It'll be a good hour and more." Margaret went away, exclaiming impatiently that she could get nobody to help her, and would have to wait till everybody was down stairs. A few minutes after, she heard Ellen's voice at the door of her room, asking if she might come in. "Yes who's that? What do you want?" "I'll fix your hair if you'll let me," said Ellen. "You? I don't believe you can." "Oh, yes, I can. I used to do Mamma's very often. I am not afraid, if you'll trust me." "Well, thank you; I don't care if you try, then," said Margaret, seating herself. "It won't do any harm, at any rate. And I want to be down stairs before anybody gets here. I think it's half the fun to see them come in. Bless me, you're dressed and all ready." Margaret's hair was in long, thick curls; it was not a trifling matter to dress them. Ellen plodded through it patiently and faithfully, taking great pains, and doing the work well, and then went back to Alice. Margaret's thanks, not very gracefully given, would have been a poor reward for the loss of 3/4 of an hour of pleasure; but Ellen was very happy in having done right. It was no longer time to read; they must go down stairs. The New Year's party was a nondescript. Young and old together, a goodly number of both were gathered from Randolph and the neighbouring country. There were games for the young, dancing for the gay, and a superb supper for all; and the big, bright rooms were full of bright faces. It was a very happy evening to Ellen. For a good part of it, Mr. Marshman took possession of her, or kept her near him; and his extreme kindness would alone have made the evening pass pleasantly; she was sure he was her firm friend again. In the course of the evening, Mrs. Chauncey found occasion to ask her about her journey up the river, without at all mentioning Margaret, or what she had said. Ellen answered that she had come with Mrs. Dunscombe and her daughter. "Did you have a pleasant time?" asked Mrs. Chauncey. "Why, no, Maam," said Ellen, "I don't know; it was partly pleasant, and partly unpleasant." "What made it so, love?" "I had left Mamma that morning, and that made me unhappy." "But you said it was partly pleasant." "Oh, that was because I had such a good friend on board," said Ellen, her face lighting up, as his image came before her. "Who was that?" "I don't know, Maam, who he was." "A stranger to you?" "Yes, Maam; I never saw him before. I wish I could see him again." "Where did you find him?" "I didn't find him; he found me, when I was sitting up on the highest part of the boat." "And your friends with you?" "What friends?" "Mrs. Dunscombe and her daughter." "No, Maam; they were down in the cabin." "And what business had you to be wandering about the boat alone?" said Mr. Marshman, good humouredly. "They were strangers, Sir," said Ellen, colouring a little. "Well, so was this man, your friend, a stranger too, wasn't he?" "Oh, he was a very different stranger," said Ellen, smiling; "and he wasn't a stranger long, besides." "Well, you must tell me more about him. Come, I'm curious. What sort of a strange friend was this?" "He wasn't a strange friend," said Ellen, laughing; "he was a very, very good friend. He took care of me the whole day. He was very good and very kind." "What kind of a man?" said Mrs. Chauncey; "a gentleman?" "Oh, yes, Maam," said Ellen, looking surprised at the question; "I'm sure he was." "What did he look like?" Ellen tried to tell, but the portrait was not very distinct. "What did he wear? Coat or cloak?" "Coat dark brown, I think." "This was the end of October, wasn't it?" Ellen thought a moment, and answered, "Yes." "And you don't know his name?" "No, Maam; I wish I did." "I can tell you," said Mrs. Chauncey, smiling. "He is one of my best friends, too, Ellen. It is my brother, Mr. George Marshman." How Ellen's face crimsoned! Mr. Marshman asked how she knew. "It was then he came up the river, you know, Sir; and don't you remember his speaking of a little girl on board the boat, who was travelling with strangers, and whom he endeavoured to befriend? I had forgotten it entirely till a moment or two ago." "Miss Margaret Dunscombe!" cried George Walsh. "What kind of a person was that you said Ellen was so fond of when you came up the river?" "I don't know nor care," said Margaret; "somebody she picked up somewhere." "It was Mr. George Marshman." "It wasn't." "Uncle George!" exclaimed Ellen Chauncey, running up to the group her cousin had quitted; "my Uncle George! Do you know Uncle George, Ellen?" "Very much I mean, yes," said Ellen. Ellen Chauncey was delighted; so was Ellen Montgomery. It seemed to bring the whole family nearer to her, and they felt it too. Mrs. Marshman kissed her when she heard it, and said she remembered very well her son speaking of her, and was very glad to find who it was. And now, Ellen thought, she would surely see him again some time. The next day they left Ventnor. Ellen Chauncey was very sorry to lose her new friend, and begged she would come again, as soon as she could. All the family said the same. Mr. Marshman told her she must give him a large place in her heart, or he should be jealous of her strange friend; and Alice was charged to bring her whenever she came to see them. The drive back to Carra Carra was scarcely less pleasant than the drive out had been; and home, Ellen said, looked lovely that is, Alice's home, which she began to think more of her own than any other. The pleasure of the past 10 days, though great, had not been unmixed; the week that followed was one of perfect enjoyment. In Mr. Humphreys' household there was an atmosphere of peace and purity that even a child could feel, and in which such a child as Ellen throve exceedingly. The drawing lessons went on with great success; other lessons were begun; there were fine long walks, and charming sleigh rides, and more than one visit to Mrs. Vawse; and what Ellen perhaps liked the best of all, the long evenings of conversation and reading aloud, and bright firelights, and brighter sympathy and intelligence and affection. That week did them all good, and no one more than Ellen. It was a little hard to go back to Miss Fortune's and begin her old life there. She went on the evening of the day John had departed; they were at supper. "Well," said Miss Fortune, as Ellen entered, "have you got enough of visiting? I should be ashamed to go where I wasn't wanted, for my part." "I haven't, Aunt Fortune," said Ellen. "She's been nowhere but what's done her good," said Mr. Van Brunt. "She's really growed handsome since she's been away." "Grown a fiddlestick!" said Miss Fortune. "She couldn't grow handsomer than she was before," said the old grandmother, hugging and kissing her little granddaughter with great delight. "The sweetest posy in the garden she always was." Mr. Van Brunt looked as if he entirely agreed with the old lady. That, while it made some amends for Miss Fortune's dryness, perhaps increased it. She remarked that "she thanked Heaven she could always make herself contented at home," which Ellen could not help thinking was a happiness for the rest of the world. In the matter of the collar, it was hard to say whether the giver or receiver had the most satisfaction. Ellen had begged him not to speak of it to her aunt; and accordingly, one Sunday, when he came there with it on, both he and she were in a state of exquisite delight. Miss Fortune's attention was at last aroused. She made a particular review of him, and ended it by declaring that "he looked uncommonly dandified, but she could not make out what he had done to himself;" a remark which transported Mr. Van Brunt and Ellen beyond all bounds of prudence. Nancy's Bible, which had been purchased for her at Randolph, was given to her at the first opportunity. Ellen anxiously watched her as she slowly turned it over, her face showing, however, very decided approbation of the style of the gift. She shook her head once or twice, and then said, "What did you give this to me for, Ellen?" "Because I wanted to give you something for New Year," said Ellen, "and I thought that would be the best thing. If you would only read it, it would make you so happy and good." "You are good, I believe," said Nancy, "but I don't expect ever to be myself. I don't think I could be; you might as well teach a snake not to wriggle." "I am not good at all," said Ellen; "we're none of us good;" and the tears rose to her eyes; "but the Bible will teach us how to be. If you'll only read it please, Nancy, do say you will read a little every day." "You don't want me to make a promise I shouldn't keep, I guess, do you?" "No," said Ellen. "Well, I shouldn't keep that, so I won't promise it; but I tell you what I will do I'll take precious fine care of it, and keep it always for your sake." "Well," said Ellen, sighing, "I'm glad you will even do so much as that. But, Nancy, before you begin to read the Bible, you may have to go where you never can read it, nor be happy nor good either." Nancy made no answer, but walked away, Ellen thought, rather more soberly than usual. This conversation had cost Ellen some effort. It had not been made without a good deal of thought and some prayer. She could not hope she had done much good, but she had done her duty; and it happened that Mr. Van Brunt, standing behind the angle of the wall, had heard every word. CHAPTER XXXIII. Of the Wide, Wide World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. By Bridget. The Wide, Wide World, by Susan Warner. Chapter 33. A gathering cloud in the spring weather. Ellen's life had nothing to mark it for many months. The rest of the winter passed quietly away, every day being full of employment. At home the state of matters was rather bettered. Either Miss Fortune was softened by Ellen's gentle inoffensive ways and obedient usefulness, or she had resolved to bear what could not be helped, and make the best of the little inmate she could not get rid of. She was certainly resolved to make the most of her. Ellen was kept on the jump a great deal of the time. She was runner of errands and maid of all work. To set the table and clear it was only a trifle in the list of her everyday duties. and they were not ended till the last supper dish was put away, and the hearth swept up. Miss Fortune never spared herself, and never spared Ellen, so long as she had any occasion for her. There were, however, long pieces of time that were left free; these Ellen seized for her studies and used most diligently, urged on by a three or fourfold motive. For the love of them, and for her own sake, that John might think she had done well, that she might presently please and satisfy Alice; above all, that her mother's wishes might be answered. This thought, whenever it came, was a spur to her efforts. So was each of the others; and Christian feeling added another, and kept all the rest in force. Without this, indolence might have weakened, or temptation surprised her resolution. Little Ellen was open to both; but if ever she found herself growing careless from either cause, conscience was sure to smite her, and then would rush in all the motives that called upon her to persevere. Soon faithfulness began to bring its reward. With delight she found herself getting the better of difficulties, beginning to see a little through the mists of ignorance, making some sensible progress on the long road of learning. Study grew delightful; her lessons with Alice one of her greatest enjoyments; and as they were a labour of love to both teacher and scholar, and as it was the aim of each to see quite to the bottom of every matter, where it was possible, and to leave no difficulties behind them on the road which they had not cleared away, no wonder Ellen went forward steadily and rapidly. Reading also became a wonderful pleasure. Weem's Life of Washington was read, and read, and read over again, till she almost knew it by heart; and from that she went to Alice's library, and ransacked it for what would suit her. Happily it was a well picked one, and Ellen could not light upon many books that would do her mischief. For those, Alice's wish was enough; she never opened them. Furthermore, Alice insisted that when Ellen had once fairly begun a book she should go through with it, not capriciously leave it for another, nor have half a dozen about at a time. But when Ellen had read it once she commonly wanted to go over it again, and seldom laid it aside until she had sucked the sweetness all out of it. As for drawing, it could not go on very fast while the cold weather lasted. Ellen had no place at home where she could spread out her paper and copies without danger of being disturbed. Her only chance was at the parsonage. John had put all her pencils in order before he went, and had left her an abundance of copies, marked as she was to take them. They, or some of them, were bestowed in Alice's desk; and whenever Ellen had a spare hour or two, of a fine morning or afternoon, she made the best of her way to the mountain. It made no difference whether Alice were at home or not; she went in, coaxed up the fire, and began her work. It happened many a time that Alice, coming home from a walk or a run in the woods, saw the little hood and cloak on the settee before she opened the glass door, and knew very well how she should find Ellen, bending intently over her desk. These runs to the mountain were very frequent; sometimes to draw, sometimes to recite; always to see Alice and be happy. Ellen grew rosy and hearty, and in spite of her separation from her mother, she was very happy too. Her extreme and varied occupation made this possible. She had no time to indulge useless sorrow; on the contrary, her thoughts were taken up with agreeable matters, either doing or to be done; and at night she was far too tired and sleepy to lie awake musing. And besides, she hoped that her mother would come back in the spring, or the summer at farthest. It is true Ellen had no liking for the kind of business her aunt gave her. It was oftentimes a trial of temper and patience. Miss Fortune was not the pleasantest work mistress in the world, and Ellen was apt to wish to be doing something else; but after all, this was not amiss. Besides, the discipline of character, these trials made the pleasant things with which they were mixed up seem doubly pleasant. The disagreeable parts of her life relished the agreeable wonderfully. After spending the whole morning with Miss Fortune in the depths of housework, how delightful it was to forget all in drawing some nice little cottage, with a bit of stone wall, and a barrel in front; or to go with Alice, in thought, to the south of France, and learn how the peasants manage their vines, and make their wine from them; or run over the Rock of Gibraltar with the monkeys; or at another time, seated on a little bench in the chimney corner, when the fire blazed up well, before the candles were lighted, to forget the kitchen and the supper and her bustling aunt, and sail round the world with Captain Cook. Yes, these things were all the sweeter for being tasted by snatches. Spring brought new occupation. Household labours began to increase in number and measure. Her leisure times were shortened. But pleasures were increased too. When the snow went off, and the spring like days began to come, and birds' notes were heard again, and the trees put out their young leaves, and the brown mountains were looking soft and green, Ellen's heart bounded at the sight. The springing grass was lovely to see; dandelions were marvels of beauty; to her each wild wood flower was a never to be enough admired and loved wonder. She used to take long rambles with Mr. Van Brunt when business led him to the woods, sometimes riding part of the way on the ox sled. Always a basket for flowers went along, and when the sled stopped, she would wander all around seeking among the piled up dead leaves for the white windflower, and pretty little head hanging uvularia, and delicate bloodroot, and the wild geranium and columbine, and many others, the names of which she did not know. They were like friends to Ellen; she gathered them affectionately as well as admiringly into her little basket, and seemed to purify herself in their pure companionship. Even Mr. Van Brunt came to have an indistinct notion that Ellen and flowers were made to be together. After he found what a pleasure it was to her to go on these expeditions, he made it a point, whenever he was bound to the woods of a fine day, to come to the house for her. Miss Fortune might object as she pleased, he always found an answer; and at last Ellen, to her great joy, would be told, "Well, go get your bonnet and be off with yourself." Once under the shadow of the big trees, the dried leaves crackling beneath her feet, and alone with her kind conductor, and Miss Fortune and all the world that was disagreeable was forgotten, no more to be remembered till the walk should come to an end. And it would have surprised anybody to hear the long conversations she and Mr. Van Brunt kept up, he, the silentest man in Thirlwall. Their talk often ran upon trees, among which Mr. Van Brunt was at home. Ellen wanted to become acquainted with them, as well as with the little flowers that grew at their feet; and he tried to teach her how to know each separate kind by the bark and leaf and manner of growth. The pine and hemlock and fir were easily learnt; the white birch, too. Beyond those, at first, she was perpetually confounding one with another. Mr. Van Brunt had to go over and over his instructions, never weary, always vastly amused. Pleasant lessons these were; Ellen thought so, and Mr. Van Brunt thought so too. Then there were walks with Alice, pleasanter still, if that could be; and even in the house, Ellen managed to keep a token of spring time. On her toilet table, the three uncouth legs of which were now hidden by a neat dimity cover, there always stood a broken tumbler with a supply of flowers. The supply was very varied, it is true; sometimes only a handful of dandelions, sometimes a huge bunch of lilac flowers, which could not be persuaded to stay in the glass without the help of the wall, against which it leaned in very undignified style; sometimes the bouquet was of really delicate and beautiful wild flowers. All were charming in Ellen's eyes. As the days grew longer and the weather warm, Alice and she began to make frequent trips to the Cat's Back, and French came very much into fashion. They generally took Sharp to ease the long way, and rested themselves with a good stay on the mountain. Their coming was always a joy to the old lady; she was dearly fond of them both, and delighted to hear from their lips the language she loved best. After a time they spoke nothing else when with her. She was well qualified to teach them; and indeed her general education had been far from contemptible, though nature had done more for her. As the language grew familiar to them, she loved to tell and they to hear long stories of her youth and native country; scenes and people so very different from all Ellen had ever seen or heard of, and told in a lively simple style, which she could not have given in English, and with a sweet colouring of Christian thought and feeling. Many things made these visits good and pleasant. It was not the least of Alice's and Ellen's joy to carry their old friend something that might be for her comfort in her lonely way of life. For even Miss Fortune, now and then, told Ellen she might take a piece of that cheese along with her; or, she wondered if the old lady would like a little fresh meat; she guessed she'd cut her a bit of that nice lamb; she wouldn't want but a little piece. A singular testimony this was to the respect and esteem of Mrs. Vawse had from everybody. Miss Fortune very, very seldom was known to take a bit from her own comforts to add to those of another. The ruling passion of this lady was thrift; her next, good housewifery. First, to gather to herself and heap up of what the world most esteems; after that, to be known as the most thorough housekeeper and the smartest woman in Thirlwall. Ellen made other visits she did not like so well. In the course of the winter and summer she became acquainted with most of the neighbourhood. She sometimes went with her aunt to a formal tea drinking, 1, 2, 3, or 4 miles off, as the case might be. They were not very pleasant. To some places she was asked by herself; and though the people invariably showed themselves very kind, and did their best to please her, Ellen seldom cared to go a second time; liked even home and Miss Fortune better. There were a few exceptions. Jenny Hitchcock was one of her favourites, and Jane Huff was another, and all of their respective families came in, with good reason, for a share of her regard Mr. Juniper, indeed, excepted. Once they went to a quilting at Squire Dennison's. The house was spotlessly neat and well ordered, the people all kind, but Ellen thought they did not seem to know how to be pleasant. Dan Dennison alone had no stiffness about him. Miss Fortune remarked with pride that even in this family of pretension, as she thought it, the refreshments could bear no comparison with hers. Once they were invited to tea at the Lawsons', but Ellen told Alice, with much apparent disgust, that she never wanted to go again. Mrs. Van Brunt she saw often. To Thirlwall, Miss Fortune never went. Twice in the course of the summer, Ellen had a very great pleasure in the company of little Ellen Chauncey. Once Miss Sophia brought her, and once her mother, and the last time they made a visit of 2 weeks. On both occasions Ellen was sent for to the parsonage, and kept while they stayed; and the pleasure that she and her little friend had together cannot be told. It was unmixed now. Rambling about through the woods and over the fields, no matter where, it was all enchanting. Helping Alice garden, helping Thomas make hay, and the mischief they did his haycocks by tumbling upon them, and the patience with which he bore it, the looking for eggs, the helping Margery to churn, and the helping each other to set tables, the pleasant mornings, and pleasant evenings, and pleasant middays, it cannot be told. Long to be remembered, sweet and pure was the pleasure of those summer days, unclouded by a shade of discontent or disagreement on either brow. Ellen loved the whole Marshman family now, for the sake of one, the one she had first known; and little Ellen Chauncey repeatedly told her mother in private that Ellen Montgomery was the very nicest girl she had ever seen. They met with joy and parted with sorrow, entreating and promising, if possible, a speedy meeting again. Amidst all the improvement and enjoyment of these summer months, and they had a great deal of both for Ellen, there was one cause of sorrow she could not help feeling, and it began to press more and more. Letters. They came slowly, and when they came, they were not at all satisfactory. Those in her mother's hand dwindled and dwindled, till at last there came only mere scraps of letters from her; and sometimes, after a long interval, one from Captain Montgomery would come alone. Ellen's heart sickened with long deferred hope. She wondered what could make her mother neglect a matter so necessary for her happiness. Sometimes she fancied they were travelling about, and it might be inconvenient to write; sometimes she thought, perhaps they were coming home without letting her know, and would suddenly surprise her some day, and make her half lose her wits with joy; but they did not come, nor write, and, whatever was the reason, Ellen felt it was very sad, and sadder as the summer went on. Her own letters became pitiful in their supplications for letters. They had been very cheerful, and filled with encouraging matter, and in part they were still. For a while her mind was diverted from this sad subject, and her brow cleared up, when John came home in August. As before, Alice gained Miss Fortune's leave to keep her at the parsonage the whole time of his stay, which was several weeks. Ellen wondered that it was so easily granted, but she was much too happy to spend time in thinking about it. Miss Fortune had several reasons. She was unwilling to displease Miss Humphreys, and conscious that it would be a shame to her to stand openly in the way of Ellen's good. Besides, though Ellen's services were lost for a time, yet she said she got tired of setting her to work; she liked to dash round the house alone, without thinking what somebody else was doing or ought to be doing. In short, she liked to have her out of the way for a while. Furthermore, it did not please her that Mr. Van Brunt and her little handmaid were, as she expressed it, so thick. His first thought, and his last thought, she said, she believed, were for Ellen, whether she came in or went out; and Miss Fortune was accustomed to be the chief, not only in her own house, but in the regards of all who came to it. At any rate, the leave was granted, and Ellen went. And now was repeated the pleasure of the first week in January. It would have been increased, but that increase was not possible. There was only the difference between lovely winter and lovely summer weather. It was seldom very hot in Thirlwall. The fields and hills were covered with green instead of white; fluttering leaves had taken the place of snow covered sprays and sparkling icicles; and for the keen north and brisk north wester soft summer airs were blowing. Ellen saw no other difference, except that, perhaps, if it could be, there was something more of tenderness in the manner of Alice and her brother towards her. No little sister could have been more cherished and cared for. If there was a change, Mr. Humphreys shared it. It is true, he seldom took much part in the conversation, and seldomer was with them in any of their pursuits or pleasure. He generally kept by himself in his study; but whenever he did speak to Ellen, His tone was particularly gentle, and his look kind. He sometimes called her "my little daughter," which always gave Ellen great pleasure. She would jump at such times with double zeal to do anything he asked her. Now drawing went on with new vigour under the eye of her master, and many things beside. John took a great deal of pains with her in various ways. He made her read to him; he helped her and Alice with their French; he went with them to Mrs. Vawse's, and even Mr. Humphreys went there too one afternoon to tea. How much Ellen enjoyed that afternoon! They took with them a great basket of provisions, for Mrs. Vawse could not be expected to entertain so large a party, and borrowed Jenny Hitchcock's pony, which, with old John and Sharp, mounted three of the company. They took turns in walking. Nobody minded that. The fine weather, the beautiful mountain top, the general pleasure, Mr. Humphreys' uncommon spirits and talkableness, the oddity of their way of travelling, and of a tea party up on the Cat's Back, and furthermore, the fact that Nancy stayed at home and behaved very well the whole time, altogether filled Ellen's cup of happiness for the time as full as it could hold. She never forgot that afternoon, and the ride home was the best of all. The sun was low by the time they reached the plain; long shadows lay across their road; the soft air just stirred the leaves on the branches; stillness and loveliness were over all things; and down the mountain and along the roads, through the open country, the whole way, John walked at her bridle, so kind in his care of her, so pleasant in his talk to her, teaching her how to sit in the saddle, and hold the reins and whip, and much more important things too, that Ellen thought a pleasanter thing could not be than to ride so. After that they took a great many rides, borrowing Jenny's pony or some other, and explored the beautiful country far and near; and almost daily John had up Sharp and gave Ellen a regular lesson. She often thought, and sometimes looked, what she had once said to him, "I wish I could do something for you, Mr. John;" but he smiled at her and said nothing. At last he was gone, and in all the week he had been at home, and in many weeks before, no letter had come for Ellen. The thought had been kept from weighing upon her by the thousand pleasures that filled up every moment of his stay. She could not be sad then, or only for a minute; hope threw off the sorrow as soon as it was felt, and she forgot how time flew. But when his visit was over, and she went back to her old place and her old life at her aunt's, the old feeling came back in greater strength. She began again to count the days and the weeks, to feel the bitter unsatisfied longing; tears would drop down upon her Bible; tears streamed from her eyes when she prayed that God would make her mother well and bring her home to her quickly, oh, quickly; and little Ellen's face began to wear once more something of its old look. CHAPTER 34. Of the Wide, Wide World. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World, by Susan Werner. Chapter 34. The Cloud Overhead. One day in the early part of September, she was standing in front of the house at the little wicket that opened on the road. With her back against the open gate, she was gently moving it to and fro, half enjoying the weather and the scene, half indulging the melancholy mood which drove her from the presence of her bustling aunt. The gurgling sound of the brook, a few steps off, was a great deal more soothing to her ear than Miss Fortune's sharp tones. By and by a horseman came in sight at the far end of the road, and the brook was forgotten. What made Ellen look at him so sharply? Poor child, she was always expecting news. At first she could only see that the man rode a white horse; then, as he came nearer, an odd, looped up hat showed itself, and something queer in his hand. What was it? Who is it? The old newsman, Ellen was sure. Yes, she could now see the saddle bags, and the white horse tail set in a handle, with which he was brushing away the flies from his horse. The tin trumpet was in his other hand, to blow withal. He was a venerable old figure, with all his oddities, clad in a suit of snuff brown, with a neat, quiet look about him. He and the saddle bags and the white horse jogged on together as if they belonged to nothing else in the world but each other. In an ecstasy of fear and hope, Ellen watched the pace of the old horse to see if it gave any sign of slackening near the gate. Her breath came short; she hardly breathed at all; she was trembling from head to foot. Would he stop, or was he going on? Oh, the long agony of 2 minutes! He stopped. Ellen went towards him. "What little gal is this?" said he. "I am Ellen Montgomery, Sir," said Ellen, eagerly, "Miss Fortune's niece. I live here." "Stop a bit," said the old man, taking up his saddle bags. "Miss Fortune's niece, eh? Why, I believe as I've got somethin' for her. Somethin' here. Aunt Well, eh? "Yes, Sir." "That's more than you be, ain't it?" said he, glancing sideways at Ellen's face. "How do you know but I've got a letter for you here, eh?" The colour rushed to that face, and she clasped her hands. "No, dear, no," said he, "I han't got any for you. It's for the old lady. There, run in with it, dear." But Ellen knew before she touched it that it was a foreign letter, and dashed into the house with it. Miss Fortune coolly sent her back to pay the postage. When she came in again, her aunt was still reading the letter, but her look, Ellen felt, was unpromising. She did not venture to speak. Expectation was chilled. She stood till Miss Fortune began to fold up the paper. "Is there nothing for me?" she said then, timidly. "No." "Oh, why don't she write to me?" cried Ellen, bursting into tears. Miss Fortune stalked about the room, without any particular purpose, as far as could be seen. "It is very strange," said Ellen, sorrowfully. "I am afraid she is worse. Does papa say she is worse?" "No." "Oh, if she had only sent me a message! I should think she might. Oh, I wish she had 3 words! Does papa say why she don't write?" "No." "It is very strange," repeated poor Ellen. "Your father talks of coming home," said Miss Fortune, after a few minutes, during which Ellen had been silently weeping. "Home! then she must be better," said Ellen, with new life. "Does papa say she is better?" "No." "But what does he mean?" said Ellen, uneasily. "I don't see what he means. He doesn't say she is worse, and he doesn't say she is better. What does he say?" "He don't say much about anything." "Does he say when they are coming home?" Miss Fortune mumbled something about "spring," and whisked off to the buttery. Ellen thought no more was to be got out of her. She felt miserable. Her father and her aunt both seemed to act strangely, and where to find comfort she scarcely knew. She had one day been telling her doubts and sorrows to John. He did not try to raise her hopes, but said, "Troubles will come in this world, Ellie; the best is to trust them and ourselves to our dear Saviour, and let trials drive us to him. Seek to love him more, and to be patient under his will. The Good Shepherd means nothing but kindness to any lamb in his flock. You may be sure of that, Ellie." Ellen remembered his words and tried to follow them now, but she could not be patient under his will yet not quite. It was very hard to be patient in such uncertainty. With swimming eyes she turned over her Bible in search of comfort, and found it. Her eye lit upon words she knew very well, but that were like the fresh sight of a friend's face for all that. "Let not your heart be troubled. Ye believe in God, believe also in me. In my Father's house are many mansions." There is no parting there, thought little Ellen. She cried a long time, but she was comforted, nevertheless. The heart that rests on the Blessed One, who said those words, can never be quite desolate. For several days things went on in the old train, only her aunt, she thought, was sometimes rather queer not quite as usual in her manner towards her. Mr. Van Brunt was not rather, but very queer. He scarcely spoke or looked at Ellen, bolted down his food, and was off without a word, and even stayed away entirely from 2 or 3 meals. She saw nobody else. Weather and other circumstances prevented her going to the mountain. One afternoon she was giving her best attention to a French lesson, when she heard herself called. Miss Fortune was in the lower kitchen, dipping candles. Ellen ran down. "I don't know what's got into these candles," said Miss Fortune. "I can't make 'em hang together. The tallow ain't good, I guess. Where's the nearest place they keep bees?" "They have got bees at Mrs. Hitchcock's," said Ellen. "So they have in Egypt, for anything I know," said her aunt. "One would be about as much good now as t'other. Mrs. Lowndes that ain't far off. Put on your bonnet, Ellen, and run over there, and ask her to let me have a little beeswax. I'll pay her in something she likes best." "Does Mrs. Lowndes keep beehives?" said Ellen, doubtfully. "No, she makes the beeswax herself," said Miss Fortune, in the tone she always took when anybody presumed to suppose she might be mistaken in anything. "How much shall I ask for?" said Ellen. "Oh, I don't know a pretty good piece." Ellen was not very clear what quantity this might mean. However, she wisely asked no more questions, and set out upon her walk. It was hot and disagreeable, just the time of day when the sun had most power, and Mrs. Lowndes' house was about half way on the road to Alice's. It was not a place where Ellen liked to go, though the people always made much of her; she did not fancy them, and regularly kept out of their way when she could. Miss Mary Lawson was sitting with Mrs. Lowndes and her daughter, when Ellen came in and briefly gave her aunt's message. "Beeswax," said Mrs. Lowndes. "Well, I don't know. How much does she want?" "I don't know, Ma'am, exactly; she said a pretty good piece." "What's it for, do you know, honey?" "I believe it's to put in some tallow for candles," said Ellen. "The tallow was too soft, she said." "I didn't know Miss Fortune's tallow was ever anything but the hardest," said Sarah Lowndes. "You had better not let your aunt know you've told on her, Ellen," remarked Mary Lawson; "she won't thank you." "Had she a good lot of taller to make up?" inquired the mother, preparing to cut her bees' wax. "I don't know, Ma'am; she had a big kettle, but I don't know how full it was." "You may as well send a good piece, Ma, while you're about it," said the daughter; "and ask her to let us have a piece of her sage cheese, will you?" "Is it worth while to weigh it?" whispered Mrs. Lowndes. Her daughter answered in the same tone, and Miss Mary joining them, a conversation of some length went on over the bees' wax, which Ellen could not hear. The tones of the speakers became lower and lower, till at length her own name and an incautious sentence were spoken more distinctly, and reached her. "Shouldn't you think Miss Fortune might put a black ribbon at least on her bonnet?" "Anybody but her would." "Hush!" they whispered again under breath. The words entered Ellen's heart like cold iron. She did not move hand or foot. She sat motionless with pain and fear, yet what she feared she dared not think. When the bees' wax was given her, she rose up from her chair, and stood gazing into Mrs. Lowndes' face as if she had lost her senses. "My goodness, child, how you look!" said that lady. "What ails you, honey?" "Ma'am," said Ellen, "what was that you said about " "About what, dear?" said Mrs. Lowndes, with a startled look at the others. "About a ribbon," said Ellen, struggling to get the words out of white lips. "My goodness!" said the other; "did you ever hear anything like that? I didn't say nothing about a ribbon, dear." "Do you suppose her aunt han't told her?" said Miss Mary in an undertone. "Told me what?" cried Ellen. "Oh, what?" "I wish I was 1,000 miles off," said Mrs. Lowndes. "I don't know, dear I don't know what it is. Miss Alice knows." "Yes, ask Miss Alice," said Mary Lawson; "she knows better than we do." Ellen looked doubtfully from one to the other; then, as "Go ask Miss Alice" was repeated on all sides, she caught up her bonnet, and flinging the bees' wax from her hand, darted out of the house. Those she had left looked at each other a minute in silence. "Ain't that too bad, now!" exclaimed Mrs. Lowndes, crossing the room to shut the door; "but what could I say?" "Which way did she go?" "I don't know, I am sure. I had no head to look, or anything else. I wonder if I had ought to ha' told her; but I couldn't ha' done it." "Just look at her bees' wax," said Sarah Lowndes. "She will kill herself if she runs up the mountain at that rate," said Mary Lawson. They all made a rush to the door to look after her. "She ain't in sight," said Mrs. Lowndes. "If she's gone the way to the Nose, she's got as far as them big poplars yet, or she'd be somewhere this side of 'em, where we could see her." "You hadn't ought to ha' let her go, Ma'am, in all this sun," said Miss Lowndes. "I declare," said Mrs. Lowndes, "she scared me so, I hadn't three idees left in my head. I wish I knew where she was, though, poor little soul." Ellen was far on her way to the mountain, pressed forward by a fear that knew no stay of heat or fatigue. They were little to her that day. She saw nothing on her way; all within and without were swallowed up in that one feeling; yet she dared not think what it was she feared. She put that by. Alice knew; Alice would tell her; on that goal her heart fixed, to that she pressed on; but oh! the while, what a cloud was gathering over her spirit, and growing darker and darker! Her hurry of mind and hurry of body made each other worse. It must be so; and when she at last ran round the corner of the house, and burst in at the glass door, she was in a frightful state. Alice started up, and faced her as she came in, but with a look that stopped Ellen short. She stood still; the colour in her cheeks, as her eyes read Alice's, faded quite away; words, and the power to speak them, were gone together. Alas! the need to utter them was gone too. Alice burst into tears, and held out her arms, saying only, "My poor child!" Ellen reached her arms, and strength and spirit seemed to fail there. Alice thought she had fainted. She laid her on the sofa, called Margery, and tried the usual things, weeping bitterly herself as she did so. It was not fainting, however. Alice's senses soon came back, but she seemed like a person stunned with a great blow; and Alice wished grief had had any other effect upon her. It lasted for days. A kind of stupor hung over her; tears did not come; the violent strain of every nerve and feeling seemed to have left her benumbed. She would sleep long heavy sleeps the greater part of the time, and seemed to have no power to do anything else. Her adopted sister watched her constantly, and for those days lived but to watch her. She had heard all Ellen's story from Mary Lawson and Mr. Van Brunt, who had both been to the parsonage one on Mrs. Lowndes' part, the other on his own to ask about her; and she dreaded that a violent fit of illness might be brought on by all Ellen had undergone. She was mistaken, however. Ellen was not ill, but her whole mind and body bowed under the weight of the blow that had come upon her. As the first stupor wore off, there were, indeed, more lively signs of grief. She would weep till she wept her eyes out, and that often; but it was very quietly; no passionate sobbing, no noisy crying; sorrow had taken too strong hold to be struggled with, and Ellen meekly bowed her head to it. Alice saw this with the greatest alarm. She had refused to let her go back to her aunt's; it was impossible to do otherwise; yet it may be that Ellen would have been better there. The busy industry to which she would have been forced at home might have roused her; as it was, nothing drew her, and nothing could be found to draw her from her own thoughts. Her interest in everything seemed to be gone. Books had lost their charm; walks and drives and staying at home were all one, except, indeed, that she rather liked best the latter. Appetite failed; her cheek grew colourless; and Alice began to fear that if a stop were not soon put to this gradual sinking, it would at last end with her life. But all her efforts were without fruit, and the winter was a sorrowful one not to Ellen alone. As it wore on, there came to be one thing in which Ellen again took pleasure, and that was her Bible. She used to get alone or into a corner with it, and turn the leaves over and over, looking out its gentle promises and sweet comforting words to the weak and the sorrowing. She loved to read about Christ, all he said and did, all his kindness to his people, and tender care of them; the love shown them here, and the joys prepared for them hereafter. She began to cling more to that one unchangeable Friend from whose love neither life nor death can sever those that believe in him; and her heart, tossed and shaken as it had been, began to take rest again in that happy resting place, with stronger affection, and even with greater joy than before. Yet for all that, this joy often kept company with bitter weeping; the stirring of anything like pleasure roused sorrow up afresh; and though Ellen's look of sadness grew less dark, Alice could not see that her face was at all less white and thin. She never spoke of her mother, after once hearing when and where she had died; she never hinted at her loss, except exclaiming in an agony, "I shall get no more letters;" and Alice dared not touch upon what the child seemed to avoid so carefully, though Ellen sometimes wept on her bosom, and often sat for hours still and silent, with her head in her lap. The time drew nigh when John was expected home for the holidays. In the meanwhile, they had had many visits from other friends. Mr. Van Brunt had come several times, enough to set the whole neighbourhood a wondering, if they had only known it; his good old mother oftener still; Mrs. Vawse as often as possible; Miss Fortune once, and that because, as she said to herself, everybody would be talking about what was none of their business if she didn't. As neither she nor Ellen knew in the least what to say to each other, the visit was rather a dull one, spite of all Alice could do. Jenny Hitchcock, and the Huffs, and the Dennisons, and others, came now and then; but Ellen did not like to see any of them all but Mrs. Vawse. Alice longed for her brother. He came at last, just before New Year. It was the middle of a fine afternoon, and Alice and her father had gone in the sleigh to Carra Carra. Ellen had chosen to stay behind, but Margery did not know this, and of course did not tell John. After paying a visit to her in the kitchen, he had come back to the empty sitting room, and was thoughtfully walking up and down the floor, when the door of Alice's room slowly opened, and Ellen appeared. It was never her way, when she could help it, to show violent feeling before other people, so she had been trying to steel herself to meet John without crying, and now came in, with her little grave face, prepared not to give way. His first look had like to overset it all. "Ellie!" said he, "I thought everybody was gone! My dear Ellie!" Ellen could hardly stand the tone of these three words, and she bore with the greatest difficulty the kiss that followed them. It took but a word or two more, and a glance at the old look and smile, to break down entirely all her guard. According to her usual fashion, she was rushing away, but John held her fast, and though gently, drew her close to him. "I will not let you forget that I am your brother, Ellie," said he. Ellen hid her face on his shoulder, and cried as if she had never cried before. "Ellie," said he, after a while, speaking low and tenderly, "the Bible says, 'We have known and believed the love that God hath toward us.' Have you remembered and believed this lately?" Ellen did not answer. "Have you remembered that God loves every sinner that has believed in his dear Son, and loves them so well that he will let nothing come near them to harm them, and loves them never better than when he sends bitter trouble on them? It is wonderful, but it is true. Have you thought of this, Ellie?" She shook her head. "It is not in anger he does it; it is not that he has forgotten you; it is not that he is careless of your trembling little heart; never, never! If you are his child, all is done in love, and shall work good for you; and if we often cannot see how, it is because we are weak and foolish, and can see but a very little way." Ellen listened with her face hid on his shoulder. "Do you love Christ, Ellen?" She nodded, weeping afresh. "Do you love him less since he has brought you into this great sorrow?" "No," sobbed Ellen, "more." He drew her closer to his breast, and was silent a little while. "I am very glad to hear you say that. Then all will be well. And haven't you the best reason to think that all is well with your dear mother?" Ellen almost shrieked. Her mother's name had not been spoken before her in a great while, and she could hardly bear it now; her whole frame quivered with hysterical sobs. "Hush, Ellie!" said John, in a tone that, low as it was, somehow found its way through all her agitation, and calmed her like a spell. "Have you not good reason to believe that all is well with her?" "Oh, yes! oh, yes!" "She loved and trusted him too, and now she is with him. She has reached that bright home, where there is no more sin, nor sorrow, nor death." "Nor parting either," sobbed Ellen, whose agitation was excessive. "Nor parting; and though we are parted from them, it is but for a little. Let us watch, and keep our garments clean, and soon we shall be all together, and have done with tears for ever. She has done with them now. Did you hear from her again?" "Oh, no, not a word." "That is a hard trial; but in it all, believe me, dear Ellie, the love that God hath toward us. Remember that our dear Saviour is near us, and feels for us, and is the same at all times. And don't cry so, Ellie." He kissed her once or twice, and begged her to calm herself, for it seemed as if Ellen's very heart was flowing away in her tears. Yet they were gentler and softer far than at the beginning. The conversation had been a great relief. The silence between her and Alice on the thing always in her mind a silence neither of them dared to break had grown painful. The spell was taken off; and though at first Ellen's tears knew no measure, she was easier even then, as John soothed her, and went on with his kind talk, gradually leading it away from their first subject to other things. She grew not only calm, but more peaceful at heart than months had seen her. She was quite herself again before Alice came home. "You have done her good already!" exclaimed Alice, as soon as Ellen was out of the room. "I knew you would; I saw it in her face as soon as I came in." "It is time," said her brother; "she is a dear little thing." The next day, in the middle of the morning, Ellen, to her great surprise, saw Sharp brought before the door, with the side saddle on, and Mr. John carefully looking to the girth and shortening the stirrup. "Why, Alice!" she exclaimed, "what is Mr. John going to do?" "I don't know, Ellie, I am sure; he does queer things sometimes. What makes you ask?" Before she could answer, he opened the door. "Come, Ellen, go and get ready. Bundle up well, for it is rather frosty. Alice, has she a pair of gloves that are warm enough? Lend her yours, and I'll see if I can find some at Thirlwall." Ellen thought she would rather not go; to anybody else she would have said so. Half a minute she stood still, then went to put on her things. "Alice, you will be ready by the time we get back? In half an hour?" Ellen had an excellent lesson, and her master took care it should not be an easy one. She came back, looking as she had not done all winter. Alice was not quite ready. While waiting for her, John went to the bookcase and took down the first volume of Rollin's Ancient History, and giving it to Ellen, he said he would talk with her to morrow about the first 20 pages. The consequence was, the hour and a half of their absence, instead of being moped away, was spent in hard study. A pair of gloves was bought at Thirlwall; Jenny Hitchcock's pony was sent for; and after that, every day, when the weather would at all do, they took a long ride. By degrees, reading, and drawing, and all her studies, were added to the history, till Ellen's time was well filled with business again. Alice had endeavoured to bring this about before, but fruitlessly. What she asked of her, Ellen indeed tried to do; what John told her, was done. She grew a different creature. Appetite came back; the colour sprang again to her cheek; hope, meek and sober as it was, relighted her eye. In her eagerness to please and satisfy her teacher, her whole soul was given to the performance of whatever he wished her to do. The effect was all that he looked for. The second evening after he came, John called Ellen to his side, saying he had something he wanted to read to her. It was before candles were brought, but the room was full of light from the blazing wood fire. Ellen glanced at his book as she came to the sofa. It was a largish volume, in a black leather cover, a good deal worn. It did not look at all interesting. "What is it?" she asked. "It is called," said John, "The Pilgrim's Progress from this world to a better." Ellen thought it did not sound at all interesting. She had never been more mistaken in her life, and that she found almost as soon as he begun. Her attention was nailed. The listless, careless mood in which she sat down was changed for one of rapt delight. She devoured every word that fell from the reader's lips; indeed, they were given their fullest effect by a very fine voice and singularly fine reading. Whenever anything might not be quite clear to Ellen, John stopped to make it so; and with his help, and without it, many a lesson went home. Next day she looked a long time for the book. It could not be found; she was forced to wait until evening. Then, to her great joy, it was brought out again, and John asked her if she wished to hear some more of it. After that, every evening while he was at home, they spent an hour with the Pilgrim. Alice would leave her work and come to the sofa too, and with her head on her brother's shoulder, her hand in his, and Ellen's face leaning against his other arm, that was the common way they placed themselves to see and hear. No words can tell Ellen's enjoyment of those readings. They made her sometimes laugh and sometimes cry. They had much to do in carrying on the cure which John's wisdom and kindness had begun. They came to the place where Christian loses his burden at the cross, and as he stood looking and weeping, 3 shining ones came to him. The first said to him, "Thy sins be forgiven thee." The second stripped him of his rags, and clothed him with a change of raiment. The third also set a mark on his forehead. John explained what was meant by the rags and the change of raiment. "And the mark in his forehead?" said Ellen. "That is the mark of God's children, the change wrought in them by the Holy Spirit, the change that makes them different from others, and different from their old selves." "Do all Christians have it?" "Certainly; none can be a Christian without it." "But how can one tell whether one has it or no?" said Ellen, very gravely. "Carry your heart and life to the Bible, and see how they agree. The Bible gives a great many signs and descriptions, by which Christians may know themselves both know what they are and what they ought to be. If you find your own feelings and manner of life at one with these Bible words, you may hope that the Holy Spirit has changed you, and set his mark upon you." "I wish you would tell me of one of those places," said Ellen. "The Bible is full of them. 'To them that believe, Christ is precious,' there is one. 'If ye love me, keep my commandments.' 'He that saith he abideth in him, ought himself also so to walk even as he walked.' Oh, how I love thy law! The Bible is full of them, Ellie; but you have need to ask for great help when you go to try yourself by them. The heart is deceitful." Ellen looked sober all the rest of the evening, and the next day she pondered the matter a good deal. "I think I am changed," she said to herself at last. "I didn't used to like to read the Bible, and now I do very much. I never liked praying in old times, and now oh, what should I do without it! I didn't love Jesus at all, but I'm sure I do now. I don't keep his commandments, but I do try to keep them. I must be changed a little. Oh, I wish Mamma had known it before!" Weeping with mixed sorrow and thankful joy, Ellen bent her head upon her little Bible to pray that she might be more changed; and then, as she often did, raised the cover to look at the text in the beloved handwriting, "I love them that love me, and they that seek me early shall find me." Ellen's tears were blinding her. "That has come true," she thought. "I will be a God to thee, and to thy seed after thee." "That has come true, too," she said, almost in surprise; "and Mamma believed it would." And then, as by a flash, came back to her mind the time it was written. She remembered how, when it was done, her mother's head had sunk upon the open page. She seemed to see again the thin fingers tightly clasped. She had not understood it then; she did now. "She was praying for me," thought Ellen; "she was praying for me; she believed that would come true." The book was dashed down, and Ellen fell upon her knees in a perfect agony of weeping. Even this, when she was calm again, served to steady her mind. There seemed to be a link of communion between her mother and her that was wanting before. The promise, written and believed in by the one, realized and rejoiced in by the other, was a dear something in common. Though one had in the meanwhile removed to heaven, and the other was still a lingerer on the earth. Ellen bound the words upon her heart. Another time, when they came to the last scene of Christian's journey, Ellen's tears ran very fast. John asked if he should pass it over, if it distressed her. She said, oh no, it did not distress her; she wanted him to go on; and he went on, though himself much distressed, and Alice was near as bad as Ellen. But the next evening, to his surprise, Ellen begged that before he went on to the second part, he would read that piece over again. And when he lent her the book, with only the charge that she should not go further than he had been, she pored over that scene with untiring pleasure, till she almost had it by heart. In short, never was a child more comforted and contented with a book than Ellen was with the Pilgrim's Progress. That was a blessed visit of John's. Alice said he had come like a sunbeam into the house; she dreaded to think what would be when he went away. She wrote him, however, when he had been gone for a few weeks, that his will seemed to carry all before it, present or absent. Ellen went on steadily mending, or at least she did not go back any. They were keeping up their rides, also their studies, most diligently. Ellen was untiring in her efforts to do whatever he had wished her, and was springing forward, Alice said, in her improvement. CHAPTER XXXV. Of the Wide, Wide World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World, by Susan Warner. Chapter 35. This Working Day World. The spring had come, and Alice and Ellen were looking forward to pleasanter rides and walks, after the sun should have got a little warmth and the snow should be gone, when one morning, in the early part of March, Mr. Van Brunt made his appearance. Miss Fortune was not well, and had sent him to beg that Ellen would come back to her. He was sorry, he said; he knew Ellen was in the best place, but her aunt wanted her, and he s'posed she'd have to go. He did not know what was the matter with Miss Fortune. It was a little of one thing and a little of another. He s'posed she'd overdid, and it was a wonder, for he didn't know she could do it. She thought she was as tough as a piece of shoe leather, but even that could be wore out. Ellen looked blank. However, she hurriedly set herself to get her things ready, and, with Alice's help, in half an hour she was ready to go. The parting was hard. They held each other fast a good while, and kissed each other many times, without speaking. "Good bye, dear Ellie," whispered Alice at last. "I'll come and see you soon. Remember what John said when he went away." Ellen did not trust herself to speak. She pulled herself away from Alice, and turned to Mr. Van Brunt, saying by her manner that she was ready. He took her bundle, and they went out of the house together. Ellen made a manful effort, all the way down the hill, to stifle the tears that were choking her. She knew they would greatly disturb her companion, and she did succeed, though with great difficulty, in keeping them back. Luckily for her, he said hardly anything during the whole walk; she could not have borne to answer a question. It was no fault of Mr. Van Brunt's that he was so silent. He was beating his brains the whole way to think of something it would do to say, and could not suit himself. His single remark was, that it was like to be a fine spring for the maple, and he guessed they'd make a heap of sugar. When they reached the door, he told her she would find her aunt upstairs, and himself turned off to the barn. Ellen stopped a minute upon the threshold to remember the last time she had crossed it, and the first time. How changed everything now! And the thought came, was this now to be her home for ever? She had need again to remember John's words. When bidding her good bye, he had said, "My little pilgrim, I hope you will keep the straight road, and win the praise of the servant who is faithful over a few things." "I will try," thought poor Ellen; and then she passed through the kitchen, and went up to her own room. Here, without stopping to think, she took off her things, gave one strange look at the old familiar place and her trunk in the corner, fell on her knees for 1 minute, and then went to her aunt's room. "Come in!" cried Miss Fortune, when Ellen had knocked. "Well, Ellen, there you are! I am thankful it is you; I was afraid it might be Mimy Lawson, or Sarah Lowndes, or some of the rest of the set. I know they'll all come scampering here as soon as they hear I'm laid up." "Are you very sick, Aunt Fortune?" said Ellen. "La, no, child; I shall be up again to morrow; but I felt queer this morning somehow, and I thought I'd try lying down. I expect I've caught some cold." There was no doubt of this, but this was not all. Besides catching cold, and doing her best to bring it about, Miss Fortune had overtasked her strength, and by dint of economy, housewifery, and smartness, had brought on herself the severe punishment of lying idle and helpless for a much longer time than she at first reckoned on. "What can I do for you, Aunt Fortune?" said Ellen. "Oh, nothing as I know," said Miss Fortune; "only let me alone, and don't ask me anything, and keep people out of the house. Mercy! my head feels as if it would go crazy. Ellen, look here," said she, raising herself on her elbow, "I won't have anybody come into this house; if I lie here till doomsday, I won't. Now you mind me. I ain't a going to have Mimy Lawson nor nobody else poking all round into every hole and corner, and turning every cheese upside down to see what's under it. There ain't one of 'em too good for it, and they shan't have a chance. They'll be streaking here, a dozen of 'em, to help take care of the house; but I don't care what becomes of the house, I won't have anybody in it. Promise me you won't let Mr. Van Brunt bring any one here to help. I know I can trust you to do what I tell you. Promise me." Ellen promised, a good deal gratified at her aunt's last words, and once more asked if she could do anything for her. "Oh, I don't know," said Miss Fortune, flinging herself back on her pillow. "I don't care what you do, if you only keep the house clear. There's the clothes in the basket under the table downstairs. You might begin to iron 'em; they're only rough dry. But don't come asking me about anything; I can't bear it. Ellen, don't let a soul go into the buttery except yourself. And Ellen, I don't care if you make me a little catnip tea. The catnip's up in the store room, the furthest door in the back attic. Here's the keys. Don't go to fussing with anything else there." Ellen thought the prospect before her rather doleful when she reached the kitchen. It was in order, to be sure, and clean, but it looked as if the mistress was away. The fire had gone out, the room was cold; even so little a matter as catnip tea seemed a thing far off and hard to come by. While she stood looking at the great logs in the fireplace, which she could hardly move, and thinking it was rather a dismal state of things, in came Mr. Van Brunt with his good natured face, and wanted to know if he could do anything for her. The very room seemed more comfortable as soon as his big figure was in it. He set about kindling the fire forthwith, while Ellen went up to the store room. A well filled store room. Among other things, there hung at least a dozen bunches of dried herbs from one of the rafters. Ellen thought she knew catnip, but after smelling of two or three, she became utterly puzzled, and was fain to carry a leaf of several kinds down to Mr. Van Brunt to find out which was which. When she came down again, she found he had hung on the kettle for her and swept up the hearth; so Ellen, wisely thinking it best to keep busy, put the ironing blanket on the table and folded the clothes and set the irons to the fire. By this time the kettle boiled. How to make catnip tea Ellen did not exactly know, but supposed it must follow the same rules as black tea, in the making of which she felt herself very much at home. So she put a pinch or two of catnip leaves into the pot, poured a little water on them, and left it to draw. Meanwhile came in kind Mr. Van Brunt, with an armful or two of small short sticks for the fire, which Ellen could manage. "I wish I could stay here and take care of you all the while," said he, "but I'll be round. If you want anything, you must come to the door and holler." Ellen began to thank him. "Just don't say anything about that," said he, moving his hands as if he were shaking her thanks out of them. "I'd back all the wood you could burn every day for the pleasure of having you hum again, if I didn't know you was better where you was; but I can't help that. Now, who am I going to get to stay with you? Who would you like to have?" "Nobody, if you please, Mr. Van Brunt," said Ellen. "Aunt Fortune don't wish it, and I had rather not, indeed." He stood up and looked at her in amazement. "Why, you don't mean to say," said he, "that you are thinking, or she is thinking, you can get along here without help?" "I'll get along somehow," said Ellen. "Never mind; please let me, Mr. Van Brunt. It would worry Aunt Fortune very much to have anybody. Don't say anything about it." "Worry her," said he, and muttered something Ellen did not quite understand, about bringing the old woman to reason. However, he went off for the present, and Ellen filled up her teapot and carried it upstairs. Her old grandmother was awake before, when Ellen was in the room; she had been napping. Now, she showed the greatest delight at seeing her; fondled her, kissed her, cried over her, and finally insisted on getting up directly and going downstairs. Ellen received and returned her caresses with great tenderness, and then began to help her rise and dress. "Yes, do," said Miss Fortune; "I shall have a little better chance of sleeping. My stars! Ellen, what do you call this?" "Isn't it catnip?" said Ellen, alarmed. "Catnip! it tastes of nothing but the tea kettle. It's as weak as dish water. Take it down and make some more. How much did you put in? You want a good double handful, stalks and all; make it strong. I can't drink such stuff as that. I think if I could get into a sweat I should be better." Ellen went down, established her grandmother in her old corner, and made some more tea. Then her irons being hot, she began to iron, doing double duty at the same time; for Mrs. Montgomery had one of her talking fits on, and it was necessary to hear and answer a great many things. Presently the first visitor appeared, in the shape of Nancy. "Well, Ellen," said she, "so Miss Fortune is really sick for once, and you are keeping house. Ain't you grand?" "I don't feel very grand," said Ellen. "I don't know what is the matter with these clothes. I cannot make 'em look smooth." "Irons ain't hot," said Nancy. "Yes, they are too hot. I've scorched a towel already." "My goodness, Ellen, I guess you have. If Miss Fortune was down, you'd get it. Why, they're bone dry," said Nancy, plunging her hand into the basket. "You haven't sprinkled 'em, have you?" "To be sure," said Ellen, with an awakened face; "I forgot it." "Here, get out of the way; I'll do it for you," said Nancy, rolling up her sleeves and pushing Ellen from the table. "You just get me a bowl of water, will you, and we'll have 'em done in no time. Who's a coming to help you?" "Nobody." "Nobody, you poor chicken! Do you think you are going to do all the work of the house yourself?" "No," said Ellen, "but I can do a good deal, and the rest will have to go." "You ain't going to do no such thing. I'll stay myself." "No, you can't, Nancy," said Ellen, quietly. "I guess I will, if I've a mind to. I should like to know how you'd help it. Miss Fortune's abed." "I could help it, though," said Ellen; "but I'm sure you won't when I ask you not." "I'll do anything you please," said Nancy, "if you'll get Miss Fortune to let me stay. Come, do, Ellen; it will be splendid, and I'll help you finely; and I won't bother you neither. Come, go ask her; if you don't, I will." "I can't, Nancy; she don't want anybody, and it worries her to talk to her. I can't go and ask her." Nancy impatiently flung down the cloth she was sprinkling, and ran up stairs. In a few minutes she came down with a triumphant face, and bade Ellen go up to her aunt. "Ellen," said Miss Fortune, "if I let Nancy stay, will you take care of the keys, and keep her out of the buttery?" "I'll try to, Ma'am, as well as I can." "I'd as lief have her as anybody," said Miss Fortune, "if she'd behave. She was with me a little in the winter. She is smart, and knows the ways. If I was sure she would behave herself; but I'm afraid she will go rampaging about the house like a wild cat." "I think I could prevent that," said Ellen, who, to say truth, was willing to have anybody come to share what she felt would be a very great burden. "She knows I could tell Mr. Van Brunt if she didn't do right, and she would be afraid of that." "Well," said Miss Fortune, disconsolately, "let her stay, then. Oh, dear, to lie here! But tell her if she don't do just what you tell her, I'll have Mr. Van Brunt turn her out by the ears. And don't let her come near me, for she drives me mad. And Ellen, put the keys in your pocket. Have you got a pocket in that dress?" "Yes, Ma'am." "Put 'em in there, and don't take 'em out. Now go." Nancy agreed to the conditions with great glee, and the little housekeeper felt her mind a good deal easier; for though Nancy herself was somewhat of a charge, she was strong, and willing, and ready, and if she liked anybody, liked Ellen. Mr. Van Brunt privately asked Ellen if she chose to have Nancy stay, and told her, if she gave her any trouble, to let him know, and he would make short work with her. The young lady herself also had a hint on the subject. "I'll tell you what," said Nancy, when this business was settled, "we'll let the men go off to Mrs. Van Brunt's to meals; we'll have enough to do without 'em. That's how Miss Fortune has fixed herself. She would have Sam and Johnny in to board; they never used to, you know, afore this winter." "The men may go," said Ellen; "but I had a great deal rather Mr. Van Brunt would stay than not, if we can only manage to cook things for him. We should have to do it, at any rate, for ourselves, and for grandma." "Well, I ain't as fond of him as all that," said Nancy; "but it'll have to be as you like, I suppose. We'll feed him somehow." Mr. Van Brunt came in to ask if they had anything in the house for supper. Ellen told him plenty, and would have him come in just as usual. There was nothing to do but to make tea; cold meat and bread and butter and cheese were all in the buttery; so that evening went off very quietly. When she came down the next morning, the fire was burning nicely, and the kettle on and singing. Not Nancy's work. Mr. Van Brunt had slept in the kitchen; whether on the table, the floor, or the chairs, was best known to himself; and before going to his work, had left everything he could think of ready done to her hand wood for the fire, pails of water brought from the spout, and some matters in the lower kitchen got out of the way. Ellen stood warming herself at the blaze, when it suddenly darted into her head that it was milking time. In another minute she had thrown open the door, and was running across the chip yard to the barn. There, in the old place, were all her old friends, both four legged and two legged; and with great delight she found Dolly had a fine calf, and Streaky another superb one, brindled just like herself. Ellen longed to get near enough to touch their little innocent heads, but it was impossible, and recollecting the business on her hands, she too danced away. "Whew!" said Nancy, when Ellen told her of the new inmates of the barnyard, "there'll be work to do. Get your milk pans ready, Ellen; in a couple of weeks we'll be making butter." "Aunt Fortune will be well by that time, I hope," said Ellen. "She won't then, so you may just make up your mind to it. Dr. Gibson was to see her yesterday forenoon, and he stopped at Miss Lowndes' on his way back, and he said it was a chance if she got up again in a month and more; so that's what it is, you see." A month and more it was all that. Miss Fortune was not dangerously ill, but part of the time in a low nervous fever, part of the time encumbered with other ailments. She lay from week to week, bearing her confinement very ill, and making it as disagreeable and burdensome as possible for Ellen to attend upon her. Those were weeks of trial. Ellen's patience and principle and temper were all put to the proof. She had no love, in the first place, for household work, and now her whole time was filled up with it. Studies could not be thought of. Reading was only to be had by mere snatches. Walks and rides were at an end. Often, when already very tired, she had to run up and down stairs for her aunt, or stand and bathe her face and hands with vinegar, or read the paper to her, when Miss Fortune declared she was so nervous she should fly out of her skin if she didn't hear something besides the wind; and very often, when she was not wanted upstairs, her old grandmother would beg her to come and read to her, perhaps at the very moment when Ellen was busiest. Ellen did her best; Miss Fortune never could be put off; the old mother sometimes could, with a kiss and a promise, but not always; and then, rather than she should fret, Ellen would leave everything, and give half an hour to soothing and satisfying her. She loved to do this at other times; now it was sometimes burdensome. Nancy could not help her at all in these matters, for neither Miss Fortune nor the old lady would let her come near them. Besides all this, there was a measure of care constantly upon Ellen's mind. She felt charged with the welfare of all about the house, and under the effort to meet the charge, joined to the unceasing bodily exertion, she grew thin and pale. She was tired with Nancy's talk; she longed to be reading and studying again. She longed, oh, how she longed, for Alice's and John's company again; and it was no wonder if she sometimes cast very sad, longing looks further back still. Now and then an old fit of weeping would come; but Ellen remembered John's words, and often in the midst of her work, stopping short with a sort of pang of sorrow and weariness, and the difficulty of doing right, she would press her hands together and say to herself, "I will try to be a good pilgrim." Her morning hour of prayer was very precious now, and her Bible grew more and more dear. Little Ellen found its words a mighty refreshment, and often when reading it she loved to recall what Alice had said at this and at the other place, and John and Mr. Marshman, and before them her mother. The passages about heaven, which she well remembered reading to her one particular morning, became great favourites; they were joined with her mother in Ellen's thoughts, and she used to go over and over them till she knew them nearly by heart. "What do you keep reading that for the whole time?" said Nancy one day. "Because I like to," said Ellen. "Well, if you do, you're the first one I ever saw that did." "Oh, Nancy!" said Ellen, "your grandma?" "Well, she does, I believe," said Nancy, "for she's always at it; but all the rest of the folks that I ever saw are happy to get it out of their hands, I know; they think they must read a little, and so they do, and they are too glad if something happens to break 'em off. You needn't tell me I've seen 'em." "I wish you loved it, Nancy," said Ellen. "Well, what do you love it for? Come, let's hear; maybe you'll convert me." "I love it for a great many reasons," said Ellen, who had some difficulty in speaking of what she felt Nancy could not understand. "Well, I ain't any wiser yet." "I like to read it because I want to go to heaven, and it tells me how." "But what's the use?" said Nancy. "You ain't going to die yet; you are too young; you've time enough." "Oh, Nancy! little John Dolan, and Eleanor Parsons, and Mary Huff, all younger than you and I; how can you say so?" "Well," said Nancy, "at any rate, that ain't reading it because you love it; it's because you must, like other folks." "That's only one of my reasons," said Ellen, hesitating and speaking gravely. "I like to read about the Saviour, and what he has done for me, and what a friend he will be to me, and how he forgives me. I had rather have the Bible, Nancy, than all the other books in the world." "That ain't saying much," said Nancy; "but how come you to be so sure you are forgiven?" "Because the Bible says, 'He that believeth on him shall not be ashamed;' and I believe in him, and that he will not cast out any one that comes to him, and I have come to him; and that he loves those that love him, and I love him. If it did not speak so very plainly, I should be afraid; but it makes me happy to read such verses as these. I wish you knew, Nancy, how happy it makes me." This profession of faith was not spoken without starting tears. Nancy made no reply. As Miss Fortune had foretold, plenty of people came to the house with proffers of service. Nancy's being there made it easy for Ellen to get rid of them all. Many were the marvels that Miss Fortune should trust her house to two girls like that, and many the guesses that she would rue it when she got up again. People were wrong. Things went on very steadily and in an orderly manner, and Nancy kept the peace as she would have done in few houses. Bold and insolent as she sometimes was to others, she regarded Ellen with a mixed notion of respect and protection, which led her at once to shun doing anything that would grieve her, and to thrust her aside from every heavy or difficult job, taking the brunt herself. Nancy might well do this, for she was at least twice as strong as Ellen, but she would not have done it for everybody. There were visits of kindness as well as visits of officiousness. Alice and Mrs. Van Brunt and Margery, one or the other every day. Margery would come in and mix up a batch of bread; Alice would bring a bowl of butter or a basket of cake; and Mrs. Van Brunt sent whole dinners. Mr. Van Brunt was there always at night, and about the place as much as possible during the day. When obliged to be absent, he stationed Sam Larkins to guard the house, also to bring wood and water, and do whatever he was bid. All the help, however, that was given from abroad, could not make Ellen's life an easy one. Mr. Van Brunt's wishes that Miss Fortune would get up again began to come very often. The history of one day may serve for the history of all those weeks. It was in the beginning of April. Ellen came downstairs early, but come down when she would, she found the fire made and the kettle on. Ellen felt a little as if she had not quite slept off the remembrance of yesterday's fatigue. However, that was no matter; she set to work. She swept up the kitchen, got her milk strainer and pans ready upon the buttery shelf, and began to set the table. By the time this was half done, in came Sam Larkins with 2 great pails of milk, and Johnny Low followed with another. They were much too heavy for Ellen to lift, but, true to her charge, she let no one come into the buttery but herself. She brought the pans to the door, where Sam filled them for her, and as each was done she set it in its place on the shelf. This took some time, for there were 8 of them. She had scarce wiped up the spilt milk and finished setting the table, when Mr. Van Brunt came in. "Good morning," said he. "How do you do to day?" "Very well, Mr. Van Brunt." "I wish you'd look a little redder in the face. Don't you be too busy. Where's Nancy?" "Oh, she's busy, out with the clothes." "Same as ever upstairs? What are you going to do for breakfast, Ellen?" "I don't know, Mr. Van Brunt. There isn't anything cooked in the house. We have eaten everything up." "Cleaned out, eh? Bread and all?" "Oh, no, not bread; there's plenty of that, but there's nothing else." "Well, never mind. You bring me a ham and a dozen of eggs, and I'll make you a first rate breakfast." Ellen laughed, for this was not the first time Mr. Van Brunt had acted as cook for the family. While she got what he had asked for, and bared a place on the table for his operations, he went to the spout and washed his hands. "Now a sharp knife, Ellen, and the frying pan and a dish, and that's all I want of you." Ellen brought them, and while he was busy with the ham, she made the coffee, and set it by the side of the fire to boil, got the cream and butter, and set the bread on the table, and then set herself down to rest, and amuse herself with Mr. Van Brunt's cookery. He was no mean hand. His slices of ham were very artist like, and frying away in the most unexceptionable manner. Ellen watched him and laughed at him, till the ham was taken out and all the eggs broke in; then, after seeing that the coffee was right, she went upstairs to dress her grandmother, always the last thing before breakfast. "Who's frying ham and eggs downstairs?" inquired Miss Fortune. "Mr. Van Brunt," said Ellen. This answer was unexpected. Miss Fortune tossed her head over in a dissatisfied kind of way, and told Ellen to "tell him to be careful." Of what, thought Ellen, and wisely concluded with herself not to deliver the message, very certain she should laugh if she did; and she had running in her head an indistinct notion of the command, "Honour thy father and thy mother." Breakfast was ready, but no one there when she got downstairs. She placed her grandmother at table, and called Nancy, who by this time had been getting the clothes out of the rinsing water, and hanging them out on the line to dry; said clothes having been washed the day before by Miss Sarah Lowndes, who came there for the purpose. Ellen poured out the coffee, and then in came Mr. Van Brunt with a head of early lettuce, which he had pulled up in the garden and washed at the spout. Ellen had to jump up again to get the salt and pepper and vinegar, but she always jumped willingly for Mr. Van Brunt. The meals were pleasanter during those weeks than in all the time Ellen had been in Thirlwall before, or she thought so. That sharp eye at the head of the table was pleasantly missed. They with one accord sat longer at meals; more talking and laughing went on; nobody felt afraid of being snapped up. Mr. Van Brunt praised Ellen's coffee he had taught her how to make it and she praised his ham and eggs. Old Mrs. Montgomery praised everything, and seemed to be in particular comfort; talked as much as she had a mind, and was respectfully attended to. Nancy was in high feather, and the clatter of knives and forks and teacups went on very pleasantly. But at last chairs were pushed from the table, and work began again. Nancy went back to her tubs; Ellen supplied her grandmother with her knitting, and filled her snuff box; cleared the table, and put up the dishes ready for washing. Then she went into the buttery to skim the cream. This was a part of the work she liked. It was heavy lifting the pans of milk to the skimming shelf before the window; but as Ellen drew her spoon round the edge of the cream, she liked to see it wrinkle up in thick yellow leathery folds, showing how deep and rich it was; it looked half butter already. She knew how to take it off now very nicely. The cream was set in a vessel for future churning, and the milk, as each pan was skimmed, was poured down the wooden trough, at the left of the window, through which it went into a great hogshead at the lower kitchen door. This done, Ellen went up stairs to her aunt. Dr. Gibson always came early, and she and her room must be put in apple pie order first. It was a long wearisome job. Ellen brought the basin for her, to wash her face and hands, then combed her hair and put on her clean cap. That was always the first thing. The next was to make the bed, and for this Miss Fortune, weak or strong, wrapped herself up and tumbled out upon the floor. When she was comfortably placed again, Ellen had to go through a laborious dusting of the room and all the things in it, even taking a dustpan to brush the floor, if any speck of dust or crumbs could be seen there. Every rung of every chair must be gone over, though never so clean; every article put up or put out of the way. Miss Fortune made the most of the little province of housekeeping that was left her, and a fluttering tape, escaping through the crack of the door, would have put her whole spirit topsy-turvy. When all was to her mind, and not before, she would have her breakfast only gruel and biscuit, or toast and tea, or some such trifle; but Ellen must prepare it and bring it upstairs, and wait till it was eaten. And very particularly it must be prepared, and very faultlessly it must be served, or, with an impatient expression of disgust, Miss Fortune would send it down again. On the whole, Ellen always thought herself happy when this part of her day was well over. When she got down this morning she found the kitchen in nice order, and Nancy standing by the fire in a little sort of pause, having just done the breakfast dishes. "Well," said Nancy, "what are you going to do now?" "Put away these dishes, and then churn," said Ellen. "My goodness, so you are! What's going to be for dinner, Ellen?" "That's more than I know," said Ellen, laughing. "We have eaten up Mrs. Van Brunt's pie, and washed the dish; there's nothing but some cold potatoes." "That won't do," said Nancy. "I tell you what, Ellen, we'll just boil pot for to day, and somebody else will send us something by to morrow most likely." "I don't know what you mean by boil pot," said Ellen. "Oh, you don't know everything yet, by half. I know; I'll fix it. You just give me the things, Miss Housekeeper; that's all you've got to do. I want a piece of pork and a piece of beef, and all the vegetables you've got." "All?" said Ellen. "Every soul on 'em. Don't be scared, Ellen; you shall see what I can do in the way of cookery. If you don't like it, you needn't eat it. What have you got in the cellar?" "Come and see and take what you want, Nancy. There is plenty of potatoes, and carrots, and onions, and beets, I believe; the turnips are all gone. Parsnips out in the yard, ain't there?" "Yes, but you'll have to do without a piece of pork, Nancy. I don't know anything about beef." While Nancy went round the cellar, gathering in her apron the various roots she wanted, Ellen uncovered the pork barrel, and, after looking a minute at the dark pickle she never loved to plunge into, bravely bared her arm, and fished up a piece of pork. "Now, Nancy, just help me with this churn out of the cellar, will you? and then you may go." "My goodness, it is heavy," said Nancy. "You'll have a time of it, Ellen; but I can't help you." She went off to the garden for parsnips, and Ellen quietly put in the dasher and the cover, and began to churn. It was tiresome work. The churn was pretty full, as Nancy had said; the cream was rich and cold, and at the end of half an hour grew very stiff. It splattered and sputtered up on Ellen's face and hands, and frock and apron, and over the floor; legs and arms were both weary. But still that pitiless dasher must go up and down; hard as it might be to force it either way, she must not stop. In this state of matters, she heard a pair of thick shoes come clumping down the stairs, and beheld Mr. Van Brunt. "How are you?" said he. "Churning. Been long at it?" "A good while," said Ellen, with a sigh. "Coming?" "I don't know when." Mr. Van Brunt stepped to the door, and shouted for Sam Larkens. He was ordered to take the churn and bring the butter; and Ellen, very glad of a rest, went out to amuse herself with feeding the chickens, and then upstairs to see what Nancy was doing. "Butter come?" said Nancy. "No, Sam has taken it. How are you getting on?" "Oh, I am tired." "I'm getting on first rate. I've got all the things in." "In what?" "Why, in the pot in a pot of water boiling away as fast as they can. We'll have dinner directly. Hurrah! Who comes there?" She jumped to the door. It was Thomas, bringing Margery's respects, and a custard pie for Ellen. "I declare," said Nancy, "it's a good thing to have friends, ain't it? I'll try and get some. Hullo! what's wanting? Mr. Van Brunt's calling you, Ellen." Ellen ran down. "The butter's come," said he. "Now, do you know what to do with it?" "Oh, yes," said Ellen, smiling; "Margery showed me nicely." He brought her a pail of water from the spout, and stood by with a pleased kind of look, while she carefully lifted the cover and rinsed down the little bits of butter which stuck to it and the dasher, took out the butter with her ladle into a large wooden bowl, washed it, and finally salted it. "Don't take too much pains," said he; "the less of the hand it gets, the better. That will do very nicely." "Now, are you ready?" said Nancy, coming down stairs, "'cause dinner is." "My goodness! ain't that a fine lot of butter? There's 4 pounds, ain't there?" "5," said Mr. Van Brunt. "And as sweet as it can be," said Ellen. "Beautiful, isn't it? Yes, I'm ready as soon as I set this in the cellar and cover it up." Nancy's dish the pork, potatoes, carrots, beet, and cabbage, all boiled in the same pot together was found very much to everybody's taste, except Ellen's. She made her dinner off potatoes and bread, the former of which she declared, laughing, were very porky and cabbagey. Her meal would have been an extremely light one, had it not been for the custard pie. After dinner new labours began. Nancy had forgotten to hang on a pot of water for the dishes; so, after putting away the eatables in the buttery, while the water was heating, Ellen warmed some gruel, and carried it, with a plate of biscuit, upstairs to her aunt. But Miss Fortune said she was tired of gruel, and couldn't eat it; she must have some milk porridge, and she gave Ellen very particular directions how to make it. Ellen sighed only once as she went down with her despised dish of gruel, and set about doing her best to fulfil her aunt's wishes. The first dish of milk she burnt. Another sigh and another trial. Better care this time had better success, and Ellen had the satisfaction to see her aunt perfectly suited with her dinner. When she came down with the empty bowl, Nancy had a pile of dishes ready washed, and Ellen took the towel to dry them. Mrs. Montgomery, who had been in an uncommonly quiet fit all day, now laid down her knitting, and asked if Ellen would not come and read to her. "Presently, Grandma, as soon as I have done here." "I know somebody that's tired," said Nancy. "I'll tell you what, Ellen, you had better take to liking pork; you can't work on potatoes. I ain't tired a bit. There's somebody coming to the door again. Do run and open it, will you? My hands are wet. I wonder why folks can't come in without giving so much trouble." It was Thomas again, with a package for Ellen, which had just come, he said, and Miss Alice thought she would like to have it directly. Ellen thanked her and thanked him, with a face from which all signs of weariness had fled. The parcel was sealed up, and directed in a hand she was pretty sure she knew. Her fingers burned to break the seal, but she would not open it there, neither leave her work unfinished; she went on wiping the dishes, with trembling hands and a beating heart. "What's that?" said Nancy. "What did Thomas Grimes want? What have you got there?" "I don't know," said Ellen, smiling. "Something good, I guess." "Something good? Is it something to eat?" "No," said Ellen, "I didn't mean anything to eat when I said something good. I don't think those are the best things." To Ellen's delight, she saw that her grandmother had forgotten about the reading, and was quietly taking short naps, with her head against the chimney. So she put away the last dish, and then seized her package and flew upstairs. She was sure it had come from Doncaster; she was right. It was a beautiful copy of the Pilgrim's Progress, on the first leaf written, "To my little sister, Ellen Montgomery, from J. H." and within the cover lay a letter. This letter Ellen read in the course of the next 6 days, at least twice as many times, and never without crying over it. "Alice has told me," said John, "about your new troubles. There is said to be a time when the clouds return after the rain. I am sorry, my little sister, this time should come to you so early. I often think of you, and wish I could be near you. Still, dear Ellie, the good husbandman knows what his plants want. Do you believe that, and can you trust him? They would have nothing but sunshine if that was good for them. He knows it is not, so there come clouds and rain, and stormy wind fulfilling his will; and what is it all for? 'Herein is my Father glorified, that ye bear much fruit.' Do not disappoint his purpose, Ellie. We shall have sunshine enough by and by; but I know it is hard for so young a one as my little sister to look much forward; so do not look forward, Ellie, look up. Look off unto Jesus from all your duties, troubles, and wants; he will help you in them all. The more you look up to him, the more he will look down to you; and he especially said, 'Suffer little children to come unto me.' You see, you are particularly invited." Ellen was a long time upstairs, and when she came down, it was with red eyes. Mrs. Montgomery was now awake, and asked for the reading again; and for 3/4 of an hour Ellen and she were quietly busy with the Bible. Nancy, meanwhile, was downstairs washing the dairy things. When her grandmother released her, Ellen had to go up to wait upon her aunt; after which she went into the buttery and skimmed the cream, and got the pans ready for the evening milk. By this time it was 5 o'clock, and Nancy came in with a basket of dry clothes, at which Ellen looked with the sorrowful consciousness that they must be sprinkled and folded by and by, and ironed to morrow. It happened, however, that Jane Huff came in just then, with a quantity of hot shortcake for tea, and seeing the basket, she very kindly took the business of sprinkling and folding upon herself. This gave Ellen spirits to carry out a plan she had long had, to delight the whole family with some eggs, scrambled in Margery's fashion. After the milk was strained and put away, she went about it, while Nancy set the table. A nice bed of coals was prepared, the spider set over them, the eggs broken in, peppered and salted, and she began carefully to stir them as she had seen Margery do. But instead of acting right, the eggs maliciously stuck fast to the spider and burned. Ellen was confounded. "How much butter did you put in?" said Mr. Van Brunt, who had come in and stood looking on. "Butter!" said Ellen, looking up. "Oh, I forgot all about it. I ought to have put that in, oughtn't I? I'm sorry." "Never mind," said Mr. Van Brunt; "'tain't worth your being sorry about. Here, Nancy, clean us off this spider, and we'll try again." At this moment, Miss Fortune was heard screaming. Ellen ran up. "What did she want?" said Mr. Van Brunt, when she came down again. "She wanted to know what was burning." "Did you tell her?" "Yes." "Well, what did she say?" "Said I mustn't use any more eggs without asking her." "That ain't fair play," said Mr. Van Brunt. "You and I are the head of the house now, I take it. You just use as many on 'em as you've a mind, and all you spile I'll fetch you again from hum. That's you, Nancy. Now, Ellen, here's the spider; try it again. Let's have plenty of butter in this time, and plenty of eggs too." This time the eggs were scrambled to a nicety, and the supper met with great favour from all parties. Ellen's day was done when the dishes were. The whole family went early to bed. She was weary, but she could rest well. She had made her old grandmother comfortable; she had kept the peace with Nancy; she had pleased Mr. Van Brunt; she had faithfully served her aunt. Her sleep was uncrossed by a dream, untroubled by a single jar of conscience; and her awaking to another day of labour, though by no means joyful, was yet not unhopeful or unhappy. She had a hard trial a day or two after. It was in the end of the afternoon; she had her big apron on, and was in the buttery skimming the milk, when she heard the kitchen door open, and footsteps enter the kitchen. Out went little Ellen to see who it was, and there stood Alice and old Mr. Marshman. He was going to take Alice home with him the next morning, and wanted Ellen to go too, and they had come to ask her. Ellen knew it was impossible that is, it would not be right, and she said so; and in spite of Alice's wistful look, and Mr. Marshman's insisting, she stood her ground, not without some difficulty and some glistening of the eyes. They had to give it up. Mr. Marshman then wanted to know what she meant by swallowing herself in an apron in that sort of way. So Ellen had him into the buttery, and showed him what she had been about. He would see her skim several pans, and laughed at her prodigiously, though there was a queer look about his eyes, too, all the time. And when he went away, he held her in his arms, and kissed her again and again, and said that some of these days he would take her away from her aunt, and she should have her no more. Ellen stood and looked after them till they were out of sight, and then went upstairs and had a good cry. The butter making soon became quite too much for Ellen to manage, so Jane Huff and Jenny Hitchcock were engaged to come by turns and do the heavy part of it, all within the butteries being still left to Ellen, for Miss Fortune would have no one else go there. It was a great help to have them take even so much off her hands, and they often did some other little odd jobs for her. The milk, however, seemed to increase as fast as the days grew longer, and Ellen could not find that she was much less busy. The days were growing pleasant, too; soft airs began to come; the grass was of a beautiful green; the buds on the branches began to swell, and on some trees to put out. When Ellen had a moment of time she used to run across the chip yard to the barn, or round the garden, or down to the brook, and drink in the sweet air and the lovely sights, which never had seemed quite so lovely before. If once in a while she could get a half an hour before tea, she used to take her book and sit down on the threshold of the front door, or on the big log under the apple tree, in the chip yard. In those minutes the reading was doubly sweet, or else the loveliness of earth and sky was such, that Ellen could not take her eyes from them, till she saw Sam or Johnny coming out of the cow house door with the pails of milk, or heard their heavy tramp over the chips; then she had to jump and run. Those were sweet half hours. Ellen did not at first know how much reason she had to be delighted with her Pilgrim's Progress. She saw, to be sure, that it was a fine copy, well bound, with beautiful cuts; but when she came to look further, she found all through the book, on the margin, or at the bottom of the leaves, in John's beautiful handwriting, a great many notes simple, short, plain, exactly what was needed to open the whole book to her, and make it of the greatest possible use and pleasure. Many things she remembered hearing from his lips when they were reading it together, There was a large part of the book where all was new, the part he had not had time to finish. How Ellen loved the book and the giver, when she found these beautiful notes, it is impossible to tell. She counted it her greatest treasure, next to her little red Bible. CHAPTER 35. Chapter 36 of the Wide, Wide World. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bridget. The Wide, Wide World by Susan Warner. Chapter 36. The Brownie. In the course of time Miss Fortune showed signs of mending, and at last, towards the latter end of April, she was able to come down stairs. All parties hailed this event, for different reasons. Even Nancy was growing tired of her regular life, and willing to have a change. Ellen's joy was, however, soon diminished by the terrible rummaging which took place. Miss Fortune's hands were yet obliged to lie still, but her eyes did double duty. They were never known to be idle in the best of times, and it seemed to Ellen now as if they were taking amends for all their weeks of forced rest. Oh, those eyes! Dust was found where Ellen never dreamed of looking for any. Things were said to be dreadfully in the way where she had never found it out. Disorder and dirt were groaned over, where Ellen did not know the fact, or was utterly ignorant how to help it. Waste was suspected where none had been, and carelessness charged where rather praise was due. Impatient to have things to her mind, and as yet unable to do anything herself, Miss Fortune kept Nancy and Ellen running, till both wished her back in bed; and even Mr. Van Brunt grumbled, that, to pay Ellen for having grown white and poor, her aunt was going to work the little flesh she had off her bones. It was rather hard to bear, just when she was looking for ease too. Her patience and temper were more tried than in all those weeks before. But if there was small pleasure in pleasing her aunt, Ellen did earnestly wish to please God. She struggled against ill temper, prayed against it, and, though she often blamed herself in secret, she did so go through that week as to call forth Mr. Van Brunt's admiration, and even to stir a little the conscience of her aunt. Mr. Van Brunt comforted her with the remark, that "it is darkest just before day," and so it proved. Before the week was at an end, Miss Fortune began, as she expressed it, to take hold. Jenny Hitchcock and Jane Huff were excused from any more butter making; Nancy was sent away; Ellen's labours were much lightened; and the house was itself again. The 3rd of May came. For the first time in near 2 months, Ellen found in the afternoon she could be spared a while. There was no need to think twice what she would do with her leisure. Perhaps Margery could tell her something of Alice. Hastily and joyfully she exchanged her working frock for a merino, put on nice shoes and stockings, and ruffle again, and taking her bonnet and gloves to put on out of doors, away she ran. Who can tell how pleasant it seemed, after so many weeks, to be able to walk abroad again, and to walk to the mountain? Ellen snuffed the sweet air, skipped on the green sward, picked nosegays of grass and dandelions, and at last, unable to contain herself, set off to run. Fatigue soon brought this to a stop; then she walked more leisurely on, enjoying. It was a lovely spring day. Ellen's eyes were gladdened by it. She felt thankful in her heart that God had made everything so beautiful. She thought it was pleasant to think He had made them; pleasant to see in them everywhere so much of the wisdom and power and goodness of Him she looked up to with joy as her best friend. She felt quietly happy, and sure He would take care of her. Then a thought of Alice came into her head. She set off to run again, and kept it up this time till she got to the old house, and ran round the corner. She stopped at the shed door, and went through into the lower kitchen. "Why, Miss Ellen, dear!" exclaimed Margery, "if that isn't you! Aren't you come in the very nick of time? How do you do? I am very glad to see you uncommon glad, to be sure. What witch told you to come here just now? Run into the parlour, and see what you'll find there." "Has Alice come back?" cried Ellen; but Margery only laughed, and said, "Run in." Up the steps, through the kitchen, and across the hall, Ellen ran, burst open the parlour door, and was in Alice's arms. There were others in the room, but Ellen did not seem to know it, clinging to her, and holding her in a fast, glad embrace, till Alice bade her look up and attend to somebody else. And then she was seized around the neck by little Ellen Chauncey, and then came her mother, and then Miss Sophia. The 2 children were overjoyed to see each other, while their joy was touching to see, from the shade of sorrow in the one, and of sympathy in the other. Ellen was scarcely less glad to see kind Mrs. Chauncey. Miss Sophia's greeting, too, was very affectionate. But Ellen returned to Alice, and resting herself in her lap, with one arm round her neck, the other hand being in little Ellen's grasp. "And now you are happy, I suppose?" said Miss Sophia, when they were thus placed. "Very," said Ellen, smiling. "Ah, but you'll be happier by and by," said Ellen Chauncey. "Hush, Ellen!" said Miss Sophia. "What curious things children are! You didn't expect to find us all here, did you, Ellen Montgomery?" "No, indeed, Ma'am," said Ellen, drawing Alice's cheek nearer for another kiss. "We have but just come, Ellie," said her sister. "I should not have been long in finding you out. My child, how thin you have got!" "Oh, I'll grow fat again now," said Ellen. "How is Miss Fortune?" "Oh, she is up again and well." "Have you any reason to expect your father home, Ellen?" said Mrs. Chauncey. "Yes, Ma'am. Aunt Fortune says perhaps he will be here in a week." "Then you are very happy and looking forward, aren't you?" said Miss Sophia, not noticing the cloud that had come over Ellen's brow. Ellen hesitated, coloured more, and finally, with a sudden motion, hid her face against Alice. "When did he sail, Ellie?" said Alice, gravely. "In the Duc d'Orleans. He said he would." "When?" "The 5th of April. Oh, I can't help it!" exclaimed Ellen, failing in the effort to control herself. She clasped Alice as if she feared even then the separating hand. Alice bent her head down, and whispered words of comfort. "Mamma," said little Ellen Chauncey, under her breath, and looking solemn to the last degree, "don't Ellen want to see her father?" "She's afraid that he may take her away where she will not be with Alice any more; and you know she has no mother to go to." "Oh," said Ellen, with a very enlightened face, "but he won't, will he?" "I hope not I think not." Cheered again, the little girl drew near, and silently took one of Ellen's hands. "We shall not be parted, Ellie," said Alice; "you need not fear. If your father takes you away from your Aunt Fortune, I think it will be only to give you to me. You need not fear yet." "Mamma says so too, Ellen," said her little friend. This was a strong consolation. Ellen looked up and smiled. "Now come with me," said Ellen Chauncey, pulling her hand. "I want you to show me something. Let's go down to the garden come. Exercise is good for you." "No, no," said her mother, smiling. "Ellen has had exercise enough lately. You mustn't take her down to the garden now. You would find nothing there. Come here." A long whisper followed, which seemed to satisfy little Ellen, and she ran out of the room. Some time passed in pleasant talk, in telling all that had happened since they had seen each other. Then little Ellen came back and called Ellen Montgomery to the glass door, saying she wanted her to look at something. "It is only a horse we brought with us," said Miss Sophia. "Ellen thinks it is a great beauty, and can't rest till you have seen it." Ellen went accordingly to the door. There, to be sure, was Thomas before it, holding a pony bridled and saddled. He was certainly a very pretty little creature, brown all over except for one white forefoot; his coat shone, it was so glossy; his limbs were fine; his eye gentle and bright; his tail long enough to please the children. He stood as quiet as a lamb, whether Thomas held him or not. "Oh, what a beauty!" said Ellen; "what a lovely little horse!" "Ain't he?" said Ellen Chauncey; "and he goes so beautifully besides, and never starts nor nothing; and he is as good natured as a little dog." "As a good natured little dog, she means, Ellen," said Miss Sophia; "there are little dogs of very various character." "Well, he looks good natured," said Ellen. "What a pretty head! and what a beautiful new side saddle, and all! I never saw such a dear little horse in my life. Is it yours, Alice?" "No," said Alice; "it is a present to a friend of Mr. Marshman's." "She'll be a very happy friend, I should think," said Ellen. "That's what I said," said Ellen Chauncey, dancing up and down "that's what I said. I said you'd be happier by and by, didn't I?" "I?" said Ellen, colouring. "Yes, you are the friend it is for. It's for you it's for you. You're grandpa's friend, aren't you?" she repeated, springing upon Ellen, and hugging her up in an ecstasy of delight. "But it isn't really for me, is it?" said Ellen, now looking almost pale. "Oh, Alice!" "Come, come," said Miss Sophia; "what will papa say if I tell him you received his present so? Come, hold up your head. Put on your bonnet and try him. Come, Ellen, let's see you." Ellen did not know whether to cry or laugh, till she mounted the pretty pony; that settled the matter. Not Ellen Chauncey's unspeakable delight was as great as her own. She rode slowly up and down before the house, and once a going, would not have known how to stop if she had not recollected that the pony had travelled 30 miles that day, and must be tired. Ellen begged not another turn after that. She jumped down and begged Thomas to take the tenderest care of him, patted his neck, ran into the kitchen to beg of Margery a piece of bread to give him from her hand, examined the new stirrup and housings, and the pony all over a dozen times, and after watching him as Thomas led him off till he was out of sight, finally came back into the house with a face of marvellous contentment. She tried to fashion some message of thanks for the kind giver of the pony, but she wanted to express so much that no words would do. Miss Chauncey, however, smiled, and assured her she knew exactly what to say. "That pony has been destined for you, Ellen," she said, "this year and more; but my father waited to have him thoroughly well broken. You need not be afraid of him. He is perfectly gentle and well trained. If he had not been sure of that, my father would not have sent him, though Mr. John is making such a horsewoman of you." "I wish I could thank him," said Ellen, "but I don't know how." "What will you call him, Ellen?" said Miss Sophia. "My father has dubbed him George Marshman. He says you will like that, as my brother is such a favourite of yours." "He didn't really, did he?" said Ellen, looking from Sophia to Alice. "I needn't call him that, need I?" "Not unless you like," said Miss Sophia, laughing. "You may change it. But what will you call him?" "I don't know," said Ellen, very gravely. "He must have a name, to be sure." "But why don't you call him that?" said Ellen Chauncey. "George is a very pretty name. I like that. I should call him Uncle George." "Oh, I couldn't," said Ellen; "I couldn't call him so. I shouldn't like it at all." "George Washington?" said Mrs. Chauncey. "No, indeed," said Ellen; "I guess I wouldn't." "Why? Is it too good, or not good enough?" said Miss Sophia. "Too good a great deal too good for a horse. I wouldn't for anything." "How would Brandywine do, then, since you are so patriotic?" said Miss Sophia, looking amused. "What is patriotic?" said Ellen. "A patriot, Ellen," said Alice, smiling, "is one who has a strong and true love for his country." "I don't know whether I am patriotic," said Ellen, "but I won't call him Brandywine." "Why, Miss Sophia?" "No, I wouldn't either," said Ellen Chauncey; "it isn't a pretty name. Call him Seraphine, like Miss Angel's pony that's pretty." "No, no, Seraphine, nonsense!" said Miss Sophia. "Call him Benedict Arnold, Ellen, and then it will be a relief to your mind to whip him." "Whip him!" said Ellen. "I don't want to whip him, I am sure; and I should be afraid to, besides." "Hasn't John taught you that lesson yet?" said the young lady. "He is perfect in it himself. Do you remember, Alice, the chastising he gave that fine black horse of ours we called the Black Prince a beautiful creature he was more than a year ago? My conscience! he frightened me to death." "I remember," said Alice. "I remember I could not look on." "What did he do that for?" said Ellen. "What's the matter, Ellen Montgomery?" said Miss Sophia, laughing. "Where did you get that long face? Are you thinking of John or the horse?" Ellen's eyes turned to Alice. "My dear Ellen," said Alice, smiling, though she spoke seriously, "it was necessary it sometimes is necessary to do such things. You do not suppose John would do it cruelly or unnecessarily?" Ellen's face shortened considerably. "But what had the horse been doing?" "He had not been doing anything he would not do that was the trouble. He was as obstinate as a mule." "My dear Ellen," said Alice, "it was no such terrible matter as Sophia's words have made you believe. It was a clear case of obstinacy. The horse was resolved to have his own way, and not do what his rider required of him. It was necessary that either the horse or the man should give up; and as John has no fancy for giving up, he carried his point, partly by management, partly, I confess, by judicious use of the whip and spur; but there was no such furious flagellation as Sophia seems to mean, and which a good horseman would scarce be guilty of." "A very determined use," said Miss Sophia. "I advise you, Ellen, not to trust your pony to Mr. John; he will have no mercy on him." "Sophia is laughing, Ellen," said Alice. "You and I know John, do we not?" "Then he did right?" said Ellen. "Perfectly right except in mounting the horse at all, which I never wished him to do. No one on the place would ride him." "He carried John beautifully all the day after that, though," said Miss Sophia; "and I dare say he might have ridden him to the end of the chapter if you would have let Papa give him to him. But he was of no use to anybody else. Howard couldn't manage him I suppose he was too lazy. Papa was delighted enough that day to have given John anything; and I can tell you Black Prince the second is spirited enough. I am afraid you won't like him." "John has a present of a horse, too, Ellen," said Alice. "Has he? from Mr. Marshman?" "Yes." "I'm very glad. Oh, what rides we can take now, can't we, Alice? We shan't want to borrow Jenny's pony any more. What kind of a horse is Mr. John's?" "Black perfectly black." "Is he handsome?" "Very." "Is his name Black Prince?" "Yes." Ellen began to consider the possibility of calling her pony the Brown Princess, or by some similar title, the name of John's two chargers seeming the very most striking a horse could be known by. "Don't forget, Alice," said Mrs. Chauncey, "to tell John to stop for him on his way home. It will give us a chance of seeing him, which is not a common pleasure, in any sense of the term." They went back to the subject of the name, which Ellen pondered with uneasy visions of John and her poor pony flitting through her head. The little horse was very hard to fit, or else Ellen's taste was very hard to suit. A great many names were proposed, none of which were to her mind Charlie, and Cherry, and Brown, and Dash, and Jumper; but she said they had John and Jenny already in Thirlwall, and she didn't want a Charlie. Brown was not pretty, and she hoped he wouldn't dash at anything, nor be a jumper when she was on his back. Cherry she mused a while about, but it wouldn't do. "Call him Fairy," said Ellen Chauncey; "that's a pretty name. Mamma says she used to have a horse called Fairy. Do, Ellen, call him Fairy." "No," said Ellen, "he can't have a lady's name that's the trouble." "I have it, Ellen," said Alice; "I have a name for you. Call him the Brownie." "The Brownie?" said Ellen. "Yes; Brownies are male fairies, and brown is his colour; so how will that do?" It was soon decided that it would do very well. It was simple, descriptive, and not common. Ellen made up her mind that the Brownie should be his name. No sooner given, it began to grow dear. Ellen's face quitted its look of anxious gravity, and came out into the broadest and fullest satisfaction. She never showed joy boisterously, but there was a light in her eye which brought many a smile into those of her friends as they sat round the tea table. After tea it was necessary to go home, much to the sorrow of all parties. Ellen knew, however, it would not do to stay. Miss Fortune was but just got well, and perhaps already thinking herself ill used. She put on her things. "Are you going to take your pony home with you?" said Miss Sophia. "Oh, no, Maam, not to night. I must see about a place for him; and besides, poor fellow, he is tired, I dare say." "I do believe you would take more care of his legs than of your own," said Miss Sophia. "But you'll be here to morrow early, Ellie." "Oh, won't I!" exclaimed Ellen, as she sprang to Alice's neck; "as early as I can; at least, I don't know when Aunt Fortune will have done with me." The way home seemed as nothing; if she was tired she did not know it. The Brownie! the Brownie! the thought of him carried her as cleverly over the ground as his very back would have done. She came running into the chip yard. "Hullo!" cried Mr. Van Brunt, who was standing under the apple tree, cutting a piece of wood for the tongue of the ox cart, which had been broken. "I'm glad to see you can run. I was afeard you'd hardly be able to stand by this time; but there you come like a young deer." "Oh, Mr. Van Brunt," said Ellen, coming up close to him, and speaking in an undertone, "you don't know what a present I have had. What do you think? Mr. Marshman has sent me from Ventnor." "Couldn't guess," said Mr. Van Brunt, resting the end of his pole on the log, and chipping at it with his hatchet; "never guessed anything in my life. What is it?" "He has sent me the most beautiful little horse you ever saw, for my own, for me to ride; and a beautiful saddle and bridle. You never saw anything so beautiful, Mr. Van Brunt. He is all brown, with one white forefoot, and I've named him the Brownie; and oh, Mr. Van Brunt, do you think Aunt Fortune will let him come here?" Mr. Van Brunt chipped away at his pole, looking very good humoured. "Because you know I couldn't have half the good of him if he had to stay away from me up on the mountain. I shall want to ride him every day. Do you think Aunt Fortune will let him be kept here, Mr. Van Brunt?" "I guess she will," said Mr. Van Brunt, soberly; and his tone said to Ellen, "I will, if she don't." "Then will you ask her and see about it, if you please, Mr. Van Brunt? I'd rather you would. And you won't have him put to plough or anything, will you, Mr. Van Brunt? Miss Sophia says it would spoil him." "I'll plough myself first," said Mr. Van Brunt, with his half smile; "there shan't be a hair of his coat turned the wrong way. I'll see to him as if he was a prince." "Oh, thank you, dear Mr. Van Brunt; how good you are! Then I shall not speak about him at all till you do, remember. I am very much obliged to you, Mr. Van Brunt." Ellen ran in. She got a chiding for her long stay, but it fell upon ears that could not hear. The Brownie came like a shield between her and all trouble. She smiled at her aunt's hard words as if they had been sugar plums. And her sleep that night might have been prairie land, for the multitude of horses of all sorts that chased through it. "Have you heerd the news?" said Mr. Van Brunt, when he had got his second cup of coffee at breakfast next morning. "No," said Miss Fortune. "What news?" "There ain't as much news as there used to be when I was young," said the old lady. "Seems to me I don't hear nothing now a days." "You might if you'd keep your ears open, mother. What news, Mr. Van Brunt?" Why, here's Ellen got a splendid little horse sent her a present from some of her great friends, Mr. Marshchalk." "Mr. Marshman," said Ellen. "Mr. Marshman; there ain't the like in the country, as I've heerd tell; and I expect next thing she'll be flying all over the fields and fences like smoke." There was a meaning silence. Ellen's heart beat. "What's going to be done with him, do you suppose?" said Miss Fortune. Her look said, "If you think I am coming round, you are mistaken." "Humph!" said Mr. Van Brunt, slowly; "I suppose he'll eat grass in the meadow, and there'll be a place fixed for him in the stables." "Not in my stables," said the lady, shortly. "No, in mine," said Mr. Van Brunt, half smiling; "and I'll settle with you about it by and by, when we square up our accounts." Miss Fortune was very much vexed. Ellen could see that; but she said no more, good or bad, about the matter; so the Brownie was allowed to take quiet possession of meadow and stables, to his mistress's unbounded joy. Anybody that knew Mr. Van Brunt would have been surprised to hear what he said that morning, for he was thought to be quite as keen a looker after the main chance as Miss Fortune herself; only somehow it was never laid against him as it was against her. However that might be, it was plain he took pleasure in keeping his word about the pony. Ellen herself couldn't have asked for more carefulness for her favourite than the Brownie had from every man and boy about the farm. CHAPTER XXXVII.